Okay, I think we're ready to get going here. Well, thank you for quieting down so quickly. I'd like to introduce myself to you. I'm Rick Ladd. I chair House Education. Been on the Education Committee for the last 15 years, and I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire, not Massachusetts. And I'd like to welcome everybody to our hearing today. And prior to getting into the hearing process, there's some notices I'd like to make. We are in the general court room here, which is very important to our state. In fact, the state of New Hampshire was the first place in the United States of America to adopt a constitution. And that was prior to. Now, getting into the next part, some of the rules which we're going to govern ourselves by here. As you know, no signs are allowed in this chamber at all, and all political pins, when you come up to testify, anything such as that, we don't wear them here. That's just a rule we've had for years, and one which I want to go through the hearing process with throughout. The other thing that we just did, we just clapped. We won't have any clapping or any of that, or yelling or screaming or saying, that's a great job, anything like that during the hearing process. We have a number of cards up here, pink cards, for those who want to testify, and that is going to take some time to wade through all that. This hearing will most likely go into the afternoon hours, and hopefully not much later than that. We will be taking a lunch break during the middle part of the day, and I will announce that so everybody has that awareness. One of the things which we do when we have a hearing, at least we do it in House Education, we always provide the senators the opportunity to speak first, seeing that senators are quickly having to go to, in fact, I had to testify already this morning at 9 o'clock in Senate Education on several bills. They are also on many different committees, so we allow them to come in first. The only person that can supersede that is the governor. Now, following the senators, we have the representatives, because they also have a similar type task. There are a number of representative hearings going on today, House hearings across the street in the LOB, so we want them to move on and get on their tasks. When we get to the general public, it's my position that if we have parents in here with children, and I know how hard it is, I have a little 4.5, 5-year-old living with us in the house, and he's oftentimes way in front of me and I'm chasing him. So if you have children, please let us know and we'll try to get you out of here as quickly as possible. The hearing process itself, we are going to, another area that we do with the hearing process in terms of House Education, the prime sponsor of the bill is always given more latitude as far as time in which to speak. They're the ones that have gone through the process of putting the bill together, working with various agencies, etc. So they had the opportunity to give a full speech. Other than that, we are going to enforce the 3-minute rule. 3-minute rule will be going into effect today. Every time I've had bills in here, when we're dealing with this type of issue or charter schools or similar type issues, we've had to put a 3-minute rule into effect. When we get to 2 minutes and 45 seconds, this will come up. You'll see this red, that's the warning that you have 15 seconds left. So please go by the rule here. That's important that we give everybody the opportunity to speak, and if we don't have that rule, we could be here close to midnight. And there have been some evenings in session I have been here to midnight. So it won't be something new for me, but maybe for you it may be. No food is allowed in the chamber at all. No food. The only beverage we allowed in here is water. And I hope everybody does hydrate and take water, seeing that's what my doctor tells me to do, so I'm sure that you have the same physicians telling you the same. When you leave, please leave nothing in the seat in front of you where you have a chance to put your paperwork and all that. Please take all that with you. We do have groups coming in and using this chamber after, not today, but in later days we will. So it helps out the people that have to clean the area up. With that, I think we have on written testimony. If you have written testimony, which is important, and the committee does appreciate that, please don't try to read it verbatim. Try to summarize it if you can. If you got it down so you can read it in 3 minutes, fine. You're ready then. Go for it. But if you have a copy of written testimony, the clerks right here have to take records here. And if you have written testimony, that written testimony will go down in our journal as an attachment as part of the presentation today and the hearing process. So if you have written testimony, please provide a copy to the clerks up front here. If you are up here repeating what has been said earlier, try not to do that. Just say, I support what has been said to the committee earlier, and do not just go down the same rail and repeat. That's also a time saver for us. So with that, I think does the Sergeant of Arms have anything else? No. We're good. Okay. So with that, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to invite the prime sponsor. Now, the prime sponsor, having the ability to read from her record and going a little longer, will be speaking here. Other folks, including representatives and other senators, will be doing from the microphones in the 2 aisles here. So welcome, Senator Carson. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Auburn, Londonderry, and Hudson. And for your consideration this morning, I have Senate Bill 272 FN, and this bill seeks to establish a Parent's Bill of Rights, what constitutes a violation of such rights, and a mechanism to notify parents of their rights. Mr. Chairman, you would wonder, why in the world do we need this bill? Why do we need it? And I would ask you all to take a step back a few years ago when we entered into the COVID epidemic. Our schools were shut down, and parents ended up having the responsibility to make sure that their child was participating in their education. Many parents became the teachers for their children at home. And parents started to see some of the things that were happening, some of the assignments that their children were being given, and started raising questions about them. But unfortunately, parents, for the most part, were shut out and ignored. If you were to go to a school board meeting with questions, they didn't want to hear it. And oftentimes, parents were not allowed to speak and were not allowed to address an elected board. And I ask all of you here today, how would you feel if this bill was proposed and you did not have the opportunity to address the legislature and give them your opinion? So what had ended up happening was I filed a bill that required that every school board in the state of New Hampshire, at every single meeting they had to allow at minimum 30 minutes for parents or their constituents in their community to address the board. That passed and is now law. So what we have here is also from the roots of it come from that time period. What this bill does is it determines what is a violation of parental rights and includes a mechanism of notification for parents. This is not the first time we've seen bills like this. There was one last year, and it died in a committee conference. But it is time to legislate this issue once again. Senate Bill 272 narrows itself, I guess you could say, compared to the bill that was filed last year, and it deals only with the parental right in education. Scattered throughout the RSA, there are different parts of those RSAs that deal with a parental rights in education. And one thing that this bill does, it brings it all into the same place. So if a parent wonders, what is my right here? They can go to one statute and get their answer, and instead of having to shuffle through the mountains of RSAs that we have. I want to bring up the one point here that I don't really want people to forget, that parents love their children. They care about their children, and they want the best for their children. Schools can't provide that to them. Schools only have your children for a few hours a day, but they are home with their families the majority of the time. And what happens to those children once they leave school? It's the parents that are going to be there with them for the rest of their lives. So why do we have to do this? Well, I'd like to point out to a couple of things that have happened. And I think what was most troubling to me are policies that have been adopted by school boards in this state that outright lie and deceive parents. And that is wrong. That is wrong. Categorically wrong. How many parents in this room have talked to their kids about lying? How lying is bad. You shouldn't lie. But yet, why is it okay for a school to lie to parents? What kind of lesson does that tell a child? That it's okay to lie. It's not appropriate. Unfortunately, a lot of this language revolves around transgendered students. And I really want to be very, very careful here and be respectful of everyone, because I think that's important to this conversation. But just to give you a couple of examples about this, school personnel should not disclose information that may reveal a student's transgender status or gender nonconforming presentation to others, including parents and other school personnel, unless legally required to do so, unless the student or the parent has authorized such disclosure. Secondly, when contacting a parent or guardian of a transgender or gender nonconforming student, school personnel should use the student's legal name and pronoun corresponding to the student's gender assigned at birth, unless the student, parent, or guardian has specified otherwise. Those are the types of policies that parents are very upset about, and they want changed. And quite frankly, I have been contacted by a number of teachers around the state who don't like this policy. They don't think it's right. They are parents themselves, and they wouldn't want someone lying to them about what's happening to their children in school. Don't forget, for those of you who are parents in this room, and maybe even students, you cannot get as much as a Tylenol if you have a headache without your parents' permission. Why is this being allowed? Why? And I ask that question, why? Well, I think what I'm going to do here is, because we're talking about a legal issue, because this bill would confer a right, is to look at the legal precedents for parents that have a right to direct their children. A parent's right to direct the educational and religious upbringing of his or her child is violated by a state that imposes itself between a parent and pertinent information about a child. The constitutional rights of parents are well established by a long line of United States Supreme Court cases that begin back in 1923 with Meyer versus Nebraska. And believe it or not, this dealt with whether parents have the right to teach their children the German language. And the Supreme Court ruled, yes, they had a right to do that. You have Pierce versus the Society of Sisters, 1925. Parents have the right to send their children to religious rather than public schools. Wisconsin versus Yoder, 1972, in which an Amish father had the right to take his 15-year-old child out of school to complete education in the Amish ways at home. Troxel versus Granville in 2000, parents have the right to control access to children by grandparents. Choices about marriage, family life, and the upbringing of children are among associational rights the Supreme Court has ranked as the basic importance in our society, rights sheltered by the 14th Amendment against the state's unwarranted usurpation, disregard, or disrespect. That is from the Troxel versus Granville. And the Supreme Court recognized a parent's right. Why? Why is a school that is basically a government-controlled school, because that's what it is, schools are created by government and paid for with everyone's tax dollars. Why do they have the right to usurp a parent's rights? Why? You also have MLB versus SLJ. A school that hides its actions toward a child from the child's parent improperly interferes with the parent's right to make important decisions about that child. Indeed, such action deprives those parents of the right to make informed decisions about whether their local public school is the right place for their child. All students are subject to parental notification in a wide variety of circumstances, reflecting the breadth of student activity in a school, and they apply equally to all students. Many New Hampshire schools have adopted policies protecting students against discrimination. RSA 193:39, for example. These policies and others adopted by schools prohibit sexual harassment, bullying, and other in-school conduct that could interfere with a child's right to pursue education opportunities. If a child is being bullied or sexually harassed because of his or her gender or sexual orientation, or for any other reason for that matter, the school has a duty to take action to protect the bullied child. The school will then have a duty to inform the parents that the child is being bullied. This is just an example of the need for action in relation to the student pursuant to school policies. So if your child is being bullied, they'll tell you that your child is being bullied, but under the other policies, they're not going to tell you why. So how, as a parent, can you help your child if you have no idea why your child is being bullied? It just doesn't make sense. The United States recently decided the case of Bostock versus Clayton County in 2020, holding that the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 extends its protection to transgendered persons. Following Bostock, it is nearly certain that the courts will find that transgendered school students are protected by Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. And in fact, that issue is currently being discussed at the federal level. New Hampshire, likewise, prohibits discrimination against students based on their gender expression, and that is RSA 193:27. Those protections exist to protect the rights of students in school. They are not rights to protect children from the child-rearing decisions or influences of their parents at home. We've also have another case Sterling versus Borough of Minersville, circa 2000. This is a really sad case, and I really agree with the decision of the Supreme Court. It was a young man who was 18 years old who was expressing his sexuality, and he was arrested. And he was threatened. He was threatened by the sheriff that I'm going to tell your grandfather what you were doing. And the young man was so upset about it that he committed suicide. And the sheriff and the state and the county was sued, which is appropriate. Because, for one reason, as an adult, he had a right to privacy. But we're not talking about 18-year-old students or older, because they do have a right to privacy. If they decided that they wanted to tell someone, they're 18, they're legally adults. And he or she could say, listen, I don't want my parents to know. And the school would have to recognize that right because they are legally an adult. But we are not talking about adults. We are talking today about minor children. Mr. Chairman, there's a couple things about this bill. We do realize that some students live in unsafe homes. We recognize that. And what this bill does, it adds in a layer of protections for students that find themselves in that type of a home, which would allow the school to document that this child comes from an abusive home, or there's a history of abuse here, and it will be kept on file with the school to provide protection for the school. We need to recognize that students do have some privacy rights in school. But what is left out is to involve the right of maintaining their privacy from school officials and fellow students, not from their parents. And these privacy rights arise from the family and involve the right of families to maintain a degree of privacy from government officials. It is the right of families to be free from state coercion and interference that is really at issue here. It is not educators, but parents who have primary rights in the upbringing of their children. School officials have only a secondary responsibility and must respect those rights. State deference to parental control over children is underscored by the Supreme Court admonition that the child is not a mere creature of the state and that it is the citizen's responsibility to inculcate moral standards, religious beliefs, and elements of good citizenship. It is not educators, but parents who have the primary rights in the upbringing of their children. And that is a quote from Grunke versus Seep, which was a case decided in 2000. Again, I ask you, why? Why are we here? Why is this happening? Why? Why is there this blanket policy that is being adopted in districts across the state that leave parents out of this discussion? As I said in the beginning, parents love their children. They care about their children. They want the best for their children. We know that that's not always true. But why is this affecting parents who want to be involved in their children's lives, who want to be there to help their children, no matter what they're going through, to be there for them and get them the appropriate care, because the school can't authorize that care. It's only the parents. So I ask you, how does this work? You're asking students to live a double life, One life at home being one person, and at school being a different person. And as a parent, I can tell you that there's nothing worse than getting a phone call from a school on a Friday at 3:30 in the afternoon with them telling you that your child was sexually assaulted by another student. And it's now 3 weeks later. Why wasn't I told, was the question that I asked. And I was told, well, we don't have to tell you. This is a courtesy call. That is what happened to my family. It was well over 20 years ago, but it's what happened to my family. And it's wrong. My daughter thought she did the right thing by telling the teacher what happened. So she felt she didn't need to say anything to us. And I didn't give her a hard time because she did the right thing. But as a parent, I had the right to know what happened to my child in that school. It wasn't the school's responsibility. The first call should have been to my family, but it wasn't made. And I don't want any other parent to have to go through this. It's really and truly unfortunate that this exists today. Parents' voices ask to be heard, they want to be heard, and this bill will allow that. It really and truly is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'd like to take a second and recognize the fourth graders that are coming into the balcony area. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Okay, the next speaker up and next speaker up is Honorable Senator Chuck Morse, who was president of our Senate last year, and welcome back to the House, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and thank you, the members of the Education Committee, for taking a few minutes to listen to me. I am here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 272, the Parental Bill of Rights. As a father, I understand the importance of protecting parental rights and ensuring that parents have the information they need to make informed decisions about their children's education. And as the former Senate President, I know just how important this legislation is to so many Granite State parents and families. I thank Senator Carson for all the work she's done on this legislation. At its core, Senate Bill 272 is about enshrining a parent's right to know what their child is being taught in the school and the conversations our children and grandchildren are having with their teachers. This may seem like a simple concept, but it is one that is often overlooked in our education system. Parents should have access to information about their child's curriculum, as well as materials or resources that are being used in the classroom. This knowledge is essential to ensure that parents can make informed decisions about their child's education and can provide the necessary support at home. In addition, Senate Bill 272 also protects a parent's right to opt their child out of certain activities or materials they may find objectionable. This is a fundamental right that parents should have, and it is one that has been upheld by the courts. By enshrining this right in law, we have provided parents with the assurance that their wishes will be respected and that they will have the say in their child's education. Ultimately, Senate Bill 272 is empowering parents and ensuring that they have the center of their child's education. As a parent myself, I know firsthand how important it was to be involved in my child's learning and development, and I want her rights protected when it comes to the future family and my future grandchildren. By enshrining a parental Bill of Rights in law, we are sending a clear message that parents are valued partners in the education process and that their input and participation are essential to the success of our schools and our children. I urge you to support Senate Bill 272 and to send a strong message to parents across New Hampshire that their rights are valued and protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. Your driver, Joey Logano, is doing very well this year.
Second line.
Yes. Senator Darrell Abbas.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Senator Darrell Abbas, and I represent District 22, which is the towns of Salem, Pelham, Plastow, and Atkinson. And I'm rising in support of Senate Bill 272 on behalf of the parents of my district, the parents in the state of New Hampshire, and as a proud parent myself. I'm asking the members of the committee to please keep an open mind and focus on the bill that's in front of you. And on both sides, we're hearing a lot of political rhetoric, but I will ask to focus on the bill that's before this committee. In its simplest form, what does this bill do? What it does in its simplest form, it forbids the educational institution, the schools, the school employees, the teachers, who are government actors, from lying to parents who inquire with the school about issues involving their children. That's all this bill does. It's to promote honesty. And I'm asking everyone to think in their mind about a plausible scenario where a parent would inquire with a school about their child's sexuality or gender identity. And in that plausible scenario, you will have a parent who perhaps suspects something about their child. In my opinion, it is more harmful for the school to lie to the parents, because that's going to confuse the parents. And that can be harmful to the child, who perhaps is trying to express themselves to their parents in subtle ways and trying to get that message across. But by lying to the parent and misdirecting them, you see where there's now a disconnection between the parent and their children, caused by the school. The school made the problem worse, not better, by lying. And that's my opinion. I ask that we keep an open mind. I'm a millennial, and growing up, I recall that the schools always encouraged parents to work with the schools and to be involved in their children's education. I'm not sure when that changed, but that was not broke. So I'm not sure why we think now it's all right to now mislead parents. If it comes to any other activity in the school, football, wrestling, whatever sports, track and field, parents have always been involved. There's permission slips to go on field trips. That's how the school's always been. I support that policy. I certainly don't support the school misleading parents and lying to parents. That's inappropriate. And I ask this committee, please support and ought to pass. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. I'd like to welcome Honorable Senator Bob Guida from Warren. Bob here? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Bob Guida in Warren, former senator from District 2. For the nod on my head, the branch won the skirmish, but the tree lost the war. It's an honor to stand here before you today as a former senator and as a parent and as someone who has served our country in the armed forces in protection of the values that we espouse as a nation and as a state. Before us, we have a bill in Senate Bill 272, which I believe should not even have to be legislated. The foundation of every nation is the family. And anything that jeopardizes or threatens the family becomes a threat ultimately to the survival of the society. Current law enables a teacher to withhold information about the most intimate and difficult aspects of a child's development from those who are entrusted by God and nature to rear that child. Our Declaration of Independence speaks to the laws of God and of nature's God. Nature and of nature's God. And we, as men and women, amplify those with the laws of men. But when those laws begin to transgress the laws of nature and of nature's God, which instituted from inception the rights and obligations of parenthood over children, we enable state agencies, without justification, to interfere with that process of parenting. Without justification, we are beginning to sow the seeds of the decline of our society. Those children belong to the parents, not to the school. There is no reason on God's earth that, absent the compelling state causes that are exempted in this bill, a parent should not be told of things about their child that are those most intimate items that a teacher might become aware of. The teacher's job is done at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A parent's job is never done. Okay? I appreciate the respect of those of you who might disagree, but your job is done with those children when they leave your school. I ask you to support this bill, to pass this bill in the interests of nature and of nature's God and the rights of parents, who are the primary educators of our children, both by Constitution and by divine ordination. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Gaida. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. I'd like to call Representative Potenza and then Representative Petrino following Potenza.
Wow, I didn't think I was going to come up so quickly. The good thing is I can thank Senator Carson because all of the Supreme Court cases just took about a minute off my speech. So the framework of all the opposition that has been testified on all of the parental rights, I'm a member of the House, I'm a representative for Rochester, so I've already testified on the House bill version of the parental rights, has all been based on a premise of abusive parents. Where is due process? Why have we forgotten there is due process in this country? Why have we forgotten about all of the laws that are already protecting children from abusive parents? I want to be clear about all of the testimony that has been given, which there's tons, and it's been over the last 2 years. These are not new granted rights. These are the rights that we, as parents, already possess. They are granted and rooted in our God-given natural rights and by our founding fathers in the laws of the land, our state and federal constitutions. Unfortunately, based upon so many things that have happened over the last 3 years, we are forced to spell out these rights in a bill because government entities have forced parents into this position. There are numerous court cases, as you've already heard, that solidify parents' rights as well. There's a couple that weren't mentioned. Cleveland versus Board of Education in Lafleur, and this was in 1974. This court has long recognized that freedom of personal choice in matters of marriage and family life is one of the liberties protected by the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment forbids the government to infringe fundamental liberty interests of all, no matter what process is provided, unless the infringement is narrowly tailored to serving a compelling state interest. And that's the protections that we have in place for children that are vulnerable. That's the compelling state interest. Our laws protect those kids. In a long line of cases, the courts have held that in addition to the specific freedoms protected by the Bill of Rights, the liberty that's specifically protected by the Due Process Clause includes the rights to direct the education and the upbringing of one's children. I strongly support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Representative. Next person is Representative Petrino, followed by Representative Lynn and Representative Guthrie. Those other reps may be ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Representative Peter Petrino from Hillsborough 23, the town of Milford. You have heard testimony, and you'll hear more testimony, that parental rights already exist in numerous federal and state statutes. That the New Hampshire Child Advocate testified that this bill would put some children in harm's way, especially those who are members of the LGBTQ community, and that even the governor's One Trusted Adult program would be compromised. But none of this has swayed some to realize how wrong this bill is. Now, I will admit that I have read and heard of instances that would lead some to believe that this bill is necessary. And I'll even concede that there have been instances in which parental rights have been violated. But the fact of the matter is that schools can't even give a child a baby aspirin without parental consent. In every profession, there are instances of misconduct. In every profession. When parental rights are violated, those responsible must be held accountable. And parents already have the right to file complaints, initiate inquiries, and file lawsuits. And believe me, they file lawsuits. My concern with this bill specifically is with the provisions which begin by stating the right to inquire of the school or school personnel and to be truthfully and completely informed. That's where my objection lies. It's understood that teachers answer questions related to a child's academic progress, school conduct, and anything else applicable along those lines. But beyond that, as a matter of professional judgment and good conscience, teachers may be hesitant, and they may even refuse to answer. Instead, a teacher may decide that it's best for parents to inquire of the principal, the guidance counselor, school nurse, other professionals with certain expertise. More so, a teacher may, at times, believe that revealing certain information to particular parents may put a child in harm's way. Every situation is unique. And again, should parents believe that their rights have been violated, they already have proper recourse. The bottom line is this: no one has the right to compel someone else to do anything against their will. In this case, forcing teachers to answer questions that they may feel is inappropriate or harmful if it is revealed. And when confronted with the possibility of losing their employment and civil and criminal liability.
Time's up.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I believe that you said that senators and representatives.
No. I said the prime sponsor may have longer, senators and representatives have the same 3-minute rule as everybody else does. Thank you. Representative Lynn, followed by Representative Horrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Bob Lynn. I'm a state representative from Windham, and I am here to speak in strong support of SB 272. Candidly, and with respect to the prior speaker, I have to say that his comments simply reinforce in my mind the importance and the need for this bill. It strikes me as just incomprehensible that you can have a circumstance where a child goes to a teacher to reveal some information, that is exactly the situation that we're talking about. A child goes to a teacher to reveal some information that perhaps they wouldn't reveal to a stranger or to somebody outside the school context, and that it somehow should be all right for the teacher to say, I'm not going to tell the parents that information. Now, as Senator Carson pointed out, there obviously needs to be an exception to that circumstance where there is a real concern that if the school reveals the information, some harm could come to the child. I think those situations are very, very, very rare. But I have to concede that they probably do exist. And in those situations, there should be an exception so that the school does not have to reveal in those situations. And in fact, the bill contains that language to allow the school not to make disclosures in those rare situations. But I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Chair, that the real circumstance here, I think in the vast majority of cases, is that a teacher or the school system believes that it's okay to protect a child from having to have, not from being victimized or from violence by the parents or something like that, but that it's okay to protect a child from having to have what may be an uncomfortable conversation with their parents. And I submit respectfully that that's just not the school's responsibility. Having difficult conversations with your parents is what we call life. We all had to have that during our lives, and there should be no legal reason why we would allow a state or our schools to be exempted, to allow students to be exempted from that aspect of life. So I'm a strong supporter of the bill. I would just add very briefly that, there is the section of the current bill that defines compelling state interest. I think it is worded incorrectly, and I've spoken to Representative Cordelli about this, and I would suggest that it needs to be changed, and I have some suggested language. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Mr. Chair.
much, Judge. Any questions? Thank you. Representative Horrigan, followed by Representative Guthrie.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan, come from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham, and I think I created a little bit of confusion because I pressed the wrong radio button on the website, but I am in fact opposed to this bill. But as you see as my written testimony, and hopefully if I get far enough into it, my oral testimony, I do acknowledge parents have rights, and this is something that actually could be used as a vehicle for certain things, which I doubt the senators who sponsored it would be very enthusiastic about. But anyway, and I'll skip to the end of my written testimony just very, very quickly, is that this does include charter schools, which a lot of bills about public education don't, but it still doesn't cover the whole universe of publicly funded and subsidized education. It says nothing about the public academies, such as Pinkerton or Rivendell. It doesn't say anything about education providers, some of which are private schools, some of which are other type of entities who are being subsidized through the Education Freedom Account vouchers and the other business tax credit thing. And certainly if we don't want public funds being used for certain things in a public school, we probably don't want them used for certain things at other types of providers. Anyway, also it would impose significant new costs on public schools. So as such, it's an underfunded mandate. So I should think that should be enough for a 20 to nothing ITL vote right there. That should be the end of the story for a lot of people on the committee, but sadly, I don't think it is. And just very quickly say that I definitely believe this is primarily directed against LGBT trans kids and LGBTQ kids in general, even though we're kind of, the proponents are kind of dancing around that issue. And so of course, parents have rights, but so do children. So many of the so-called rights ostensibly guaranteed by SB 272 are rights that parents simply don't have. Children, even minors, are people in their own right, and they do have rights separate from those of the parents. And the parents don't have the right to tell their children how to think. Well, at least they don't have the right to tell the children what to think. Children have the right to think for themselves. No parent has the right to tell an LGBT child not to be LGBT, even if such a thing was possible. And just in general, children have the right to be who they are, even if their parents don't approve. And even non-LGBT, even cis male heterosexual kids like me, struggle a lot with their identity in their teenage years, and their parents can't do everything for them. And I'll also go back again, once again. It's an unfunded mandate. And once again, I would be amazed if the fiscal note, the Education Committee, Department of Education did not bother to fill out a fiscal note. So we have to assume this it's a totally unfunded mandate, and that really, as I said, should be enough reason for 20-0 ITL. However, we'll say there are things, this could be used as a vehicle for certain things like, school funding possibly, updating curriculum standards, or even school safety, such as we could use this for a federal gun safety bill. I don't really anticipate that happening, but those would be germane amendments and things you might consider. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Questions from the committee? If you have written testimony.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony in addition to everyone else who's going to testify.
Yeah.
You mentioned a financial burden.
Yeah.
Could you just clarify for the committee where the financial costs would be accrued for informing parents, which could prevent costs from future lawsuits if parents are not informed? So where is this cost that you're talking about, an unfunded mandate, as you say?
Well, there's huge costs. It's going to create a lot of cases where teachers are allowed to tell things before they, there's going to be a lot more things that schools have to track, particularly the part about, one specific thing is the part about clubs and student associations, which they currently aren't required to track every club and association, or also tracking what names people are being called, or even what gender. And also, by the way, this will make illegal a common form of at least bullying that, certain cis male students feel if they feel like one of their male colleagues is not sufficiently heteronormative, not sufficiently heterosexual. They'll often call them the female variation of their name, and call the boy she. And now schools are going to be required to report that, even though that's an age-old form of bullying. And you're going to get some cis male kids who have appointed themselves, guardians of heterosexual norms. They're now going to get in trouble, which is not entirely a bad thing in my opinion, but that does mean the schools will be reporting a lot of behavior and dealing with it that probably mostly now they probably chalk up to boys being boys. So you're going to get some, you're going to get and you're certainly going to get some cis male students who are just overly enthusiastic about their cis male status in trouble just because they're harassing their colleagues who they think don't fit their standards of gender identity. But yeah, so there's a lot of costs, and the Education Committee refused to fill out the fiscal notes. I think that's just one of many reasons to be very suspicious of this bill. So thanks.
I appreciate that. The fiscal note does not list those concerns, so I do appreciate you saying that, but I do not see where a cost is associated with the points you mentioned. But thank you.
Yeah, that's not my main reason, the fiscal impact, but we do hear this committee often turns things down, even things with really minimal or no cost, because it's a unfunded Monday. We've had things that are unfunded mandates that are not even a rounding error in terms of the budget. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Guthrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow colleagues. When I first read this bill, I was surprised that the number of rights that parents already have. I think even the prime sponsor indicated all the RSAs that are already on the books. So I thought when I came here that my opinion was going to be different than everybody else. But I think it's even, some of the information is coming from the sponsors. But Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I didn't say how good it is to see democracy in action. I wish we could have this many people in the House when we have a regular session. So I thank you for all those who are coming on both sides. So in interest in time, I'm just going to read my statement and leave it at that and ask the committee to consider all the facts and what is really in this bill in their deliberations. So I say, as I said before, I'm Joe Guthrie, state rep from Hampstead, and I'm very pleased to be here. And I'm in favor of both parental rights and responsibilities, but I oppose Senate Bill 272. I don't think there's a person in this room that opposes parents' rights. There's no reason to oppose parents' rights. My feeling is you already have them. I would suggest that parents already have the rights referred to in this bill, and that the bill is unnecessary. This bill is a mirror image of House Bill 10, which was heard by the Children and Family Laws Committee and tabled by the full House. Why should we consider a second bill? This bill, as written, lists the right parents already have. There are more than 20 RSAs referred to in this bill that list current rights and responsibilities. I am sure when parents are involved in the PTA, take an interest in their school committee, and through teacher conference, they are aware of what's going on in their boys' and girls' lives. They already know whether or not their boy or girl is failing to thrive. They don't need additional help from us. If there is a problem, the present RSAs give any help necessary. I hope this committee can agree that this bill could have a weakening effect on the school systems in New Hampshire. Public education is threatened and has put educators under great strain. Senate Bill 272 reinforces that perception. We would be better served without action that divide us. If we have problems in any of our schools, in any of our cities and towns, let's ask, what can we do to help? Please reject this unnecessary bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Next representatives are Representative Mark Vallone up, Representative Hole, and Honorable Peter Torosian. So that be the order. Mark? Oh,
thank you,
welcome
Mr.
back
Chairman.
to education.
I'm Mark Vallone. I represent the town of Epping. I was a school principal at Epping Elementary for 20 years, and I was in education for 40 years. What unites us here is, again, our concern about children, their upbringing, and the rights of parents. There's nothing in this bill that isn't already in practice or should be in practice in good public schools. But I ask you, why do we have a bill that is divisive? This bill is a wolf in sheep's clothing. There's so much good that's written in this bill, but there's so much bad that can happen. Now listen to the sponsor of this bill, who mentioned the person who was 18 who committed suicide when the disclosure of his sexual identity was about to be revealed or was threatened. Push that back 6 months till that student is 17. In 6 months. There was nothing that speaker said that would have protected that child. A school would have been required to disclose the same information. So what do you think would have happened to that student? We have a youth suicide problem. Do we really want to expand on that problem? Like I said, we are united in our concern about the raising of kids. This bill divides us. It is divisive, and it should not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Representative Hole, followed by Representative Torosian, and then Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Representative J.R. Hole, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. I'd like to read the first section of the bill past the definitions. All parental rights are reserved to the parents of minor children in the state without obstruction or interference from any school or school personnel. What we're talking about is a bill that fosters trust between parents and the education system. Once information is being withheld, that then pollutes that relationship, that damages the relationship between the parents and the school system. The current system fosters distrust. By allowing this bill to be passed into law, we would have greater trust between the parents and the school. There should be nothing to hide. There should be no secrets. Last year, a very similar bill was put forward, and at the time of the Committee of Conference, there was a petition circulated around. I'm going to turn this in as written testimony. Over 1,200 people signed that petition in support of the bill that year, which was HB 1431, that was being supported by Reopen New Hampshire. I would ask that you would support this bill as a co-founder of that organization, because it is important that parents have a greater understanding of what is going in the school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd and members of the House Education Committee. I'm speaking today in favor in support of Senate Bill 272. I believe it's a sad state of affairs in our state and quite frankly throughout the country that it's come to this, that we need to have a bill like this, but we clearly do. This bill quite simply is a common sense bill that will ensure that parents' rights are upheld and that parents be involved with their children's education. One of the proudest days I had in my life and the happiest day was when my two kids were born. I was there for both of their births and it was a miracle. And quite frankly, I recognize and realize as a parent that I have a tremendous amount of responsibility. And I shouldn't have to, and parents shouldn't have to give that responsibility away to the government. We already have in law a mechanism for parents where there's an abusive situation and where there's a problem in a family to address that. And so I don't believe this will interfere with that in any way. As a ski coach, I spent 13 years coaching Timberlane varsity ski team. I saw student athletes on a regular basis make bad decisions because when you're young, you do that sort of thing. And quite frankly, many of them that I saw go down a particular road as students, once they became adults, they changed their mind and looked at things differently. There's a reason why you have to be a certain age to drive a car. There's a reason why you have to be a certain age to smoke cigarettes and to vote. So I stand here wholeheartedly supporting this bill and say that a parent's rights should always trump a school administrative official's rights unless there is a cause or a reason, again, where there's abuse. So I want to thank you for listening. And on behalf of New Hampshire parents, please pass Senate Bill 272. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you. Representative Selig, Honorable Johnson, Don Johnson, and Representative Pat Long, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. Although I'm now a state representative, I used to be a middle school and high school English teacher. Been out of the classroom for a while now. And though we heard that my job was done at 3 p.m. every day, some of my former students have just turned 40. They're still in touch with me, and they continue to ask me for advice when they need it. When I was a teacher, I worked hard to foster relationships with my students so they would feel safe and comfortable talking with me about their problems. Sometimes it was difficult to navigate the situation with another teacher. Sometimes it was because they'd had an argument with their parents and needed a safe space to vent so they could go back and work through the issue. And occasionally it was to talk about relationship issues they knew their parents would not be comfortable with. In fact, one of my specific responsibilities as an advisor was to create the type of safe space where students could come talk to me to get advice and guidance on how to navigate challenging aspects of their lives. It was crucial I keep their confidence while they figured out these issues. There were some occasions where kids came to talk to me because they either knew or suspected they were lesbian or gay and wanted to figure out how to talk to their parents about it. They might discuss their depression or maybe they're worries about their parents' health. We would go through sample conversations and rehearse what they were going to say, with me taking on different roles about how their parents might react and figuring out how to navigate it. In other cases, kids might talk to me about how to end a relationship with a current partner in a way that wouldn't be hurtful. If I hadn't had the ability to maintain their privacy and their confidentiality, these kids would not have had a safe outlet. I now have 2 teenagers of my own. I'm very grateful to the other adults that make up their village. These are teachers, parents of other children, longtime family, friends, and others. In general, my children do feel safe coming to talk with me about pretty much everything. But they're also adolescents who have times when they need to talk things through before they talk with me or their dad. Because they have these other adults in their life, they know they can get the support to navigate whatever life throws at them. But finally, I want to close with a story from my own community from 5 years ago. We had a young man with an incredibly promising future. He was raised in a very tight-knit religious family. He tried to come out to his family. He was seeking his parents' love. That was denied. In his desperation and grief, he took his family's minivan and drove it at very high speed into a barricade on I-95. It broke our community. Teachers aren't trying to hide information from parents. We're trying to make sure kids grow up to be independent adults. Teachers aren't telling kids to hide anything. We're just trying to give kids a safe space to be themselves. And for those parents whose children choose not to speak to them, perhaps the conversation they should have is why their kids don't feel safe to talk to them. I urge you to oppose this misguided bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Honorable Don Johnson, then Representative Pat Long.
Good morning, committee. My name is Don Johnson, and I'm from Laconia. I have a story to tell you. How many of you are parents? How many would you be horrified to get a phone call from your school that your child didn't get to school that day? You spend all day reaching out, asking everybody, have you seen my daughter? No one knows. You finally make a phone call and you hear that the child is all the way across the other side of the state. You have no idea why. You get there, you try to get your child to come out so you can take him home, and come to find out she thinks she's a boy, but you have no idea. You can't help her because you don't know. The school was telling her, don't tell your mother, we'll keep it your secret. This child was tormented internally, and she had no one to talk to because the schools were telling her, keep it to yourself, don't tell your parents. Well, come to find out, the mother was horrified to know this, that she could not help her daughter. She pulled her daughter from the school district. She put her daughter in a good counselor that she paid for, not the state. And guess what? That daughter did not want to be a boy. She wants to be a girl. She is a beautiful young lady right now. She is thriving. It's taken 3 years for her to realize, as a teenager in middle school, we all go through crazy body changes and you don't know what's going on. Doesn't mean you need to change your sex. There are 2 sexes, male and female, and that is it. God put us on this earth to be male or female. And to get a phone call like that you have no idea where your child is, because the school has told you not to say anything, that's horrifying, and I would not wish that on any parent in any way. So please, pass this bill. Let's protect our children, let's protect the parents, and let's keep our America great.
Thank you. Representative Pat Long, and then Representative Sharon Packard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Representative Patrick Long, Representative Hillsborough District 23 in Manchester. I speak in opposition to Senate Bill 272. I'm sure you'll hear several opinions on this subject matter, so I'll keep my testimony brief. One of my concerns is with the dismantling of trusted adults. As a child, I was a ward of the state at 3 years old. My parents weren't capable of raising me. My father moved out of state, and my mother was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia, leaving 7 of 10 siblings that were still children, or has testified earlier, creatures of the state of New Hampshire. I'm of the opinion that trusted adults in my life enabled me in considering positive advice, not always taken, however, but considered. The Trusted Adult program, I believe, is one of the best. I had nobody to turn to except for teachers, coaches, janitors, anybody that an orphanage could supply with me. So that is one of my concerns. I believe that the language in Senate Bill 272 begins the erosion of the trusted adult. Another concern is with the violation of school personnel from parents, specifically the fee shifting. If parents win the violation, the parent shall receive its attorney fees and court costs. Why wouldn't the taxpayer receive the same consideration? If we're going to be suing school districts, taxpayer paid, then why, if a parent loses, why wouldn't the district receive their full costs for this? So that's the other issue I have. So in closing, I've often heard that from bills that a bill is a solution looking for a problem. Senate Bill 272 is a solution that creates several problems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Representative. Speaker Packard. Do you want your podium? Welcome.
It's yours today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. I want to stand here in support of Senate Bill 272. Most of you remember I was the prime sponsor of House Bill 10, and unfortunately that got defeated in the House. I'm hoping and praying this bill doesn't have the same fate. What this bill does, it protects children and reaffirms parents' fundamental right to know what is happening in their children's lives. It reaffirms a parent's right to be truthfully and completely informed if the school is taking part in their child's identity or transition. It protects students from suspected unlawful abuse by preserving the authority of the Division of Children, Youth, and Families and other child welfare agencies to exercise their responsibilities on behalf of any child that is in danger at home. What this bill does not do, it does not endanger students regardless of age, race, or sex. Parents are responsible for the upbringing of their own children. That's what Senate Bill 272 does. Protects parents' rights and ability to be 100% involved in their child's daily lives. We support the parents' right to know what is happening to their children in school. And I and most parents know what the best decisions are for their families. We support parents who want to be involved in their children's lives and take an active role in their education. Irresponsible rhetoric perpetrates the lie that school personnel know more than we do. What is best for our children? There was a time when parents were being labeled as terrorists and being attacked simply for wanting basic transparency. Opponents of this legislation say it is dangerous and harmful. The only dangerous and harmful is believing that parents do not have the right to protect their own children. These are our children, not the state's or the school districts. It's up to us to protect and raise them with the help and assistance of school officials, not the other way around. This is what Senate Bill 272 does, and that is why it must be passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know you have a lot of other people, so I won't take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sullivan, and then Representative Love, followed by, it looks like Greg. Is there a Representative Greg here? Okay, you're third. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, my name is Jared Sullivan. I'm representative from Grafton District 2, which is Franconia and Bethlehem up north. I come here today to just sort of share my story and the story of a close friend of mine. So my story is I'm actually a bisexual man. Being bisexual, obviously, for those of you who don't know, you're attracted to both genders, and it took me a while to figure that out. That was a long journey for me to figure that out. And was I gay? Was I straight? Was I confused? Those are all the questions that ran through my mind. There were times when I was truly debating killing myself. It wasn't a serious, that's very serious, but it wasn't a constant thing that I was struggling with, but there were moments when I definitely felt that way. And it was because of the confusion of what I was. It took a long time to figure it out. And if I had had a teacher have to be forced to tell my parents, I think that would have been very detrimental to me as I was trying to figure out what I was. It took me until my adulthood to figure out what I was, and then I was able to comfortably talk to my friends and family and get the support that I needed from them at that time. And it wasn't always easy. My story would have been bad if I was outed by a school. But I have a story of a friend who is from a very wealthy family, and he knew from a young age that he was gay. He grew up in a Mormon family. He knew they were not going to accept him as gay. He was very clear to him. He said that from the beginning. He knew he was gay when he was young. And so like I said, he's wealthy. He had a trust fund that was set up for him. And upon 19, he was eligible to get that trust fund because presumably he could use it to go to college or whatever. So when he turned 19, he knew he'd get that trust fund. He came out to his family and boom, he is completely cut out of his family. And so I ask you on the committee, is that abuse in the way that we think of it? If a teacher heard that story, if they knew he were gay and they were asked under this bill, by his parents whether or not they thought he might be gay, and then they outed him, he was cut out of losing his trust because he wasn't yet 19, couldn't afford to pay college because that's what it was set up for, would that be considered abuse? I mean, it's not physical, but it's certainly emotional abuse. It's certainly, he's financially much worse off, and we know how he would have taken, he's been taken out of the will as well. Presumably there would have been millions. We're talking a family with hundreds of millions. He's been taken away from his will as well. So I ask you, when we say that all parents love their children, but it's not always unconditional. And this is a good example of it. So I do ask you to think of different perspectives. It's not just the cut and dry abuse that might be physical that we can all see with bruises on their faces, but sometimes it's a deeper level of abuse that still leaves a child harmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Representative Love, you're there.
Thank you, Mr.
Gray,
Chair and committee members.
And Representative Andrews. Go ahead, Representative Love.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is David Love. I'm a representative from Rockingham County, District 13. And, I'm here to express my strong support for Senate Bill 272. The folks here in opposition tell us that the trans and gay children may be abused by unaccepting parents if teachers can't withhold information about a child's sexual orientation or mental illness from parents. Well, we already have child abuse laws that protect all children from abuse. These laws mandate teachers to report suspected abuse of any child to DCYF or law enforcement. And if they suspect that these parents would be unaccepting and possibly violent towards the child, they would have known long before any issues come up. Many public schools, teachers, and the school libraries are using sexually explicit curriculum in books, using profane and obscene materials, and books with topics and stories about sexual intercourse, oral sex, anal sex, straight sex, gay sex, trans sex, bisex, all kinds of sex. Okay, these are in our school libraries now. Okay, and they want the parents to have zero say in what their children are taught, none whatsoever. The fact that we need this law to clarify our existing laws is upsetting to a lot of people. These children are the parents' children, and They have the say in the way this should be brought up, and we have to stand by parents' rights. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychiatry, said that sexual issues are a major cause of psychiatric illness, and without a law to stop our school teachers from literally practicing psychiatry, that's what they're doing when they're counseling these kids, okay, with psychiatric illness. We'll be subjecting children to years of mental anguish. The family unit is a bedrock of American freedom, and family issues and health belong in the hands of the family, not someone with a teaching degree. Medical doctors tell us that a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. Teaching degrees have minimal psychology class requirements, and I'll bet zero psychiatry training. The fact that we in New Hampshire need a law like this, and we do, is proof that we have certainly entered the twilight zone. May God help the children of New Hampshire. Please pass this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative. Questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you. Representative Gregg?
Good morning,
Welcome.
Chairman and board members. Thank you for your work on this, and thank you for taking my testimony. I'm Alicia Gregg, one of the representatives from Nashua. I speak in opposition to SB 272, just as I did to HB 10. With approximately 35% of our population here in New Hampshire experiencing domestic violence, according to the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and that's only who's reporting, so that's 35%, we have a problem. It is not rare. As a matter of fact, looking at the panel today, 7 of you, based on this statistic, will have, are currently in an abusive relationship or already have had an abusive relationship. We need to ask ourselves, what parents are we helping with a bill like this? Who is not having conversations about important things with their kids? Certainly not parents that have good relationships with their kids. My children's biological father would have been thrilled with a bill like this. I know most, if not all of you, have heard me testify on this floor about the situation that my children and I survived. His view of his family was one of being his property. He thought none of us had our own autonomy, especially our children. He thought he deserved to know every facet. He got our texts and emails on his phone. He always had to know what was happening. This bill does not protect kids in abusive homes because you don't know. My children and I were in a situation that the experts involved said was one of the worst cases of domestic terror that they had seen, not resulting in a death during the relationship. When my children's teachers found out, they were absolutely shocked. None of them had any idea that they had this home life. Domestic violence is a largely hidden epidemic. Protection for our children is not found in the file cabinet with a note on it. What better way for New Hampshire to draw that line and say we are for the unity of families, we are also for the safety of our children, knowing the high numbers of our vulnerable that need a safe space, than by rejecting this damaging bill. Please hold parents accountable and give them the honor of building those relationships with their kids.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative Andrus and then Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Louise Andrus, Merrimack County District 5, Andover, Danbury, Salisbury Hill, and Webster. I am here as a parent. I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, and there's not much you can tell me. And fighting with a school, some parents do, is nothing new. Back years ago, when my children were in school, I had one that hated the school. It was too big for her, but there was no choice. I had to fight with her every day of the week, and my husband, to tell her, you are going to graduate from school. When she was 17, going on 18, in December, she had all her credits in, and she wanted to go to work. My husband and I agreed, and she was going to go to work with me. We had to literally fight with the school for that child, who was almost 18, to leave because they said she couldn't graduate in June. Well, guess who won? It was me as a parent. And when my children, I gave birth, there was no teacher there in the birthing room with me. When I stood up, day and night with my children because they were unhealthy. There was nobody there standing telling me what to do and what not to do. I stand for every parent that they have the right to bring up their children as they see fit. And I'm going to leave with this. Does any school system personnel have the right to withhold a child's health or emotional well-being? And I'm not going to take any questions because I know you live limited to time, but I ask you all support SB 272. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Perez, then Representative Phillips. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is State Representative Maria Perez, and I represent District 43 in Milford. Parents' rights already exist. House Bill 1612 was passed in 2018, giving the parents the right to have the information from the kids. First of all, that's already in existence. Second of all, I want to say to the people who already speak in support of this bill, shame on you. I don't have to read any speeches. I'm going to speak from my heart. For people to say that school board members not being allowed parents to ask questions, not allowing the parents to have the right for information, that's a lie. I've been going around to school boards to witness myself what is happening in the school boards. This hateful language is national movement against the right to people to have the right to learn history, real history, the real history. And now they're going after the transgender students, the LGBT community. Let me tell you something. This language has been given white supremacy groups and the Proud Boys the right to come to our communities to use a hateful, to try to scare us. Let me tell you, we're not going anywhere. The LGBT community and the transgender students, they are humans like everyone in this room. They are humans who deserve to be respected. They are humans who have the right to live freely without hateful language. And I can tell you, power is not always right. I'm going to open my scars, and it's hard that I have to open the scars for people to realize that power is not always right. I was abused, sexually abused by my own father. And the only heaven that I had, it was my school. When my father used to tell me, I'm going to kill your mother with a machete if you say something to the school, when I was sexually abused by him. And people in the community stayed quiet because he was a well-known with money, and money by the silence of the people in my community. Shame on the people who think that this bill will protect the children. No, it's not going to protect the children. It's going to put the children like myself in a harmful situation where parents are already abusing children, and this is going to give the parents the right to continue abusing the children.
Representative, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask the committee to vote no on this bill. This is a hateful bill. We don't need it in our state.
Thank you. Representative Phillips, then Representative Cannon.
Thank you. Hi, Emily Phillips here. I represent Fremont, Rockingham District 7. I stood outside a year ago holding a poster to support the previous parental rights that did not pass. And I said, what else can I do? I'll run for state rep. Here I am. There's no shame to support this bill. I think it's abhorrent that was just mentioned. I was on the school board for 3 years. I'm currently homeschooling my two developmentally delayed children because the bill didn't pass last time, okay? So the second time, if we don't pass this, what kind of mass exodus will we see from the public school system in New Hampshire? I can't even imagine. I follow the school board. The enrollments are down. This is a bare minimum that must be passed by this committee. We must pass it, okay? We want to have a minimum level of trust with parents and the students in what is going on in public school. We cannot allow this to not pass, okay? That's what I want to say. I have the privilege of getting to go first. I'm sorry I'm taking time from other people in the public to speak because they want to be heard too. Please support this bill as proposed. Pass it. We have to. We need to support the system, right? This is the bare minimum. People are going to pull their kids out of the school if this does not pass. I assure you. And guess what? If it doesn't pass, people who are watching this at home, people here, pull your kids. I am working full-time. I am a state rep. I am homeschooling three kids. There are other options for you. Reach out. School choice. We have options. My kids go somewhere 4 days a week. I run a family business. It can be done. Save your kids if this does not pass. But if it passes, give it a chance, okay? Like, I would re-enroll my kids just so they can get their services, okay? Just so they can get support because they need it. I would re-enroll my kids in public school if this passed. I'd consider it.
Thank you very much. Representative Cannon and then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. And members of the committee. My name is Representative Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford District 12 at Somersworth and Rollinsford. And I'm a transgender woman in my third term in the House. I used to be on the school board as well, up until this past November. I want to make mention of the school board. It's much like a board of directors in a corporation. And the school board doesn't control down to the individual course construction, courses that are taught in the school. They provide a direction, and the school teachers and the administration march to those orders. I'm concerned about this bill for a number of reasons. One of them is I really appreciate parents having rights that are discussed in there, and there are RSAs that already support a lot of what parents should be able to do. I'm concerned that one set of parents' rights may conflict with another set of parents' rights. And it concerns me that a teacher is going to end up having multiple course plans to try and teach students in their class because one set of parents don't want their child to be taught one way and another want their child to be taught another. In Somersworth, we struggled for 6 months to put together a transgender policy. The policy we ended up coming up with was good, not complete, but good. And we support, in Somersworth, we support transgender children who have their parents' support, and the teachers are told they need to address those students by the name they identify as, by the gender they identify as, and by the pronouns they want to use. It does leave a hole for those children that aren't supported by their children. The children that are having trouble trying to talk to their parents. That's what I had a problem with back in the 1960s. I was a mediocre student, but I couldn't share what was going on with me with my loving parents. And I was concerned because the community wouldn't understand, and I would embarrass my parents. I didn't come out until I was 45 years of age. Some of the problems associated in the school, especially for gender identity, is that in the case of talking to a teacher who should be using the name listed on the system, is that the name that may be given by the student might be the name that the parent expects them to be called. It may not be their legal name to start off with, but they may be in the process. And part of the challenge is a child in school with a gender identity concern is going to be in the process of working with doctors and psychiatrists and therapists and their parents.
Representative, you're running out of time. You've run out of time.
Thank you. I'm going to leave the rest of my text for you.
Yeah, if you can give us a copy, I'd appreciate it. Representative Brown, followed by Representative Raymond.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thanks to members of the committee for having to be those that have this very difficult decision to make. I'm here not to tell you how I feel. I'm here to tell you that I promised my constituents that I was going to vote for them, not my conscience. And there's a lot of talk here when you're a representative about should I vote my conscience or should I not? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to vote for my constituents. And what I'm telling you folks on the committee, the people in Bristol and Bridgewater, the majority that I've spoken to, are in favor of this bill. It's as simple as that. And the conversation that I get from that is when people hear that a teacher may not have to tell a parent something about their child, they literally say, "What? Are you kidding me? That can't be right." That it can't be right that a teacher can withhold something from a parent about their child. So I'm here to ask you, I'm telling you, I'm here to support this for my constituents, not for myself, and I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Senator Altschuler. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Heather Raymond. I'm the current state rep for Hillsborough District 5, Nashua. Before running for this office, I've dedicated my life to serving children and families in my community. I was a forensic interviewer working with the New York State Police to interview child victims of sexual violence for 5 years. Then when my family moved to New Hampshire, I worked for DCYF as first an assessment worker and then a foster care caseworker. Then I worked for CASA as a program manager supervising court advocates for children in foster care. I stopped working a few years ago due to a brain tumor, but I continued my advocacy for children and families by running for the Board of Education in Nashua, where I served as the president for several years, the clerk, and I'm now the chair of the policy committee. So my narrow areas of expertise exactly coincide with the matters under consideration in SB 272. Let me begin by reminding this committee that I spoke on the sister bill, HB 10, in the well last month. Many of my concerns for HB 10 are transferable to SB 272. This bill has been opposed by every major child advocacy group in the state, including NAMI New Hampshire, Waypoint, Seacoast Outreach, and most importantly, the Office of the New Hampshire Child Advocate. The legislature created the Office of the Child Advocate after a number of high-profile child deaths in the state to help us attend to our mandate to prioritize the best interests of children when considering legislation. SB 272 fails this critical test because it seeks to undermine the current mandated reporting law to DCYF by creating a new, higher standard for school personnel when considering child safety. SB 272 requires that the reporter have clear and convincing evidence for concerns and institutes a new unfunded mandate for documentation. The current threshold under state law for DCYF is a preponderance of the evidence. This will increase the danger for children in abusive or neglectful households. Anyone watching the news these days knows that New Hampshire has a problem with parents who take things too far. The last thing our community needs is to make it easier for abusive parents to utilize institutions to further control and harm children. The second test for consideration regarding bills, for bills regarding children and schools, is whether the bill is in the academic best interests of children. SB 272 fails this test. This bill will undermine our children's success by requiring teachers to focus on tracking students' romantic and personal lives instead of leaving those private family matters alone and sticking to their academic content areas. It should be noted that items A through S in the proposed bill are already in state statute. And I printed this information for the committee's review. This is already on the
Representative,
Department of
you're out of
Education's
time.
website.
If you have written testimony, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Senator Deborah Altshuler from District 24. I'll provide my testimony at the end. You've been asked today to keep an open mind, and you've been told children are the possession of parents. And indeed, I urge you all to keep an open mind and remember that children are people. They're not chattel. Parents are responsible for their children. They're supposed to provide them with care and keeping, provide for their medical care, shelter, food, and clothing. Can we legislate parents to love their children? Can we legislate that parents should protect their children? No. We can't. In fact, you heard today that teachers are now going to be responsible for reporting out to parents so that children must engage in what has been described from this microphone as uncomfortable conversations. What could possibly be uncomfortable? Would it be because some parents wouldn't approach what has been called an uncomfortable conversation with grace, understanding, and open minds? You have heard from my colleague from this microphone that this will make the problem worse. What problem? Are parents having problems they need the legislature to solve? This bill states that parents may sue an educator for declaratory damages if they believe the educator has violated this upcoming law. This bill is designed to assume that every parent has just somehow missed out on the opportunity to talk with their children about their gender identity. Think about this. As a parent, and there are lots of us in the room here today, did you create a gender-neutral home and specifically create spaces for your child to explore their own identities? Was that provided to you? I would hazard that the answer is no. We live in a society that assumes certain gender norms, and only 1% of our population doesn't conform to that standard, and even fewer have the opportunity to figure out who they are with their family and community support for that exploration. Parents have rights, sure. They also have responsibilities. If parents were all excellent, we wouldn't need a Department of Youth and Families. We wouldn't need an Office of the Child Advocate. We wouldn't need child protection laws. We wouldn't need the Safe Adult program. The sad reality is we do. Parents need to take responsibility for their own relationships. They shouldn't need to be pumping the other adults in children's lives for information, right? They should be working to keep the lines of communication open, right? They should be treating their children with respect due to any human being just trying to figure out who they are, who they want to be, and how they want to live their life. If a parent's relationship is so weak, so tenuous, that it is threatened by a teacher using a new nickname for a child who is doing the business of growing, that's the parent's problem. Suing educators because parents haven't created a safe space at home to have so-called difficult conversations is nothing short of ridiculous. And I urge you to reject this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Popovich Muller, then Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and everybody in the audience for being here. Obviously, this is one of those bills that does attract a lot of controversy. And it's good to hear everybody speaking politely and kindly for or against it. At the end of the day, we are here to express our thoughts and let the people who are going to vote, vote their conscience. I'm speaking as a Republican from Windham. But more specifically, there is a Republican from Windham that, while being on the school board, pushed for the very controversial transgender rights, JBAB policy and got it passed. So I'm not your, predictable person, let's put it this way. I voted for that because I felt it was necessary to protect the rights of those kids who need to find their own way. But to address a couple of the things that were said earlier,
This bill as proposed does not have anything to do with changing the requirements for mandatory reporting. The clear and compelling interest in the bill refers to the circumstances in which the school does not meet the threshold to report to DCYF, but decides internally to violate certain parent rights. Those are very separate parts of the legislation. I will also say that I don't think that anybody speaking here should be ashamed or embarrassed just because they're expressing a point of view other people may disagree with. This is not the way I feel politics should be conducted, and this is definitely not the way I approach legislation. You do need a Bill of Parental Rights because at the end of the day, there are quite a few school administrations who feel that they don't necessarily have to serve the parents and protect their rights, but they have to do things because they know better than the parents. And this is not the right culture. Yes, there will always be edge cases. There will always be parents who may not necessarily do the right things. That's why we have the DCYF. That's why we have the provisions in this law to address those cases. But overall, we should respect the rights of the parents to control their kids' education. Remember, public schools, we have laws that require kids to be educated. We are mandating that people get that education, and therefore we should give them the rights to control that education in certain ways. So the last point that I want to make is that there is a very controversial provision in the law, according to everybody I speak with, in regards to the school being required to disclose if the kid is openly, came out of the closet at school, and to keep that a secret from their parents. All I'm going to say in regards to that provision is I have no idea why it's controversial, because I cannot think of one situation in which a kid comes out at school and everybody in town doesn't know about it in a few weeks. Seriously, schools gossip, everybody talks, and I see the red flag, which means I'm reaching out of the end of my time. So I want to just thank everybody for taking the time. Every member of the committee knows how to reach me if they want further comments, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Raymond, followed by Representative Germana. Okay, Raymond's not here. Pardon me? Okay, so Representative, she spoke, okay. Germana? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome,
Chairman
Nick.
and honorable colleagues. I stand today in opposition to SB 272. Section 3A states that nothing in the bill shall authorize a parent of a minor child in this state to engage in conduct that is unlawful or to abuse or neglect his or her minor child in violation of general law. This is an argument we heard many times today, and with regard to HB 10. We are assured that any parent who abuses their child will be punished. Punishment of the perpetrator means little when we should have been focusing on helping to prevent the abuse in the first place. The American Academy of Pediatrics has reported that transgender youth are significantly more likely to be psychologically or physically abused than their cisgender peers. The Center for American Progress reports that 20 to 40% of homeless youth are gay or transgender, compared to only 5 to 10% of the overall youth population. Leaving aside for a moment the fact that the vast majority of psychological abuse goes unreported and unpunished, punishing an abusive parent after the fact does nothing to undo the damage they have caused. It certainly does nothing to heal the wounds they have left behind. Most children can and will talk to their parents if they have questions about their sexual orientation or gender identity. And most parents, I believe, will listen to and love their children, even when they make choices their parents do not fully understand or even like. Children who do not have those support structures and who genuinely fear the repercussions of revealing their true selves, however, need safe spaces where they can be themselves and laugh and love and grow, even if it is not within the family. We are constantly told that parents know their children, but why do we not also hear that children know their parents? Certainly far better than you or I sitting here in Concord. If one of my children felt, for whatever reason, They could not come to me to talk about intimate questions and concerns. I would, of course, be hurt, but my child is not my property. My love for my child and my responsibility to care for and nurture my child does not give me property rights over them. I would want them to have a responsible adult whom they trusted and with whom they could talk. I would want what is best for them. I would want them to get the care that they need, period. We heard testimony from a number of young people on HB 10 who said that they could not have spoken to their parents about their sexual orientation or gender identity for fear of abuse or being kicked out of their homes. They said that they did not know what they would have done or what they might have done to themselves if they did not have a place to go every day where they felt free to be who they were with people they trusted and respected to talk to. Why are we not talking about their rights? That's what we should be talking about today. I want to talk about is rightfully the child's. This is an inalienable right which is inseparable from the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I strongly urge you to vote ought not to pass.
Thank you very much, Representative. Honorable Mo Baxley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. I'm here today to ask you to ITL this bill. There are two types of people in the room here today. Those of us who have had the experience of coming out to our parents and those of us who have not. I implore the committee to listen to those of us who have lived this experience. We're united in telling you that this bill is dangerous and it puts trans children in danger, and let me explain why. The fear of rejection is overwhelming when you're a child. And that fear is greatest when it's associated with your parents. Let me say that my mother was not the first person I came out to, and she wasn't even the second. Children become aware that they are somehow innately different when they're very young, different from their siblings, different from their parents. And they learn to keep those differences secret when they're very young as well. They learn that the society stigmatizes being LGBT. They hear the queer jokes, they see the news about hearings like this, and they internalize the transphobia that they see and hear in society. Coming to terms with being different in this way is a frightening process, and the fear of rejection can often push children to do self-harm. A child needs a safe place to learn how to accept themselves before they come out to others. Outing a child before they're ready, especially to a parent, can drive that child to self-harm and indeed to suicide. The suicide rates for LGBT children are 4 times higher than their heterosexual counterparts. And I have no doubt that if the language in this bill becomes law, somewhere in the state of New Hampshire, a child will kill themselves, and their parents will spend the rest of their lives wondering why. I say to you today that if there is a 1 chance in a million that legislation you enact will drive a child to commit suicide, you must vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Perez, Christine.
Thank you. I am a freshman representative from Londonderry, New Hampshire. I had absolutely no intention of speaking today, but I am here as a legislator because parents put me here. I spent 2 years speaking for parents at school board meetings, at town meetings. Then they asked me to run. They asked me to run because they needed a voice here. I am the voice of those parents. It had nothing to do with any particular type of child, any particular gender. It had to do with the fact that there were many reasons why these parents felt that they did not have a voice in the schools. That's why I am here. This is about the parents. This is about all the children, all the children. We cannot provide, I had a grandfather say to me, we cannot provide equity for 100% of the people, the children and the parents, 100% of the time. But we need to provide safety for all the children, all of the time, especially in sensitive situations. Parents are the #1 lovers of their children. We don't all agree with them. We all get angry with them. But there are far more parents out there that accept their children for who they are, always. Think of those parents. They need a voice too. Please pass this bill. My constituents were heartbroken that the House parental rights bill failed. Please, don't make them fail again.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker we're going to have before we take a break here for lunch will be Diana Martin. She is from the state of New Hampshire Administrative Office of the Courts. Welcome.
I apologize, you caught me by surprise. For the record, my name is Diane Martin. I am the director of the Administrative Office of the Courts, and I am not here to take a position on the policy related to this bill. I am just here to ask for an amendment. I shared the amendment with the chair and members of the committee yesterday, and we also shared this with Senator Carson. We are looking to amend the bill to remove RSA 186:11, Roman numeral 9C, the reference in section C. The intent of the section of this bill is to provide that the chapter not applied to a court, law enforcement officer, or government agency responsible for child welfare acting in their official capacity. The statutory reference we are asking to be removed is a duty of the State Board of Education and not a duty of the courts. And so we would ask that that provision be removed to clarify this bill. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? We do have a copy of that, so we'll share it with all the committee members. Thank you very much. And at this time, we are going to take a break for folks to stretch a little bit and have a bite to eat. Then we'll come back in a half hour. go ahead and take further testimony, what I'll do is I'll just work through these cards, and if somebody is here, please stand up and let us know you're here, and you can come to the mic. Okay, Jennifer Jones. Is Jennifer here? Dan Richards? Is Dan here? Karen Hill? Karen Hill's not here? Oh, okay, great. So Karen, you're a city councilor up in Lebanon.
I am, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm also the Grafton County Treasurer. It's nice to see you,
Yep.
Representative. Members of the committee. I was not expecting to be called so quickly, so I just will pull up my testimony. Here it is. Thank you. I'm here today to testify in opposition to this legislation known as the Parental Bill of Rights. We've heard people say that parents know what is best for their children. They have said that this bill protects children. But it's time for us to face reality. There is a child safety crisis happening in New Hampshire. Harmony Montgomery was 5 years old when she was murdered. Her own father was charged in her death. Brielle Gage was 3 years old when she was beaten to death by her mother. And those are cases that DCYF was actually involved in. There are far more that go unreported and unaccounted for. These children would certainly have benefited from state resources and attention being focused on the plight of at-risk children in New Hampshire. In the current biennium, there were 22 DCYF positions proposed, and a motion was made to cut that in half and to only fund them if needed. The state is literally ignoring and underfunding a known group of at-risk children. If people want to protect children in New Hampshire, there are some very practical and real steps that we can take. This bill is not one of them. In fact, nearly every single right in this bill is already existing in state law and provided to parents. If a parent wants to know what classes their child is taking, if they want to know what books are being assigned and films are being watched, if they want to prevent their child from participating in sex education, they already have the ability to do all of these things. What this bill actually does is to target one particular group of minors for surveillance in school. This is outright discrimination, and it is inconsistent with New Hampshire values of freedom and equality. Not only does this bill fail to protect children, it actually harms them. My own 16-year-old testified last month against both SB 272 and HB 10 and is not available today due to school obligations. So in conclusion, I will reiterate the firsthand testimony that my own child previously provided. My name is Zoe Hill. I am a 16-year-old junior at Lebanon High School. I am here today to oppose SB 272. This bill will not directly affect me because I am lucky enough to have parents who support me and my identity as a trans kid. But I know multiple people who could face harm if this bill passes. They are out in school, but not at home because their families might not accept them. If this bill passes and their parents found out they are trans, then their homes would become an even more dangerous place for them. In conclusion, please oppose this bill for the sake of trans kids all around the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Viriana Mullen. Is she here? Don't see. Lily Tang Williams.
Hello, House Committee members. My name's obviously I'm not Lily Tang Williams, but I am Kathy Rago, and Lily is unavailable today, so she asked me to read her testimony. which I'll
Can you
read.
speak a little closer to the mic?
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah.
Woo. Okay. Dear House Education Committee members, my name is Lily Tang Williams. I am a Chinese American growing up in communist China and lived there for 23 years. Every child in China belongs to the state. Parents have no rights. I was subjected to the whims of central planners and their forced indoctrination. The CCP had full control over education, from curricula to standards, from testing to data collection, from secret student files to mandatory vaccinations in schools. Here is my child portrait in middle school, which I will give you when I'm done, and which was used in my student file. My parents had to pay for the annual portraits and submitted them to the schools. This file, which no parents were allowed to see, collected and tracked students' data, including but not limited to grades, speeches, behaviors, rewards, violations, punishments, physical, mental health, class, religion, etc. These records were transferred to the colleges or employers and called personnel files when we graduated from high school. I was forbidden to see my own record, and I am unable to see it now. In the past, these records were kept on paper. Now they are digital. What concerns me is that what I saw in China and why I left is also happening here in the United States. The fact that I feel I must testify to support a parents' rights bill is really rather amazing and concerning. But I think this bill is absolutely necessary in today's political climate and tomorrow's. It clarifies and protects one of the most ancient rights of all human rights, parental sovereignty. The deepest human bond is between parents and their children. The bond between parent and child must be protected and not torn apart by any political agendas. In America, children still belong to their parents, not to the government, not to the institutions, not any collective groups. Parents must have the right to know what their children are taught in schools. Schools should not be political battlefields or indoctrination centers. They should be places of joyful learning, focusing on academic subjects like reading, writing, math, and science, but not places of social engineering with divisive political agendas and age-inappropriate content. Our kids need us more than ever. They are the most vulnerable, innocent, and precious human beings and need our love, guidance, and protection. My parents could not protect me in China because they had no rights. But this is America, where children belong to their parents. I urge you to vote yes on this bill. Lily Tang Williams.
Thank you. Jennifer Jones, are you back now? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
Terribly sorry about that. Jennifer Jones, Office of the Child Advocate. Sorry about that. Wow, I'm just really thriving today. Is this not on?
You gotta get it closer.
You gotta get really close. Oh, geez.
There it's on.
Now it's on. All right. Is everyone awake after lunch? Good afternoon. Jennifer Jones, Office of the Child Advocate. So I'm here today to reiterate the beautiful testimony given by Cassandra Sanchez, the child advocate here in the state of New Hampshire. And although the Office of the Child Advocate understands and respects parents' fundamental rights, we have a statutory duty under RSA Chapter 21V to protect the rights of children, and that's what I'm here to talk with you about this afternoon. So you've heard already testimony from representatives here that spoke already, the beautiful testimony provided by Representative Raymond and her robust background in child welfare. I too have a similar background in that I was a child forensic interviewer for many, many years, interviewing nearly 2,000 children here in our state who came to talk with me about abuse and or neglect. And I can tell you with a reasonable degree of certainty, their ability to access a safe and trusted adult to talk about what may have happened to them is paramount in our ability to keep children in this state safe. I can tell you that oftentimes they would go to a teacher and tell them something had happened when they didn't feel it safe or appropriate to tell a parent. And this is not a testament to the child's relationship with the parent. It's that they were able to access somebody that they didn't have the same emotional connection to, somebody that they could go to and say, something's going on and I need to process and talk with you about it. Can you help? And you also heard a beautiful testimony by Representative Perez, who talked about her own history as a child sexual abuse victim. You heard Representative Long talk about the importance of one trusted adult, and that's what we're here to talk about today in the context of the Office of the Child Advocate, is the best interest of children here in our state. And so we stand in opposition to this bill, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next person up is Dan Richards. Dan, you back in here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Dan Richards. I'm from Etna, New Hampshire, which is a village inside of Hanover. Please support, I urge you, SB 272. This bill is about one thing, and one thing only: the truth. Citizens will try, others will try to convince you that SB 272 targets certain categories of people, that it puts children in danger, and that parents can't, quote unquote, handle the truth. They are wrong. The reality is that policies throughout the state of New Hampshire require school personnel to conceal information from parents, and when directly questioned, lie. This is unconscionable, and it must be stopped. When our elementary school age children, first and third grade, were at SAU 70 in Hanover, I'm also a 1991 grad, there were concerted efforts by school personnel to conceal and exclude parents from accessing information highly relevant to the education of our children, especially surrounding topics of sex, gender, and race. Our new associate principal, Nan Parsons, broadcasted to the community that she was going to have, quote unquote, difficult conversations with our children, lead a social transformation of the school, and form a book group that compared the US to Nazi Germany. When I asked what she meant by this, she refused to answer. And our exchange ended with the superintendent accusing me of borderline harassment, simply for wanting to know what was going to be taught to my kids. At no time was I uncivil or disrespectful. To this day, no parent knows what changes are being implemented in the school curriculum and what leadership plans, because they will not tell us. Recently, friends reported that their kindergartner was being told to draw himself like when he got out of the tubby or out of the shower, with a specific and explicit focus on drawing his genitalia. I also resubmitted a letter to this committee detailing the pornographic material in the school libraries, which is being actively promoted to students, but is hidden from parents because it is not included in the card catalogs accessible to parents for review. The graphic images of young boys fellating each other, young girls tasting each other's vaginal juices, boys engaging in circle jerks before being forced to drink cups of semen is unacceptable. If you don't think this is happening, I can assure you that it is. I have pictures of the entrance table of our middle school library where these books are displayed and promoted. There is also a school policy, JBAB, which has been mentioned previously, which instructs school officials to conceal information regarding gender issues from parents and to lie to them if directly questioned. As you can imagine, we completely disagree with any policy instructing school personnel to lie to parents. There are dozens of lawsuits occurring around the country, including in Manchester, New Hampshire, where a girl was socially transitioned in secret.
Can you wrap it up?
Yes, sir. I urge you, please, to support SB 272. Let us restore trust in the schools. We love our schools. We want to be able to educate our kids here. Please vote to affirm it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is Quincy, and then Chow Kelly following Quincy. Is Quincy here? Okay. From Dover? Okay. Okay, what about Chow Kelly from the New Hampshire Asian American Coalition? Okay. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Okay.
Is this mic on over here, or It's on.
Hello, testing? Okay, thank you.
You're going to have to be
yes.
right up against it almost. Not touching,
Yeah.
but
Thank you. Dear House Education members, my name is Zhao Kelly. I'm from Vietnam. I'm a Vietnamese American who fled communism. I came to New Hampshire as a political refugee almost 30 years ago. I'm here to represent the New Hampshire Asian American Coalition to support SB 272, the Parental Bill of Rights in Education. New Hampshire Asian American Coalition is a civic and social organization providing positive voice while supporting and helping Asian Americans. Asian Americans is the second largest minority group in New Hampshire with 3% of the population and 4% after the Hispanic. Our group has many members who are immigrants who fled totalitarian regimes like China and Vietnam. We came here because we believe that America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. Where we came from, the parental rights do not exist, nor are they protected. All the oppressive regimes believe and act as if all children belong to the state, not the parents, and treat them as birthing machines. Therefore, parents have no say about their kids' education, and they don't have the right to access their kids' personal data. Communists always indoctrinate kids and turn children against their parents. If parents dare to correct their kids of what state teaching is wrong, then they can be arrested and thrown in prison without any due process. We believe parental rights are the fundamental human rights, and they must be protected. Parents have the right to know what is taught in schools, ask questions, and inspect school materials. Parents have the right to access and review school records timely and attend their children's class as observers. Parents have the right to make all the medical decisions for their children. One quick example, I used to be vaccinated many times on both of my shoulders with shots that I didn't even know what they were. My parents were not aware of any of these events, and never mind about giving consent. There is no such a concept about parental consent in Vietnam. Nurses just showed up in our school, and all the kids have to line up to get shot without disposable needles. So nurses use the same needle for all kids. Only God knows what kind of disease was transmitted via those needles.
Chow, you're at the end of your time right now.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. So I urge you to please vote yes on this bill. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Quincy. I'm sorry, I was just in the hallway when I was called.
What is your name again?
Quincy from Dover.
Okay, Quincy from Dover. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello, Quincy. Pronouns she, her, hers from Dover. I'm here to testify against SB 272 again because of its blatant homophobic and transphobic nature, in addition to being an overall ridiculous attempt to undermine teachers' ability to teach and support their students. I'm queer. Took me a lot of years to figure that out. It was something I was always passionate about even before I identified that way, queer and trans rights. So there were rumors flying around school about me being gay since I was in middle school, including, teachers questioning and wondering that. It would have really been detrimental to my mental health if that information was shared with my parents before I felt comfortable talking to them. I'm lucky to have more supportive parents than most, but I wanted to be really sure because, kids are figuring themselves out in many, many ways, and I think it's kind of jumping the gun a little bit to have to report on every single thing that children are figuring out to their parents. Coming out is a big deal, no matter what, so outing students is harmful. I want to be clear, we've heard a lot of talk today about hard conversations. We are talking about the potential for violence and abuse. I know there are laws around it. We know that still does not prevent all children from being abused by their parents, especially the rates at which queer and trans youth experience that. I talked to my parents when I was ready in college on my own terms, and I'm really grateful for that. I think of my younger siblings still going through the school system here and how I want them to have the freedom to figure themselves out. I would also add, if you have a good relationship with your child, if you demonstrate that you are supportive, loving, and non-judgmental, you wouldn't need to force teachers to report on your child's every move to you. Teachers support students, not indoctrinate them. Teachers support students often even when their parents don't. So I ask you to please not take that support away and to vote ITL on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next two speakers are going to be Viriana Mullen, followed by Laura Speak. And Laura will need a chair. Okay, so Viriana Mullen, are you here? Until we get the chair, there's the chair, okay.
Mostly the chair is there so that if my chronic dizziness kicks in, I have somewhere to sit that's not the floor. My name is Laura Speak. I live in Windham. I grew up in Meredith. I went to the same high school that my mother and my grandfather did. I am, in fact, a fourth-generation local. I submitted quite a lengthy written testimony last night, technically this morning. But what I want to read aloud today are the words of a transgender child who cannot be here today because in 2014, she looked at her life, decided it wasn't worth it, and walked in front of a semi. I'm going to try to get through it without crying. I am sorry for how triggering this content is, but it is important that you hear the words of the people that this law would affect and hurt. If you are reading this, it means that I have committed suicide and obviously failed to delete this post from my queue. Please don't be sad, it's for the better. The life I would have lived isn't worth living in because I'm transgender. I could go into detail explaining why I feel that way, but this note is probably going to be lengthy as it is. To put it simply, I feel like a girl trapped in a boy's body, and I felt that way ever since I was 4. I never knew there was a word for that feeling, nor was it possible for a boy to become a girl. So I never told anyone and just continued to do traditionally boyish things to try to fit in. When I was 14, I learned what transgender meant and cried of happiness. After 10 years of confusion, I finally understood who I was. I immediately told my mom, and she reacted extremely negatively, telling me that it was a phase, that I would never truly be a girl, that God doesn't make mistakes, that I am wrong. If you are reading this, parents, please don't tell this to your kids. Even if you are Christian or are against transgender people, don't ever say that to someone, especially your kid. That won't do anything but make them hate themselves. That's exactly what it did to me. My mom started taking me to a therapist, but would only take me to Christian therapists, so I never actually got the therapy I needed to cure me of my depression. I only got more Christians telling me that I was selfish and wrong and that I should look to God for help. When I was 16, I realized that my parents would never come around and that I would have to wait until I was 18 to start any sort of transitioning treatment, which absolutely broke my heart. The longer you wait, the harder it is to transition. I felt hopeless, that I was just going to look like a man in drag for the rest of my life. On my 16th birthday, when I didn't receive consent from my parents to start transitioning, I cried myself to sleep. I formed a sort of FU attitude towards my parents and came out as gay at school, thinking that maybe if I eased into coming out as trans, it would be less of a shock. Although the reaction from my friends was positive, my parents were pissed. They felt like I was attacking their image and that I was an embarrassment to them. They wanted me to be their perfect little straight Christian boy, and that's
Your time is up.
Okay. Her name was Leela Alcorn, and I encourage you to research her words.
Thank you. Sam D'Agostino. Sam?
Thank you, committee members, for listening to me today. My name is Sam D'Agostino, and I am discussing Senate Bill 272. I'm a trans, non-binary person, 18, attending Nashua Community College, and a previous student of the New Hampshire high school system. This is not my first time testifying before the New Hampshire House of Representatives. My first experience was back in 2019 as a 14-year-old freshman in high school in support of Bill 263, a non-discrimination bill for K-12 students that included protections on the basis of gender identity. Since the beginning of my high school experience and coming out as transgender, I've had to defend my right to be safe and respected as a student for myself, for my friends, and for my peers across the state. 5 years later, I'm here to protect the youth of my community that are somehow stuck in the same position. I will be supporting them today by sharing my experience that could not exist in a future with this legislation. From as early as the first grade, I expressed feelings of queerness and gender nonconformity. Despite many efforts of trying to express this feeling, my mother told me not to express these feelings in public or at school out of concern for my safety. The summer before my freshman year of high school, I decided if I wasn't given permission and support to be myself, I would have to take the steps to be authentically me on my own. I knew going from my small middle school of Waterville Valley to the larger regional high school of Plymouth, New Hampshire, I had a clean slate to introduce my true self. I emailed my teachers ahead of time, asking them to use my preferred name and pronouns and let them know I read the syllabus. It was not until open house night that my mother found out I was going by these different names and pronouns. She greatly resisted this social transition, but it was the time that I had come out in school, felt the support of my teachers and my friends, and the joy of being my true self that gave me the strength to resist back and express my true self. Within a year of being myself, my mother began to learn, understand, and support my identity, for which I am lucky. As a parent, she was finally given the right and ability and opportunity to meet the adult I was becoming, and my coming out is the reason we still have a loving, strong relationship today. If we are to allow young adults to sign up for classes, get a license to drive, influence medical decisions, apply for college, and ultimately make choices that will affect their career and entire future trajectory, then we must allow them to make decisions about how they are dressed and feel most authentic. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. If you have written testimony, would you please provide it to the clerk? Allison Dyer, followed by Sandra Gagnon.
Hi, Allison Dyer, Nashua, New Hampshire. I submitted a lengthier testimony, but I'll just read a portion. So I, as well as many parents, have stood before our local school boards and state legislators across the state to claim the right, parents' rights. We have been met by government officials who declare themselves the ultimate determiners of what is best for our children, or told the rights that we've stated that we thought were enshrined by such things as the 14th Amendment, that they don't apply in this instance, or the coverall word in education, FERPA, forgetting there is a difference between privacy and secrecy. This includes growing instances of schools actively hiding curricula or critical information about our children's mental and physical health from parents. A time-old adage still remains. Safe adults don't ask children to keep secrets. Why would our taxpayer-funded education system want to keep secrets from parents in communities in which they live and work? The simple fact that the pressure of keeping a secret can prevent a child from telling someone something important, or it can get in the way of keeping them safe, or it can cause hesitation when asking for help. I feel like that's the pause that opponents of this bill need. Please also remember that it's natural for children to worry about their parents in uncomfortable situations with some of their social, ideological, or identity issues, but their discomfort has never dissuaded our schools from informing parents of things like declining grades, absenteeism, conduct problems. In all of these cases, our schools know that parents are best equipped to manage and support their children. So please support SB 272 so we can all unite around protecting all children and uphold common decency standards in our public school environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sandra Gagnon?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, followed by Beth Scare.
I'm here to testify as a parent and as a former teacher. We've heard that SB 272 does have an exemption against teachers forcibly outing a student in the case of abuse. I want to speak to how difficult it is to know if outing a student, a minor student, will put that child's mental health and possibly their life in danger. Let me tell you my family story. My eldest child in high school was starting to learn about her sexual and gender identity. She first thought she might be bisexual. She came later to feel that they were non-binary or genderqueer. And the final realization was that he was trans male. My son had every reason to believe that with two very loving parents, he would be accepted and loved no matter what. My son knew that I was very supportive of gay and lesbian rights. But my son intuited correctly that I really didn't understand about trans. And it was another year or two before I learned about that. When my son felt I was ready, he came out to me. When he no longer had to fear being rejected, which can cause a child, when rejected by the most important people in their lives, to become depressed, potentially suicidal. At the time, my son was not ready to come out to my husband, his father. At that time, my husband, Wayne, the father, was dealing with terminal cancer with only 2 to 5 years given to live and no possibility of cure. My son believed, and I think rightly, that I know my husband would have eventually accepted and loved my son, our son. But he would probably have a year or two of trying to come to terms with it and be fully accepting. As many of you know, stress when dealing with a serious health condition can worsen the condition. For my son to come out to his father, my husband, during this cancer journey, and then to possibly see the cancer symptoms worsen and death come more quickly, would have been devastating to my son to think he might have hastened that death, would have put my son into depression and possibly led to suicide over feelings of guilt. So my son chose not to come out to his father, my husband. Teachers cannot possibly know all these circumstances that a minor student has to consider when deciding if and when to come out to their parents.
Your time has run out.
So let me ask legislators to please trust that the child knows best the right time to come out. Respect that, and please oppose SB 272.
Thank you. Is Beth Scare here? S-C-A-E-R? Yep. Followed by Bill Blum.
Thank you for taking my testimony. My name's Beth Scare, and I'm a mother from Nashua. And first, I want to say that nothing in this bill forces teachers to spontaneously come out with information to parents. It says that if the parents ask, the teachers have to tell the truth about pronouns, gender, and name changes. And sorry. This is why I have a backup. Okay. In 2017, Bruce Langtot, a social studies teacher at Nashua High, an advisor to the school's Gay Straight Alliance Club, was arrested for sending nude pictures of himself to several male students and engaging in sexually explicit conversations with them and soliciting the students to send him nude photos of themselves. He also solicited them to meet with him to engage in sex. In 2021, popular Concord High School teacher Joshua Harwood was arrested on child sex abuse image charges, prostitution, and endangering the welfare of a child. Like Bruce Langtot, he was soliciting sex with male students. He had formerly taught in Nashua as well. Teachers sexually abusing students is not uncommon. These teachers are too, I know the details of it because of their association with my city of Nashua. Google teachers sexually abusing students in New Hampshire to find many more such cases. Many of those testifying say they are concerned about protecting LGBTQ students and that we should automatically trust teachers to do the best for their students. And these teachers can be trusted to keep secrets from parents. The truth is that no one cares about kids more than their parents. Teachers are human and fallible, and they have much less invested in the well-being of students, and they have their own interests at heart. Many say this bill undermines trust between students and teachers, but those same people think nothing of undermining the trust between those students and their parents by allowing teachers to hide information from parents. Children hide a lot of critical information from parents when they are taking illegal drugs, cutting themselves, starving themselves, binging and purging, driving recklessly, and the list goes on. By the same logic, I have heard from many the fact that the child is hiding these things from parents means that the parents can't be trusted with that information. That is ludicrous. And because they fear what teachers are hiding from their kids, parents are fleeing public schools. If you want public schools to thrive, then you need to win the trust of parents back. Please vote ought to pass on SB 272 to support our parents and students.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Nothing. Thank you. Bill Blum. Bill?
Hello.
Okay.
I'd say it's nice to see everyone again. However, we're here for obvious reasons. My name is Bill Blum. Been here far too often to defend myself and my community that I am so deeply involved in. I am from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Let's just summarize briefly where we're at here. This bill, SB 272, is very similar to the one that was here in a full House vote a month ago. I sat up in the gallery, front row, and witnessed the vote. It did not pass. A lot of the words in that version are the same in this version. Why are we here wasting our time? Why are we here talking about the same thing when it was already decided? We talk about parental rights. Listen, my daughter is not my dog. My daughter is my daughter. We are all human beings. We all breathe the same air. Some of you on the other side of the microphone might have different license plates than the people on this side. Doesn't matter. We're all human beings. Let's respect each other as such. Do not force someone to tell their coming out story, because that is a sacred thing that I kept secret for 43 years. However, over the last couple of months, the only thing you needed to hear my coming out story was a stable internet connection or the ability to get yourself into this chamber or across the street to hear it. Sorry, I'm a little animated. The one thing that I want to say is if the Parental Bill of Rights is already established, why do we need a law to clarify that? There is already a law that says you can't drink and drive a car. Do we need a law that says you can't put a beer in the cup holder and open it? No. Let's be realistic, people. And I will close simply with, I got a call from the school last week that did not tell me about my kids' preferred pronouns. It did not tell me about their name change. It told me that someone, quote, threatened to go to the school and shoot it up. People, this is the House Education Committee. Can we really take the time and focus on what's important here? Can we focus on making real change? My thought is hopefully your thoughts as well, that our kids leave with the ability to simply breathe and thrive. And my prayers are that you will not discriminate against marginalized communities that has happened with people of color, people of gay, bisexuals, and now the transgendered people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne Marie Banfield, followed by Ariel Hayes.
Good afternoon, members of the House Education Committee. I'm a parental rights advocate in New Hampshire focused on academic excellence. Parents who struggle to be a voice for their children oftentimes run into lobbying organizations that are well-funded and hire high-priced attorneys to fight against them. I have no financial stake in any advocating that I've done on behalf of parents, and I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm here today because it's the right thing to do. School administrators have high-priced legal teams that can be extremely intimidating to parents. The balance of power has been against parents for many years. Even if parents have a good case, the legal cost to them versus the superintendent who uses taxpayer money and attorneys results in parents giving up. They pull their kids out. Enrollment numbers are going down. You can look at the numbers. Public school enrollment numbers decline. Private school and homeschool numbers go up. Parental rights bill would help shift some of that power back to the parents, which would help stop the exodus from the public schools. So that's something just to keep in mind. So let's be honest about the lack of student privacy in our public schools right now. Everyone seems to think that personally identifiable information is private. It is not. Who knows how many times if a child comes in and decides to use a different name at school? All their teachers know, all the children know. Children go home, tell their parents, their friends know, but now we're telling the schools, don't tell the parent. So everybody knows, but not the parent. Not only that, the schools are told to school personnel, lie to parents, not just keep the information from them, but to actually lie to them. I want to know if you know these people. I'm going to say their names. Jim Foth, Megan Phillips, George Tremblay, Chris Chant, Lisa Colby. They're just a few people who have access to your child's mental health data. The Keene State collects it, in the past Antioch University, and Plymouth State. So all this information is going out to all kinds of people. But again, we're going to tell parents, nope, we're not going to tell you this information, we're going to lie to you. You know that all of these universities are collecting this mental health information without parental consent or without the student's consent. There are people all over the state with access to information on these students, but this one time a parent comes in and says, what's going on with my child? They're being told, you are to lie to that parent. The data security systems allow other people to access this information. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this. If everybody is getting this information, why not parents? Why are we drawing the line at parents? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Next speaker, Ariel Hayes, followed by Laura Condon.
Hello, my name's Ariel Hayes. I use she, her pronouns. I am one of the co-directors of the Youth Success Project, and I worked as a case manager at Waypoint, which is the runaway and homeless youth provider for the state for 2 years. I'm also a queer person, and I have experienced unaccompanied homelessness. And I'm here today to talk to you about how this bill, if it were passed, would increase our rates of youth and young adults experiencing homelessness in this state. Something that I have learned again and again through my work in this field is that not all parents are good parents, and that young people are often taken advantage of, they're used to meet their parents' needs, and are often abused in ways that we've already established today can be subtle and may not become known until after they are 18. We are not always good at catching when young people are experiencing abuse in the home until after the young person is over 18. Not all parents are good parents. And LGBTQ youth are at an increased risk of homelessness. They are 2.2 times more likely to experience homelessness when compared to their peers. And 64% of LGBTQ youth had experienced stigma or discrimination within their family. And this is national data from Chapin Hall at the University of Chicago. And being a transgender young person is not a choice. These young people are facing serious mental health, suicide, and discrimination in the home, and they need supportive people in a school environment, and this bill would take that away from them. And these statistics exist without this bill being present. Young people become more vulnerable when they're homeless too. LGBTQ youth are at an increased risk of being forced to have sex, being physically harmed by others, needing to exchange sex to get their basic needs met. And these are compounding risk factors. And young people are often kicked out of their parents' homes if their parents are not supportive and not ready to support them when they come out. And if this bill becomes law, it will make teachers and school administrators responsible for outing a young person to parents who are not safe and supportive. I'm not being dramatic. These things happen. They happen to an estimated over 16,000 young people in this state each year. And by passing this bill, you would be taking away a young person's right to keep themselves safe. We have enough homeless youth in this state. We do not need more. I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you. Laura Condon? She's gone. Lane Lloyd?
Good afternoon. My name is Lane Lloyd. I'm a resident of Durham, and I'm testifying in opposition to SB 272. The last time that I stood in this room, it was for a 4th grade field trip. And in 9th grade, I started Pelham, New Hampshire's first Gay-Straight Alliance group, dated for the first time, and changed my name socially. Without the context and connotations of gender and sexuality, these are activities that almost any teen might partake in. However, these things did concern my mom, and she thought I was too young, maybe influenced by my peers or the internet, and most importantly, thought that being gay or trans meant being isolated, marginalized, and miserable. Simply put, she didn't want my life to be harder. So, to avoid conflict, we entered a mutual don't ask, don't tell period, which lasted several years. While deciding to come here and testify, I talked to my mom about this bill. 15 years or so after the fact, I wondered what she might think now. She responded that these conversations should be on one's own terms and timelines, not the government's. Simply put, the state doesn't need to have a seat at the family dinner table. Because my school did not compulsively force conversations that we weren't ready for, I had the opportunity to take enough breathing room to find out who I was, to live my life as I felt more comfortable, and to make more lifelong friends at a school club like all the other kids. When my family and I finally did decide to have these conversations, I came into it as an established and confident person with a lot more life experience. There was living proof that looking and acting as myself meant living a happy and genuine life, as opposed to the scary and lonely life that they had imagined and feared for me. Today, my parents and I have a healthy and communicative relationship, and we run a small family business in Derry together. I want this to be possible for all kids and teens and their families, for youth to have the same opportunity as everyone else to decide when to have tough conversations, and if they are not in danger, to be able to put trust in qualified adults at school. And being LGBT in and of itself is not a danger. I was lucky to have a guidance counselor who could provide a listening ear and basic support, the way anyone who works with children and teens does for small and large problems alike. No teacher introduced the concept of same-sex attraction or gender nonconformity to me. My guidance counselor didn't say, "Do you know that some kids change their names and you could too?" She didn't say that I could start a Gay Straight Alliance. I asked her. It's totally neutral information, but no one presented me with it. I, at 14, went to them. No teacher, unprompted, ever tried to steer me towards a particular future other than a happy and healthy one. At no point did a New Hampshire public school indoctrinate me into a gender identity or sexuality. I learned what being gay meant the way that many kids do, which is being teased by other kids for looking like it. As my own feelings developed, I realized they were right about me, but safe and trusted adults in my school helped me to see that they were also wrong in the ways that matter. My teachers were not keeping secrets from my parents, they were keeping confidences with me. SB 272 is a thinly veiled attempt to fearmonger about transgender people in order to chip away at public
You have run
education.
out of time.
All right, well, thank you.
You're more than welcome. Leah Wolesko, and then followed by Kelly Warner.
Hi, I'm going to ignore everything I have written down because it's all been said so many times before. I don't want to just repeat things over and over again. I have a master's in education. I've spent 8 years up till this point in public schools, middle school and high school, and I rise in support of this bill. Now, I love the young people that I've worked with, and they love me. And I think that any adult that tells a young person that people don't like you or they're trying to attack you is not doing you a favor, first of all. I don't pretend to understand why the only kids that came to me talking like this had autism, but it doesn't surprise me when I read the studies that show that they're far more likely. I don't know why, but it is the truth. I don't know why they have 4 times higher rate of committing suicide. I don't know why, but it is the truth. I know what it's like to be a survivor of suicide, to be left behind by someone who committed that horrible act, and how you feel responsible, that maybe there was something you did or didn't do that could have changed things. And people here are afraid that young, transgendered people or gay people are more likely to commit suicide. Suicide is not going to take place at the school. They don't have the time or the privacy to commit the act. It's going to take place at home. This bill does not require a teacher to out every kid. This bill says that when a parent is worried in some way, for some reason, and asks me directly, I'm to tell the truth. If I know, and I do know, that they're more likely to commit suicide when they identify, and I have a parent that's worried, asking me to lie as part of my professional duty is unacceptable. We can't fix everything. The schools can't fix all these problems. We can't even understand them all. But adding something bad is not going to help. Asking teachers to lie, to directly lie when asked a specific pointed question, is a bridge too far. You know, this used to be a calling, and people used to do it for their entire careers. They were teachers for their entire 30-year working career. That's not the case anymore. It's now 5 to 7 years. Why? We don't need any more teachers driven from this profession by being asked to do things that are against their conscience. So I ask you to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly Warner. Juliet DePietro.
Hello,
My
Welcome.
name is Juliet DePietro. I live in Manchester, and I was asked to come here today to speak to you about why SB 272 is an important bill to pass into law. I am a nurse who has worked in the field of medicine for 30 years. I fully support a state law supporting parental rights. There are many medical provisions listed in SB 272 that support our rights as parents. It includes a provision that says that the school personnel must respond in a truthful and informed manner if school personnel begin to proceed with affirming or intervening with a child's gender identity. Some of this could involve a level of mental health counseling. Federal law requires parental consent when assessing or providing mental health services in school. You can find that in Every Student Succeeds Act, which was signed by President Obama in 2015. There are many good medical reasons why it is important that no one in the school lies to parents about their children's behavior. If it's okay to lie to parents about their children for one reason, where does it end? Medical journals and research paper all agree that any medical and psychological interventions is to be carefully analyzed, and parents and children need to be well informed. This is apparently not being utilized by the Manchester school system, which is why they are currently being sued by a Manchester parent. Gender dysphoria can result in a child being placed on puberty blockers. A parent has a right to know what is going on in school. In Manchester, the public schools are undermining the social, psychological, and physical well-being of a child who is gender confused. In the medical field, parental involvement is critical when children are experiencing gender dysphoria. Manchester is also now including medical services inside the schools through Amoskeag Health. How will medication be dispensed? Will they provide puberty blockers to students? Will parents even know if their child is prescribed medication at school? The FDA has warned of the possibility of developing pseudotumor cerebri after beginning medical treatment. Symptoms mimic brain tumors due to increased pressure in the skull. This leads to headaches, anger, rage, depression, to name a few. Mental health systems increase after medical intervention and includes depression, social phobia, anxiety, crying, irritability, and anger, and increased aggressive behaviors. Will school personnel withhold information if their daughter was given puberty blockers like testosterone and was experiencing the rage of psychotic episodes that comes with these medical interventions? Emergency rooms are now seeing children who are having psychotic breaks, and the parents are looking for answers. These are terrifying crises that require parents to know what happened and why. Every parent has a right to know. Please vote yes on SB 272. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a reminder for folks, if you have written testimony, you can help us if you drop it off with the clerk here. And that way we can enter it into today's hearing. Kate McCarty, followed by Betsy Harrington. Pardon me?
I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't harass anybody. I didn't harass anybody. No.
Could you take care of this and see what's going on out there? There's somebody harassing somebody else, supposedly.
I'm not harassing anybody. It's not okay. It's not okay. To return your nursing home. It's not okay. She needs to be removed.
Okay, do we have it resolved now?
You're lying. Would you like to go out for coffee? These people, you're lying. No. Yep. Yeah. Good. I talked during your speech. I'm leaving too. Testosterone's not a parent of a transgender child. You people have no idea.
Sergeant, these people need to leave the room.
Lying.
Are you Kate?
Yes.
Welcome.
If I wasn't nervous before. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kate McCarty, and I'm a resident of New Hampshire and a parent, and I oppose SB 272. I feel like this whole thing could be solved if we listen to the experts on the subject. The experts say this is a terrible idea. Most reasonable people listen to the experts, but here we are. Here's a quote from the National Children's Advocacy Center. There are many worries for a child abuse survivor that can silence them. Research and surveys indicate disclosure rates may be as low as 16% to 25%, and fewer than 25% of victims are said to disclose immediately following the abuse. Kids don't run around telling people that they're being abused at home. It's a secret they keep, often from their closest friends. Remember those friends that for some reason never let anyone come to their house? Yeah. So imagine I'm one of those parents who are not supportive of their LGBTQ child or maybe violent toward their own child for being different. They exist. I know this, and more importantly, you know this. It can be difficult to picture, especially if you are not one of those parents, but they're out there. We've all read the stories. We've all been shocked by the depravity of their abuse. It's not a secret. When you come from an abusive environment, you learn very quickly to mask. It's a survival tool. It's a lifeboat on rough seas. You use it until you're safe. If this bill passes, you are not only going to endanger countless children who have been hanging on by a thread, sitting in that lifeboat just trying to make it until they can live on their own terms, but you have also signed off on countless suicides. Make no mistake, teachers are often those lifeboats. These kids are tired. They deal with lockdown drills, cyberbullying, climate change, all while navigating the most confusing time of their lives, the one that we call adolescence. And now they can't even turn to a trusted teacher to say, hey, I'm scared and confused. Can you help me? Please don't do this. They're running out of lifeboats. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Harrington?
Hi, I'm Betsy Harrington. I'm from Deering. I am a mother of 3 boys. 2 are in public school now, in high school. 1 is adopted and had an IEP and was very difficult to manage through the school system. I would never approve of secrets. Why would I send my kids to a place that kept secrets when I could just send them somewhere else or homeschool them? So I feel like we're destroying the system by creating this state-sanctioned secrets. Like, that just seems bizarre to me. As a sex offender counselor and a therapist, I feel like we need to protect the kids. I'm finding pornography in my kids' school. I brought it to the school. There is no challenge policy at SAU 34. So I know all you say that all this is unnecessary and these laws that are in this bill are already happening. They're not. I cannot challenge This Book is Gay, which has embedded hyperlinks to Match.com and Grindr in the section of the book that says how to use sex apps. So if I can't stop my kids from getting misinformation about sex from the school, why would I send them? So I feel like by allowing these secrets, you're going to send me away. And I heard other parents that came up and said that they've stopped sending their kids to school for this reason. We're here as parents because we love our kids. We're not giving them to you. Obviously, any parent who could say no to that would say no to that. So I'm not co-parenting with you. And if you guys decide to keep secrets, then I'll take my kids out, like these other parents have. You ruined the system. I love my kids, and I love every one of you. I care about you. I don't want to erase you. I want you to be represented. I just don't think we should be keeping secrets. If I called the school, now the school's not supposed to call me to tell me that my kid's gay or choosing a different pronoun. If I called the school and I asked you, hey, is my kid having any issues? Like, do I need to maybe bring him to a therapist or something? I would hope that you would say, yes, they need you, instead of, and now, who's really going to be suicidal? Who are you really helping? Let's be real. You have to protect the parents here, or we're just going to give up on your silly system. Please support SB 272. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Diana George, followed by Lori Corzin. Lori or Diana?
Diana was the mom here who was asked to leave.
Okay. Welcome, Lori.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to everyone who came. I know everyone on both sides of the issue feel a lot about the issue. A lot of what I prepared is already been said. I want to concentrate on two things, though. This is literally a bill which will not only allow teachers and school administration to lie to parents, but it actually encourages them to lie to parents. Just so you know, I'm a parent of 2 boys, 1 grandson. I have a ton of nieces and nephews who I care deeply about. There's not one teacher in any of their school systems who care more about them than I do. There's not one school administrator who loves and cherishes that child more than the parent does. I want what's right for my kid, and if my kid comes to me and says that he's gay or he's trans, or I'll deal with that. As a matter of fact, I did deal with that. But for the experts to say that parents don't understand or Christian parents are going to be evil to their children, it's just not right. By opposing this bill, you're giving people the permission to lie to parents. Think about that. I mean, from a very young age, we teach our kids, don't lie, don't lie. And now you guys are actually hiding things from them. The second part, the second point I want to bring up is that, just to bridge on what somebody else said, for a school to know that somebody is coming out as trans or LGBTQ, with the high suicides rate, sometimes 4 times as likely to commit suicide, and just sending them home without parents even knowing, you're asking these kids to live a double life. Not only that, but you're telling these kids you can be a boy now, but just make sure you're a girl at home. So what happens over school vacation? What happens over summer vacation? These parents have no idea the trauma and the instability they feel inside. There's no help for them at home. It's not the government's right to lie to parents. Please support this bill.
Thank you. Is Viriana Mullen here? No. William Pollitt? Denise Rivard?
Up we go.
Jessica Bowman? Or you're?
Over here. Denise Rivard.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I prepared a little something. I come from a different viewpoint than most people, I think, with my background. So I'd like to start out by giving a little bit about my background. First and foremost, I am a Christian. I was a former teacher in the public school system here in New Hampshire. I am also a retired nurse and a member of the LGBT+ community. I brought 2 very successful children in this world, and they are now parents themselves. As a parent, I would like to know that my children and grandchildren would be given respect from their teachers and school systems to continue with an open dialogue when it comes to their education and development. We have developed teacher-parent nights for a reason, but it doesn't end there. Open and honest communication with parents or parents and a teaching staff should create a team for the same cause, a well-rounded student and hopefully an important member of our society. As a former New Hampshire certified teacher for 20 years, and in our New Hampshire systems here, I taught in 2 of them as a high school teacher. I have the utmost respect to my fellow teachers. I understand the daily battles and victories that goes on in a classroom every day. I support and salute you with the added pressures that both parents and teachers undertake at any given time throughout the academic year. Pressure comes from all directions. It could be violence, lack of performance academically, discipline, or a new educational regime. These are all difficult times for both teachers and parents. We need to work together as mandated by our codes of ethics. Division is weakness and disruptive towards our ultimate goal, the student. This means every student is our responsibility. Both parents and teachers remain as integral parts in forming that child and awarding opportunities for success. That's what we want. And I was that teacher that kids came to in my life. And I never turned a kid away. And I worked with gays, trans, abusive kids, everything. And they came on their own volition. And to say it ends at 3, no, that's when it starts for a lot of those kids. They come after school. They want to talk to you. As a member of the...
Your time is up now.
Okay. I was going to just do that, but I'm going for the bill, please. Let's relook at this and do those amendments and make a difference and bring our community together.
Thank you. Jessica Bowman, followed by Francesca Potenza. Thank you. Jessica not here? Francesca?
I am here to support Senate Bill 272 because I love and I trust my mom and my dad. They are my parents. How could schools keep information about any student when the parents specifically ask for it? It's insane to me. It's sad to watch all of this testimony. Teachers' main purpose is to teach, like reading and writing and arithmetic, right? I know that when I was bullied in 6th grade at a public school, none of those teachers nor administrators told my parents, and I was bullied for many months. One day, I locked myself in a bathroom for about 45 minutes because a group of boys were harassing me, and yet no one really cared until after all that time, I was finally found, and my mom did get a phone call from the school. But yet, guess what? They didn't give her really any much information until I had to tell my story. That was in 2019 at supposedly one of the best schools in the district. This is why we need this bill, coming from a very concerned teen who cares about all those other kids and teenagers. I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Leonard Flusher. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Len Fleischer, an elected member of the Chesterfield School Board. I've been a teacher, a school psychologist, a school counselor, a child and family psychologist, and a retired professor of education at Keene State College. My experience with children in schools strongly informs me that this bill is deeply problematic, even dangerous. It's antithetical to best practices in child and adolescent education and psychology. This bill uses disingenuous language about rights to conceal what appears to be another purpose, to disparage and dismantle public education and educators in New Hampshire. It takes what appears to be a suspicious stance about school administrators and teachers, setting in place a false cloud of mistrust and misinformation about their ostensible motives in supposedly keeping information about students from their parents. Here's the truth. In my 40-plus years experience with public schools, and now as a school board member, I have never once known of an effort to keep anything related to curricula, books, or presentations by teachers that was denied to parents. Parents and families, in my experience, were always encouraged to learn more and be involved with what their children were learning. There are clear and open policies and procedures supporting the rights of parents to engage with teachers and administrators, which school personnel and my fellow Chesterfield School Board members take seriously. SB 272 has language about the rights of parents to learn about what students might confide. Confidentiality is a fundamental and critical right of all people, including children, and essential to effective counseling. In my experience, which includes literally thousands of counseling sessions with school children, there are a relative handful of situations where students were not encouraged to involve their families. However, within that small minority of cases were at-home stories of incest, physical violence, and rejection of students who were exploring gender and sexuality. In those situations, it could be literally dangerous for teachers and counselors to be mandated to reveal what was told to them in confidence. This is a critical and essential best practice for educators. In the real world, SB 272, if implemented, would actually put school children at risk for serious domestic harm. It also will harm schools and the noble profession of teaching. Parents' rights has become the term of choice for nationwide efforts to censor school curricula, ban books, suppress the teaching of actual history, and criminalize school teachers and administration. I implore you to reject this bill.
Thank you very much. Leanne Romano, followed by Claudia Itzel.
Hello, I'm Leanne Romano. I'm here to be the voice for two great Catholic and conservative parents who love their child who is transgender. Yes, it's possible. It's because the guidance counselor reached out to the mother after talking to the child in middle school. A meeting was held about what name they would use, and they used a nickname so the child wouldn't be all freaked out or upset. And then they decided that the nurse's bathroom would be the appropriate place for this child during this time. The parents bought appropriate clothes so that the child would not be in female attire. And they also, this child went through high school and was involved in extracurricular activities, has great friends, and a big support system. His biggest supporters are his Catholic conservative parents. This child's parents have gotten their child mental health support, and health care decisions have been made together, pushing off drastic measures until adulthood. All the while giving a voice to their child and talking about what's going on within their family. I'm here to support the teachers that came forward to this couple who were struggling with this, and they did not want to come up and speak and out their child. So these parents just want rights, just like these transgender students. I support this bill. They support this bill. You should all support this bill. Parents are parents, and they birthed these children. The state does not have any rights. The schools do not have any rights. Teachers are there to teach. It's great that they're speaking with these children, and it's great that they have that ability to welcome any kind of conversation, but the parents should be in the know. They really should. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Claudia here?
Yes, I'm right here. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Claudia Estelle from Ackworth. I've taught in public high schools in New Hampshire for over 30 years, and I speaking in opposition to this bill. I'm a parent. Parents have rights. I agree with that. As a teacher, I always felt that I was part of a team with the parents and the student and other professionals to work for the best of the child. Communication is very, very important. It's always been part of the policy of all public schools that parents have access to the curriculum, can come and ask questions, can come visit the schools whenever they want to. It was my duty to also communicate with the parents about the curriculum, about their students' progress. But I do need to tell you, and most of the time, that worked very well. I mean, their parent-teacher conferences, there are all these, their emails and so forth. But I do want to tell you one story which was very disturbing. I had a student who was not working well. Her progress was deteriorating. She wasn't completing homework. She was withdrawn. And I do what I usually do, which is to call home and see if we can work as a team to help this child. I left numerous of messages. I didn't reach anybody. No one got back to me. One evening, I called home, and the father answered. And the voice was so hard and so cold, it reminded me of another parent that I had spoken to in a previous time in my career who had been abusive. So the next morning, as soon as I got to school, I went to the administration and I said, I'm worried that there might be abuse in this family. That's my responsibility as a teacher to do that. They said a relative had just also called in saying that they were concerned about the same issue. The child was pulled from school. I never saw her again. Her parents took her out of the district and the rest of their family. They moved away, impeding any ability to have an investigation to follow through on this. So in my innocence, I guess, my efforts to reach out to her parent, who I would think would be her first protector, I was actually reaching her abuser. And what I didn't know, because she hadn't shared it with me, undoubtedly made her life worse. So too often children and teens suffer alone with their doubts and questions and concerns, leading to anxiety, poor social connection, deteriorating academic performance, depression, and sometimes suicide. Mental health issues are at all-time high in our school population.
Your time has come up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Rusanne Chester.
Sorry. It's not going to work. Hi, my name is Rusanne Chester. I am a citizen of Bedford, and I am a former state of New Hampshire employee. I worked for DCYF. I had this all prepared, and as I've been sitting here, kind of threw that out the window. But I'm coming here today for a child that cannot speak for herself or himself. Desi and her mom were people that were in the system. Desi was a foster child. She grew up in the foster care system. She went from home to home to home. And I was her one trusted person. I was so excited. When Desi came to me and said, I think I'm in the wrong body, I embraced that. And I took that child to, I worked with the school, I worked with the mental health, I worked with NAMI New Hampshire, I worked with the National Child Alliance, and we were going to do everything we could to let Desi be her best self. At 16 years old, she chose to have a double mastectomy. She started questioning that maybe she'd made a mistake. But she didn't come to us because she felt ashamed. And I found out, because I was her one trusted person, I got the suicide note. I only found out in Desi's death that the reason why she was feeling that she was experienced gender dysphoria was because her abuser, her groomer, was a school staff person that we all trusted. And that's the bottom line. It's not about any of us hating on any other human. It's not about any of us being righteous and wicked Christian or wicked Wiccan or whatever. There isn't a... I worked for DCYF for over 17 years, and in those 17 years, I had 2 parents that I can say that they admitted that they didn't love their children, that they had their children through therapy and everything, that they reproduced because one of them had Munchausen by proxy. That parent had Munchausen by proxy, and the other said that she had her child specifically so that that child could be used as sacrifice. Now, in 17 years, I had 2 parents.
Your time is up.
Thank you. And I'm open to take any questions.
Thank you. Ariel Moore, followed by Jenny Broadwick.
Hello, my name is Ariel. I am a transgender woman and a resident of Bow, New Hampshire, and I am speaking in extreme opposition to this hateful bill, SB 272. I have sat here all day listening to countless testimonies from people who have used are either extremely hateful or extremely misguided. What I'm gathering is that this isn't about protecting kids. This is about controlling them. This is about molding them to become whatever ideal their parents want them to be. I have met a lot of trans people in my life, both adult and children. And from my experience, trans children know themselves better than any other person possibly can. And I can speak as someone whose mother worked as a preschool teacher for several decades, that her job is not just to, quote, teach reading and writing. Her job is to foster a safe space for children to experience love, to experience kindness, to experience compassion for others, to experience a judgment-free zone, but most of all, to establish trust with an adult who is not their parent. Now, when we go around saying that teachers can just go and abandon that trust, abandon a child's trust, and put that child at risk for any possible abuse or homelessness or even suicide for that matter, because they don't know what their family life is like. I'm sorry, but I'm failing to see how this bill is protecting kids. And, you know, it's frustrating that I have to come here just to ask for my basic rights as a human being to be respected. Because people that I don't even know can't even see my worth, and can't even see the worth of the generation below me. Leave trans kids alone. Thank you.
Jenny?
Yes, thank you. My name is Jenny Broderick. I'm from Milford, New Hampshire. I am currently, have been for the past 20 years, home educating my own children. When I was in high school, having experienced the high school world, and kid culture is what it's called, the secret world of kids, I had decided that I didn't want my children to have to be separated from their parents in the sense of not having communication and those types of things. So I chose, from the time I was in high school, I already knew that I would home educate my own children. I have friends and family who do not home educate their own children. My concern, my purpose for being here is not to control or to dominate a specific group of people or even a specific group of thoughts and feelings. But my concerns are literally as a parent that myself having the ability to protect my children. I have two stories. One is of a transgender girl who was in school in Oregon. Her teachers had conversations with her. She was not transgender at the time. She was encouraged to, without parental consent, without parental knowledge, to go to a doctor off of school campus. She was driven there by a teacher, taken in to get a Gardasil vaccine. She was given this vaccine and returned back to the school by the teacher. She returned home and she said, "Hey, Dad, guess what happened to me today?" And she proceeded to tell her parents at that point that her teachers had set up an appointment for her, taken her to a doctor they did not know, and she was given a vaccine. A month later, this young lady had begun to experience extreme anxiety and just to express the differences in personality that she was experiencing. She wanted to go to Japan. She wanted to go backpacking in Japan, and she wanted to go camping, and she wanted to explore the world. This young girl ended up having such high anxiety a month after this Gardasil vaccine that she could not leave her home. As a result, she is now actually a young mother. She struggles taking care of her own child because of her anxiety and all of the difficult things that she's going through. Prior to that vaccine, she was not like that. She was a firecracker.
Your time is up.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'd like to invite Representative Janine Notter.
Thank you. I represent Hillsborough 12. I'm just here to add my support to the bill. I was in committee all morning, so I couldn't be here when the other legislators were testifying. But I just came from a luncheon where I heard from an 18-year-old who transitioned when she was 12 and then detransitioned. And she should be coming back so you could hear her story. I hope you listened to her. Thank you. That was it.
You're welcome. And we have another representative who wasn't here this morning, Luz Bay. Is she here? Oh, there she is, yes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Luz Bay, and I'm a state representative from Dover. I'm also an officer of the NHDP African American Pacific Islander Caucus. I'm an immigrant from the Philippines. You can probably tell by the accent. My Asian American family is Roman Catholic. I am a supporter of the LGBTQ+ community, and I oppose SB 272. I reject the notion that all Asian Americans in New Hampshire are in support of SB 272. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Ashley DeRochers.
She had left, but Louise Spencer was going to read her testimony. I don't know. Oh, great. There's Louise.
She'll be back.
Hi, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my name is Louise Spencer, and I too am against this bill and would urge you to ITL it. But I am speaking today, reading testimony from Ashley DeRogers, who is a city council person from Rochester. Sorry, I ran over from over there and I have to catch my breath. I'm too out of shape. So in preparation, and this is now Ashley DeRogers' testimony. In preparation for today, I attempted to write testimony to speak against SB 272. As an experienced public speaker, elected official, and mother, I could not muster a paragraph or even a sentence to explain why. However, I didn't have any wiser reasons to give yet. My parents loved me, I know this. They told me every day. Of course they loved me. This love that fueled them to protect us. A love so powerful they had to control their children and their environment. An environment that was riddled with control, authoritarianism, and fear. An environment that was filled with physical assault, sexual abuse, cults, and educational neglect. An environment and educational setting with explicit homophobia, transphobia, sexism, and racism. And an environment that controlled every aspect of myself and my 7 other siblings' lives. An environment with no community. For many years, I have asked myself and my parents why. My father now regrets his actions and sees the harm caused. We talk frequently. We have grown. I understand now that he was scared, and as many of us are here in this room. Today, Senator Carson, along with others, have repeatedly asked why, stating that it's only about one thing and that parents love their children, citing situations that are already addressed by state law, including a parental bill of rights. If it was only about a parental rights and love, then why is the only thing different about this bill is that it calls out gender identity, sexual orientation, and transgender people? As a child of parents fueled by love and protection only to control myself and my other 7 siblings, artistic expression was my only outlet. It remains so today. So this is my message via poem to Senator Carson and representative of our Live Free or Die state that seeks to support this bill. So the poem is, it's you. You must be the pros on choices, while stifling hundreds, thousands of voices. You cry, cry.
Your time is up.
Okay, we'll submit the bill, the poem. I would encourage all of the members of the committee to read it. It's a very powerful bill that touches on the experiences that I read in the testimony. Thank you.
Tammy McNeil.
Good afternoon at this point, I guess it is. I could have written hours of testimony on this. I'll start off with just what I came up with that I would like to change 30 times listening to people speak in this room. I worked 10 plus years as a school psychologist in 2 large elementary schools in Massachusetts. I have a trans sister-in-law. We've welcomed several trans people into our lives. Love everybody, don't judge anyone. That's how I approach raising my 3 children, working with others. So I just want to really talk about my background so you can see where my stance comes from. Helped 2 young students probably about 18 years ago, little young kids that just didn't feel like they belonged in their body. I did not work with them till I had parental permission. As a school psychologist, there's a chain you follow. You need parental permission. Parents need to be involved. We're here to work together as a team. And I'll go off this now. I listened in this room to so many I's. I, me. This room is so charged with emotion, and I get it. Everyone has a story, but we have to be aware of how that affects us. And a lot of people don't have the training to understand, hey, I'm a teacher, I was trained for this. Again, I love teachers. I was asked by many to come here because they don't want to keep lies with families. And they're not realizing they're bringing all their baggage to how they're dealing with that child. As a psychologist, I have beyond a master's degree to understand, take that all out, look at it from a different lens. So we have to really pull some of the emotion out and say, how can we best serve our students? And that is with the family. Of course, there are kids that are going to be the exception, but we do have other places to get them help. We have to focus on how to best educate our students. We're the education committee. Secure kids that are comfortable because they have a team around them are the best educated, the most able to deal with this. This is not just a trans bill. It is let's come together, work together. Just this week found out from my sophomore son, hey mom, you know there's a lady at the high school, I don't know what she's called, but she's the lady you can go talk to about when you drink alcohol or do drugs and she won't tell your parents. I was like, well, I mean, and I'm in this world of education, and I'm like, wow, this is the kid's perception. We won't tell your parents, lie to your parents. No way. Once you tell kids to lie, anxiety, stress, pressure, you mess them up royally. So thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. Michaela Demeter.
Hi. A quick preface addressing an earlier speaker's comments. Teachers are actually leaving the profession because they are underpaid, undervalued, and overworked. Now, back to my regularly scheduled comments. Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the Education Committee. My name is Michaela Demeter, and I'm here today to speak against SB 272. I am the mom of 2 children who attend public schools in our community, and I have had the pleasure of regularly volunteering at my daughter's elementary school. I also serve as a member of the Dover School Board. I want to be clear that I represent myself only today, though my perspective is broadened and enriched by my time spent serving in this public office. Like you, I am tasked with evaluating and approving policies that govern the actions of the community I serve. Like you, I need to consider the intent behind policies and the possible outcomes, whether intended or unintended. Like you, I take my job very seriously. The bill's sponsor repeatedly referenced the fact that parents love their children and want what's best for them. Of course they do. I don't disagree. What the senator failed to mention, though, is the responsibility of parents to talk to their children directly and foster a home environment where their children feel safe to share details of their lives. The question at hand today is whether schools should be forced by law to reveal a student's transgender status to parents, even over the express objection of the students. The decision you must make is whose rights matter more here: the student's right to safely share information with a teacher that the student may not wish to immediately disclose to parents, or the parent's right to compel a school to reveal information their children have not given permission to share. At no time have a parent's rights to talk to their own kids ever been in question or at risk of being removed. Public schools are educating a student population that is increasingly burdened by mental health struggles. I directly see and hear evidence of this every single week I'm volunteering in our schools. I challenge anyone to find a teacher or administrator who would disagree with this. Teachers work very hard to establish a safe environment where learning can happen. This bill removes a teacher's ability to provide a safe, confidential space for their students who may disclose information about their sexual journey. This is the unintended consequence we must not ignore. This bill assumes it is a school's job to step into and force the conversations and revelations parents and children should be having within their own homes at the right times for those family members. I do not support SB 272. It takes away a school's ability to be a safe haven for students who may not be experiencing that same comfort at home, or who want to be in control.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Of when and how this information is shared.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Good afternoon. I'd just like to take a moment to speak in regard to this bill. I'm in support of the bill. I'm speaking to the bill because every person that I've spoken to in my district, Carroll County 3, since I was elected this past year, has been in support of parental rights I'd like you to consider that when you vote. Thank you.
I can tell you something I'm learning. We need to teach cursive in schools. Okay, Stephanie Colley.
Hi and thank you. My name is Stephanie Colley. I am a transgender woman. I am also a mother of 3 children, and I live in Conway. My 3 children went to the public schools in the Conway School District at Pine Tree and at Kennett. And I can tell you, I very much believe in parental rights, in the ability to be involved in their school education plan with the teachers in the school. However, I oppose this bill with every fiber of my being. I also believe that parents have a responsibility, not just rights. And as someone with responsibilities, that means you generate a family value that says everybody's welcome and that your truth is always welcome here, and that you will be loved and supported regardless of who you are, who you love, who you hang out with. So I oppose this. We already do have rights as parents. I know this because I raised 3 children. For 17 years, they were in the schools. I volunteered in the schools. I went to teacher-parent meetings. I went to open houses. I spoke to other teachers via email, phone, and in person. So I knew what was going on. These rights already exist. This is a thinly veiled attempt to create a chilling atmosphere which will drive transgender kids underground to a place that I existed in back in the 1960s and 70s. So I urge you to oppose this bill. I think it is aimed at trans children, and there's enough anxiety, depression, and suicidal ideation and homelessness among trans children that this will only add to that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Carney Mendoza. Is it Carrie or Carney? Carrie.
It's Carrie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Carrie Mendoza
apologize.
From the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism. I'm the medical director of our medicine division, and I'm also an emergency medicine physician. And I'm here to speak for this bill. It's important to understand that with the mental health crisis right now, it's very complicated. What we're seeing with the trans community is there's a new cohort of patients that seems to be caught up in a social contagion. It's mostly young girls, and we're seeing they have a lot of mental health disorders that then they're getting caught up in the medical community. And schools hiding information is really a medical intervention, and that shouldn't be done in schools. It's similar to, say, using the pain scale in schools. If we said, hey, we want to find, kids who may suffer later from pain conditions, and what if we do the pain scale in school? It'd be similar to what happened with the opioid crisis. So I feel very strongly that parents should be informed as to what's going on with their children. And so I really urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I'd like to invite Jennifer Smith.
Hello, thank you. Whoa, there's more than one Jennifer Smith? That's never happened. Wow.
Are you both the same name?
well, you know, I am Jennifer Smith. Are you also? Oh, that Jennifer can go.
Wait a minute. Who is Jennifer? Will real Jennifer please stand up?
They're both Jennifer Smith.
Common name, uncommon person, I always say.
What town is this?
Hope that doesn't cut into my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Smith. I am a retired medical physician. I'm also a transgender woman. And I really want to just kind of remind you about what a powerful emotion shame is. And that parents often try to shame their children into behaving the way they'd like them to behave. Well, unfortunately, some parents will try to shame LGBTQ kids, kids who may not yet know who they are. I certainly didn't know, but I had the good fortune of having family and community that was not into shame. And in fact, I learned in high school, in a religious high school, that I did have gay teachers and that they weren't ashamed of themselves. And that was critical, although I do know from one of them, who I spoke to quite a bit, that another parent, also of a gay kid, had spent a lot of time trying to get one of these faculty members removed because they considered that person inappropriate. That person was wonderful and not a threat in any way, shape, or form. And I think when we send a message that it's okay to shame your kids, to try to get them to be something different than they are and are beginning to understand. I didn't truly understand myself because of the general culture of shame around until I was around 40, and it took a lot of time from there. And I don't think anyone in the school system is ignoring bringing parents in when that's appropriate. But if a child wants to talk with others in a club for LGBTQ kids and their allies, they're going to be reluctant to look for that support and try to help figure it out. By the time you're in late middle school and high school, you really are what used to be considered an adult. Yeah, you need to learn a lot more about the world, but you're responsible for your own actions. That's why the bar mitzvah is at 12 or 13 and bat mitzvah as well. And I think it would do a lot of good to have this bill killed, or maybe retained and worked on if you really think there is a way to do this that is safe and won't increase isolation, depression, and potential more suicide. And we have a suicide crisis right now. So please.
Your time's up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Walter Stapleton? Not here? Okay. Katie Lennon? He wasn't there.
I think I'm the right person to follow Jennifer. I'm the other Jennifer. Thank you for letting me speak today. I just want to lift up the voices of everyone who has spoken and will spoken in opposition to this cruel bill. And I hope that you all, as lawmakers, can see through the sound and the fury signifying worse than nothing. It's signifying fear. Fear leads to hate, and that's what this is. It smells like it. It looks like it. It is it. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Andy Bemis.
Well, I'm Katie Lennon.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Andy Bemis.
And I'm a detransitioner, and I live in Lowell, but I work, worship, and do business in Nashua, and so I'm an active community member of the 603, and I'm here in support of SB 272 today. So like many children and teens today, I identified myself as transgender for years, and when I started to feel confused and ashamed about my developing body, I asked everyone in my life to call me by a new name and use male pronouns to refer to me. So in other words, I went through a social transition from female to male. Everyone in my life immediately affirmed my new identity, either out of full support for it or just to stay neutral and not cause any issues. But the constant affirmation, both active and passive, solidified me in my transgender identity. No one meant to lock me into an identity that would later leave me broken, ashamed, and more confused than before. They were really all just being nice. But the social transition eventually wasn't enough, and I soon felt I needed to take testosterone. And when that wasn't enough, I had a double mastectomy. And when that still wasn't enough, I had a total hysterectomy, including the removal of my uterus, cervix, fallopian tubes, and both ovaries. There's no point of contentment during a gender transition. We get fleeting moments of euphoria, but ultimately one step leads straight into the next. And I thought that in the end I could really become a man, but all I became was a mutilated and abused version of my old self. Social transition is a big deal, and we're lying when we say that any of this is reversible. This is a big decision with lifelong consequences, and New Hampshire doesn't even require that parents be involved. If the roles of mother and father don't include authority over the emotional, social, and physical future of their children, the roles no longer mean anything. Like me, transgender identifying youth have a high risk for depression. The Trevor Project, which is an LGBT advocacy group, reports that 45% of LGBT teens have seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. More than half of that number is transgender identifying youth. Teachers and school administrators are mandated reporters, and if a child is suspected to be 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than the other students his age, his parents have a right to know, and SB 272 will ensure that parents are notified if their children are identifying with a high-risk community and will allow the parents to decide the next best step for their child. Please vote in support of SB 272, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy Bemis?
Hi, thank you. My name is Andy, and I live in Concord. I'm opposed to this bill, which frames situations that most of us would consider gray areas in strictly black and white terms. I have 2 kids who are in the MVSD school district. It's a little redundant, sorry. If I learned that my kids' schools were reserving information from me about my kids because they were concerned for my kids' safety, I'd first consider whether I might have said or done something to raise a concern. In any case, I wouldn't worry about whether my kid was trans, gay, or otherwise different, because LGBTQ kids are beautiful and brave and should be loved, celebrated, and supported. That's the most important thing I have to say today. If any kids hear that, you are beautiful. And by the way, since it came out, if you are a child with autism, you are beautiful and wonderful and perfect. I wouldn't worry about what would happen if my kids changed their minds. My kids have changed their minds about ways they used to identify. The only irreversible effect is that they know themselves a little better. If a teacher was legally compelled to tell you your kid is using different pronouns, what would you do for them? If you take them to a therapist and that therapist recommends gender-affirming care as the vast majority of doctors in this country would, do you listen to that doctor? Do you truly want your child to be happy, or do you just want them to be normal? All children should feel safe and loved for being themselves. That is our responsibility. Someone else said this, but I have heard so much about parents' rights and so little about our responsibilities. A law can't make our kids trust us or teach empathy. That is our job. When I attended a hearing for HB 10 last month, one of the bill's supporters threatened me with sexual assault. I later learned that another speaker, a self-described detransitioner, is a registered and admitted sexual offender. And this morning, members of white nationalist groups stood outside in support of this bill because I guess white nationalists are so concerned with parents' rights. I heard a great deal then and today about the powerful LGBTQ movement to indoctrinate children with a radical ideological agenda. Here's my agenda. All kids should feel safe, loved, and free to be themselves. Of course, this bill is one of almost 500 targeting LGBTQ plus kids in the country right now. And though we make up a relatively small percentage of the population, trans and non-binary people get a disproportionate amount of attention. A Media Matters study from 2021 found that over 60% of the discussion on Facebook related to trans issues was on right-leaning news pages. I think I speak for most of us when I say, why are you so obsessed with us? Thank you.
Julie Vellens?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and everybody on the committee. Thank you for hearing me speak today. I am here as a mother and a parent who is in full support of SB 272. I've sat in this room all day today, and I've actually heard both sides. And I have friends in the trans community. I have friends in the LGBT community. I am Catholic. I am a Christian. I don't judge anybody. What I am hearing today in this room, and I've really soaked it up like a sponge, is I'm hearing a lot of what ifs and fear. I appreciate all teachers that are in school and what they do for kids. When I was in school eons ago, the role between the parent and the teacher was so important. When there was something wrong with me in school, I did go to a teacher or who I needed to share, like, hey, I need to talk to somebody. I'm not really sure about going to my mom. But they worked with me and they allowed me to fix things with my mother, and my mother was appreciative as a single parent to know something was going on with her kid. The fact that that there's several, and hey, you guys can have your own opinion, you guys over here can have your own opinion. I feel that we are being misled in this whole bill. It seems to be that we're focused on one particular group. We are not. I am a parent who wants to know when there is something wrong with my child. I don't care if they stub their toe or fall up the stairs in school or fall down the stairs. The thing that I'm hearing a lot about is parents have rights already. There's plenty of laws for them. They find out plenty. They know everything they need to know. What I am hearing is that there's one particular thing that needs to be kept out of the parents' know, and that is their sexual connotation. Why is that? I come from a school district that is very controversial. We are all over the news. And I applaud a lot of teachers. Believe me, I have friends who are teachers all over the country. And they don't like that they have to keep secrets from parents. That's what we're talking about, folks. We're talking about secrecy. When there is someone who is abused, a child in particular, if they are mentally, sexually, or physically abused, they keep that secret. They're told by their abuser to keep that secret. Why are we asking teachers to keep secrets from their parents? We have a teacher who is a person that someone can go to, just pled guilty.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kathy Holmes?
Thank you. You know, I was really supposed to be one of the first, but they wanted to save all those cards for other people. So you already have my notes, maybe at the bottom of your pile. It's the paper that has William Shakespeare in the top right corner, holding a pen instead of a sword. So I have been a teacher for 40 years, and but now I'm out, and out of school, and I want to say I'm here to present the rare case when Democrats and Republicans agree. I saw it by accident recently. I was watching a one-year-old Senate session, a full session, and they were debating the $100 million fund for the victims of child abuse. And at the 5-hour, 34-minute mark, our Democratic Senator Whitley began describing the, quote, horrific abuse, the stuff of nightmares, kids subjected to indecent exposures, being forced to watch, unquote. And then Senators Lou D'Alessandro and Waters echoed her disgust, stating that no amount of money can wipe away the scars from these abuses. The only disagreement between the right and the left was that the Democrats wanted more than the $100 million for the victims. Senator Whitley stated the reason that these children were able to be abused was she said, there was no parental involvement or they had no parents. Yes, we can all agree. That's why the kids were abused. And what Senator Whitley described is currently going on in our state-run schools and libraries. And that gentleman, Mr. Richards from over there, I felt very embarrassed that he had to say those things going on. You know, some people will say, oh, that's age inappropriate for kids. I'm 69 and it's still inappropriate for me to have to hear that stuff or for him to say it. So thank you, representatives. You've stayed all this time, and I thank you for your part in making New Hampshire so special.
Thank you. Diana Phillips? Diana here? Okay, Chris Putnam Pulio? Okay, Pouliot.
Thank you so much. I took a personal day to be here. It's been a great way to spend one of my 3 personal days. My name is Chris Putnam Pouliot, and my pronouns are they, them. And I'm testifying on behalf of myself as a school librarian, and I oppose SB 272. I have a master's degree in information science with a concentration in school libraries, and I've been a librarian for 18 years, 9 of those in New Hampshire public schools. I have an experienced educator license for the state of New Hampshire. Every educator in New Hampshire must abide, rightly so, by professional standards laid out in a code of ethics and a code of conduct. If this bill passes, educators would be forced to break both of those codes. I'm going to read the actual words of the code here for you that are relevant. The Code of Ethics for New Hampshire Educators, Principle 2, responsibility and commitment to the student. Recognizes and respects confidential information acquired in the course of employment regarding individual student safety, education, health, and personal information of students and their families. Students' names, their nicknames, their pronouns, and the clubs that they are in are personal information. If we're required to disclose those, we are breaking our code of ethics. The Code of Conduct for New Hampshire Educators, among other things, says, in fulfilling responsibility to students, a credential holder shall maintain a professional relationship with all students, both inside and outside the educational setting, and make reasonable efforts to protect students from conditions which are harmful to their health and safety. Unfortunately, it is a reality that for some students, being outed will cause them harm to their health and safety. I urge you to vote against this bill. Please do not make us violate our students' privacy. Please do not ask us, do not force us to compromise our students' health and safety. Do not pass this bill that would require us to break our code of ethics and code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Deb Kozel.
Mr. Chair, I missed my call before. Can I be re-included in the queue? Representative Stapleton.
We do have a card on you. We did call. So you're back in the hall now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did miss that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Walt Stapleton. I'm representative of Sullivan County District 6, Claremont and Croydon. there's been a lot of pro and con today. And you know, there is a growing divide in our culture that is evolving into a chasm of dichotomy and controversy. In other words, old ways versus new ways, rights of personal choices and rights versus community norms and traditions and standards. Left unaddressed, that gap will only widen. I have a little different viewpoint today. This bill is a mandate for parents, teachers, and schools to communicate and work together for the sake of the child. What we've been describing here is a great lack of communication, wall of obfuscation. That's not serving the children, and that's our first focus. In any situation of stress for a child, we have to communicate so that that doesn't worsen into depression, isolation, or worse. So again, this is a mandate for communication, for these divisions to come instead together and communicate to one another. Parents to teachers, teachers to parents. So please, support this bill as a way for better communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Paula Hurley.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Education Committee, for your rapt, patient, and considerate attention. I am a resident of Concord, and I was privileged to be a 33-year employee of the New Hampshire Judicial Branch, where we handled thousands of abuse and neglect cases over the course of my career. Most of the people, certainly most of the people in this room, and actually most people who have children, truly care for their children, love them, and are gentle and kind. And those families are probably the kinds of families where children will ultimately feel comfortable sharing their journey through their sexual identity. But I am here to remind you that there are a lot of homes, there are some homes, not the majority, that are abusive. And the children in those homes are fearful. They do not have the liberty of coming out and speaking to their parents. They are scared. They depend on us. They depend on you. You will never know who they are. You will never know their pain if they experience profound rejection from their families. You will not see the connection if they commit suicide. It would be perverse to require our teachers in this state to report suspicions of child abuse to the abuser. This is no different. Please protect the children you do not see. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Cole Lowell. Chloe Cole. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Chloe Cole, and I speak in favor of this bill. I come to you today because our most vulnerable are being targeted by an insidious ideology that is silently and slowly propagated throughout much of Western culture. I fell victim to this ideology when I was only 12 years old, the effects of which have wreaked havoc on my entire body, and I'm still feeling the damage today, and I will for as long as I live. This is because I am a detransitioner, a former transgender child who has been through the medical transition process, not quite unlike the trans kids that radical trans activists are trying to create. I was fast-tracked by doctors who behaved more like abusers and meat butchers than medical professionals into medical transition, starting at 13 when I was given puberty suppressants and cross-sex hormones before they took my breasts away from me at 15 years old. I don't know the status of my fertility. I don't know if I can carry to term. I don't know how many years this has taken off of my life. I have no idea because the medical community has failed me repeatedly at every turn. I was just a child. I didn't deserve any of this, but I have to live with chronic physical and psychological pain because of this. My voice will always be lower and weaker than it should be. Parts of my body have been masculinized permanently, and because my puberty was disrupted when I was barely a teenager, I have stopped growing, and I will never develop quite like I was supposed to. I'm still suffering the consequences of the atrophy of my reproductive and pelvic organs. I will never be able to breastfeed, and I have no idea for how much longer these big wounds on my chest will be leaking fluid every day. After every morning and after every shower, I have to dress up these wounds with bandages so that this fluid doesn't stain my clothing and bedding. No child and no adult deserves to go through the pain that I have. If this is the outcome with fully supportive parents, with the best resources possible, do you really think it would be any better if we hide it from parents? The best data we have on social transition in minors from the AAP says that once social transition is affirmed, around 90% or more will continue on to medicalization. In another study, if the child's identity is not affirmed, the vast majority of kids will desist before the age of 18. They grow out of it when they are just given the chance to be kids. How are teachers and school administrators qualified to administer complex psychological interventions like social transition, knowing that by initiating this intervention, it will lead to lifelong medical experimentation? We have a chance today to turn the tide in New Hampshire. It is of the essence that we fight this because there are vulnerable children, many of whom are gay or on the spectrum. Children just like me who are counting on us. Don't wait a decade until there are hundreds of me standing in front of you. This is our last chance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call forward Nancy Brenner. B-R-E-N-N-A. That might be an I, but there's no E. Well, we do need a little bit of that Zahner Bloser, you know, the old cursive writing or manuscript, the Palmer method, what it be?
I'm Nancy Brennan. I am Nancy
Okay,
Brennan.
I read it right. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's hard to stand up here right now because of so many of the things I've heard. The last story was heartbreaking. That was an individual with a story. We need to remember that each of these kids are individuals with stories. And with all due respect, I do not believe that most kids choose to detransition when they grow up. In fact, what I have read is that very, very few of them do. And while my heart breaks for anybody that is hurting for what has happened to them, my heart also breaks for the people that I have seen testify again and again and again. Please listen to us, is what they say. Today I heard some particularly cruel things said, and I watched a young person put their arm around another young person in the LGBTQ community. We are subjecting these kids to so much hurt. And like it or not, the truth is, othering the transgender community and demonizing public teachers has spread across this country. It's out there, we see it. We see it at political rallies. We hear all kinds of terminology that is false. Meanwhile, and I have done some research, looked at statistics, if you look at a school of 1,000 kids, there are probably 5 who are gender non-conforming who cannot go to a parent for whatever reason. Not because the parent's going to shoot them. Maybe the parent is going to say, get out of the house. Maybe it's the shame. Maybe they just need time. And yet we are putting all this effort into the 4 parts of this bill that might hurt those 5 kids out of 1,000. Why are we doing that? Why aren't we talking about what we should be talking about? A good education for all kids, finding ways to finance it that is fair, finding the kind of mental health and social services that these kids need. 2 of the speakers that I heard, one listed all of the professional, child-oriented organizations that are against this bill. Listen to them. And please, listen to the kids who have gone through it. If they dare tell you, unfortunately, a lot of them don't.
Thank you. Therese Bastarache? We're in a hurry. Kids are getting off the bus.
I appreciate you taking my, I am in support of SB 272. My name is Therese Bastarache. I'm from Loudon, New Hampshire. I have 2 little boys who are going to get off the bus here shortly. I want to first say that I do not see this bill as a transgender sexual orientation bill whatsoever. And I think that that has been the majority of the conversation here today. What has been brought to my attention is that there's surveys that are being given to our children in the schools in which the schools get compensation for that have a lot of information or questions in them that a lot of us parents would not want our child to be asked the question as to, is there someone of the same sex they would like to be intimate with without our knowledge? We don't want to see things on our Chromebooks where it's asking a young man to ejaculate into a Mountain Dew bottle or be retaliated to drink someone else's ejaculate and not know that that's on their Chromebook. We want to know what's in our libraries. We want to know what our kids are being subject to. We want to know what they're facing during their school day, and that's being withheld from us. Quickly, my testimony, we're telling children to lie to parents. Is that not creating just more stigma? Like, don't we want the community to embrace these children with whatever pursuit of happiness, whatever their uniqueness is? Why would we want to foster a narrative and the rhetoric of, you need to keep this quiet, versus be proud, tell the world who and how you feel. And we are mandatory reporters. I've heard a lot of training that needs to happen here, because if a child is subject to incest or abuse or neglect, that needs to be reported as a foster mom every single time. Are we telling the children not to trust their parents and to keep lies from them, but yet to trust a government employee? Zoom out on that one for a moment. What happens when you're in China and at age 5, you go off to a boarding school and you as a parent have no say in what those government employees want to feed to your child? What if it is completely against their ability to pursue happiness in their own unique way? Is that what we want to shepherd our community and our culture to? Do we all not just want the ability to pursue happiness in our own unique ways? If a child is fearful about coming out, we are already mandatory reporters if that child is put in harm in doing so. Do we not want to make certain that this population, this is a big one for me, I'm a nurse, I know my license, I know the boundaries of where I'm supposed to practice. If I go beyond that, I can harm someone. If this demographic is truly 40% chance of suicidal ideation—
Your time is up.
I would just say we need to make sure those children get to true professionals to help save their lives. They are wonderfully and beautifully made, and I would hug every single person in this room. There is not time for hate, but these children deserve to have quality professional care.
I'd like to invite Elaine Zhao, XIAO.
Good afternoon. My name is Elaine Shao, and I go by they, them pronouns.
I'm a sophomore at Dartmouth College in Hanover, and I would like to testify in opposition of SB 272. I want to start by saying that I won't pretend I know what it's like being a queer identifying public school student here in New Hampshire. I want to clarify that Chloe Cole, the detransitioner who spoke earlier and also spoke at my school yesterday, is not a New Hampshire resident. So I will proudly admit that I did not grow up here. I grew up going to private school in the Bay Area, California, pretty much as sheltered as you can get. I was lucky enough to inhabit spaces at school where my queerness would have been accepted without much question if I so chose to claim it. But I didn't. I only came out as non-binary and started socially transitioning a couple months ago. I only allowed myself to explore my identity after settling down in college on the opposite side of the country, where I knew I could have a fresh start away from everyone who knew or thought they knew me. I still somehow managed to internalize the harmful rhetoric that I couldn't possibly know what I wanted for myself, and that therefore it would be a waste of time to treat my queerness as anything but a phase. And now it's all catching up to me while I've got a degree to pursue and a future to plan. It feels like there's never a right time to sit down, breathe, and figure out who I am. Passing a bill like SB 272 would only cut down on this precious time. It would deny young people the safe space to come into their own identity without fear of judgment. That is, before they enter into the real world and face ever more casual and blatant bigotry. It would enlist teachers and other peers to police gender norms within the highly vague parameters of any, I quote, circumstances which a reasonable person would understand to be for the purpose of facilitating a change in gender. I ask, who gets to decide what counts as socially acceptable femininity and socially acceptable masculinity? Why are we reinforcing these dated, oppressive, binary stereotypes in the first place? Lastly, the bill would directly endanger the young people most at risk for harm. The parents most likely to invoke the right to know about their child binding their chest at school are probably the ones most likely to punish them for it. Furthermore, we're crucially forgetting here that school is not an equally safe space for all. Speaking as one of the few and maybe the only young queer person of color here in this room, I don't need yet another reason for people to surveil me, single me out, and instill shame in me on the basis of my minority identity. So while the policy may have been formulated in the name of protecting children, it is clear that it only further jeopardizes us by threatening our basic rights to autonomy and privacy. It takes a lot of courage, especially as a young person, to stand in defiance of compulsory norms and live as your true,
your
authentic
time is
self.
up.
I just urge you all to vote in opposition of SB 272.
Thank you. Anthony Foote. He left. Julie Smith.
Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Julie Smith from Nashua. I support this bill. Transparent is a compound word. The first part, trans, which is Latin for across, is what the opposition wants the committee to concentrate on. The second is parent, as in the theme of this bill. It is no accident that this bill is about transparency. I'm asking the committee to ignore all the out-of-state and paid agitators gathered in the Capitol today trying to brand this bill as LGBTQ, ABCD, EFG. Instead, please indulge my request that you swap out that theme for something else. Any other issue that we can all agree on that requires parental notification as per the moral compass. Though not a comprehensive list, some suggestions are new and unusual behavior, declining academic performance, or symptoms of a medical problem. And I urge you, this committee, to visit prageru.com and watch their 5-minute video, preferably at the beginning of an executive session to vote on this bill, about the dark art of framing, because that's what's going on, as it has been for hours here in this room, and all of New Hampshire and in the 49 other states. Once alert to that strategy, the committee can recognize it being applied to other bills as well, so it is a good investment of time. As someone without kids who's forced to pay for the education of other people's kids, I support this bill because I object to the culture war against parents. Admittedly, 40 years ago, I would not have felt the same way, but it was my own parents who lectured me about the assault on the family unit being a big part of the Marxist playbook. Everyone is as sick as their secrets, and sick people rarely get well if they don't know they're sick, and their sickness is kept secret from those best in position to help them, their parents. 1 year ago, on the originally scheduled date of this hearing, JR took a picture of me at the mic for this committee, which made the union leader. That was the Senate hearing for HB 1131. That bill was essentially also about parental rights. While it was in this very committee during a blizzard on February 25th of last year, we heard about a student suicide attempt. That student's parent, who was previously a school candidate, made a point to make the journey here in a blizzard to be heard, as did many others. Don't you think that's evidence enough that nearly every parent loves their kids, as Senator Carson had pointed out earlier? Kids are not property of the government, and schools need to stay in their lane. I have no representation in the House, therefore I am counting on this committee to support this bill.
Your
chance.
time is up.
Please vote yes.
Thank you. Jennifer Smith? Same name. Lisa Rappaport? R-A-P-A-P-O-R-T. Rappaport.
Hi, everyone. I did submit written testimony and I had a whole speech prepared, but I've been sitting here today taking this all in, and I'm going to wing it. My name is Lisa Rappaport. I am a member of the school board in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I would like to just kindly remind everyone in this room, no matter what you believe, that you actually do have a right. You have a right to vote. You have a right to vote for school boards who in New Hampshire have one job, which is to set policy for local schools. We have had a policy in Portsmouth for many years now that offers broad protection from discrimination and surveillance for every single one of our students, including our LGBTQ students. This law would decimate Portsmouth policy and policy in many other schools across the state, policy that was set by locally elected school boards who were chosen by the people who live in those communities who send their children to those schools. And I fully respect the right of anyone here who doesn't want to send their child to public school or who doesn't like the values that I have to vote me out. That's your right. I hope you don't, but you can. And you do have a voice. I have been an active PTA volunteer the entire time my kids have been in school. I have chaperoned field trips. I have volunteered in classrooms. I have been on a first name basis with every single teacher my children have had the entire time they've been in public schools. And I just have to say, it has been so emotionally challenging to sit here all day and listen to people evoke totalitarian regimes to talk about our teachers and our educators who are working their asses off in a really hard circumstance every day for not great pay, and they deal with a lot of grief. My dad was a public school teacher. My dad is a Holocaust survivor. I'm wearing today on my left hand my grandmother's wedding ring, and she survived Nazi Germany. So I think you have to ask yourself which side of history you want to be on here. Do you want to be on the side of the Proud Boys and the neo-Nazis? Or do you want to be on the side of people in the state of New Hampshire who respect personal liberty? I'm not saying that I should have a right to choose the values for anybody else's family. I am asking you to respect the fact that our public schools are supposed to serve every single family, including families of faith, including families who do not want to have their kids be gay. I mean, I hope that parents can support their kids, but we need to include all people in our public schools, and this bill doesn't do that. This bill says that my children who are non-binary, both of them, and who both came out to me in their own time and in their own way, and who would have been here today but they didn't want to miss school, it says that it's not okay for them to be who they are. It says it's not okay for them to go to the GSA and talk to their friends and talk to their teachers and just share experiences
time is
and
up.
work things out. And I would respectfully say, if all of you don't think this is really about discriminating against trans kids, then you know what? You got
Your
about 40
time
lines
is
of
up.
text you can remove from this bill right now that will no longer target trans kids and LGBTQ kids. So if this is just about parents being able to join a PTA or go to the school board, take out those 40 lines.
Your time is up. Carla Garcia. She left. David Kendall.
Let me start off with saying I was a transgender woman for over 20 years. I'm a detransitioner. I am a gay man, not queer. Queer is a slur. And I'm going to address the elephant in the room. I was a member and an advocate of the LGBTQIA trans queer gender cult for over 30 years. This cult destroyed me mentally and physically and emotionally, so I can call it a cult. I was the suicidal trans kid that we've heard about all day. I was also a suicidal trans adult, because transition, affirmation, and acceptance does not take away depression, angst, and suicidal ideation. As a child, I was targeted. I was desensitized, I was groomed, molested, abused, conditioned, sex trafficked by this cult. My proof is my past. Thank you for talking about me earlier. I am a registered sex offender directly because of what this cult has done to me for over 30 years. I became an agent for this movement and for my sex traffickers. Age 6, molested for the first of hundreds of times. Age 13, and mind you, this is all by my own community. Age 13, I overdosed on pills. Age 14, I was the runaway, prostitute, sex trafficked, suicidal trans kid we all hear about. I began wrong sex hormones at age 14. Also was on drugs, alcohol. I was also had HIV/AIDS at age 14. Age 15, my mental deterioration started directly from the hormones. Age 16, I attempted suicide again. I was also sterile and had and have severe progressive osteoporosis strictly from the wrong sex hormones. Everyone that knew me thought I was content, happy, and secure in my identity as my true self. None of them knew that I was miserable, I was broken, and I was suicidal, hurting, and depressed. Had I not been groomed by this cult, I wouldn't have destroyed my life, and I probably wouldn't be here today. Desensitizing children with explicit materials is grooming. These materials, along with keeping personal and sexual secrets with vulnerable, impressionable children, is grooming. And I need to address this elephant in the room. I had gender dysphoria.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Carlos Cardona.
Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and other. My name is Carlos E. Cardona Lebron. I'm from Laconia, New Hampshire, born in Puerto Rico. I also serve on the New Hampshire Commission of Native American Affairs, and I'm proud to be here as a gay man and a father of 2 beautiful little children that I fear for their future based on what I've heard here today. I'm going to tell you a quick story about a young man named Enrique and Jonathan. Enrique figured out that at the age of 12, he was gay. At the age of 14, Enrique and Jonathan fall in love. At the age of 14, Jonathan was forced out of the closet. By his Protestant parents, he was forced into conversion therapy. Enrique finds him dead by a tree. Enrique is forced to live with that image for the rest of his life. At the age of 15, Enrique comes out to his algebra teacher, which ironically, he was failing that class. But he trusted and loved that teacher. That teacher guided Enrique to become the man that he is today. I am Enrique. I was forced to watch from a very young age parents that did not accept me. When I came out to my parents, I was kicked out of my house in Haverhill, Massachusetts. I was a gold medalist in the debate team, president of Whittier Vocational Technical High School. Great student, only failing math. And I was forced to be homeless because somebody did not love me or accept me. I am grateful today that my parents have come a long way, and because of time and age and the information out there, my parents love me, and my mom today lives with me and I take care of, who is fighting cancer. But this is the real story happening out there. This is what we're forcing trans kids to face every single day. So you have a choice. You can be the hero in my life story, or you could be the monster that continues to perpetuate this injustice and this unfairness that LGBTQ students are having to face every single day. So for the rest of my life, I will have to remember Jonathan and keep his life and his memory alive. I hope you all understand how painful this was to share with you, but I hope you take it more seriously, the job that you have at your hands today. LGBTQ students need you. And as a parent, let's protect our children. Thank you. Oppose this bill.
Thank you. Rosa Kuchar?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I just want to extend a heart felt with gratitude to be able to speak. I am a longtime New Hampshire resident, 25 years, and the first person in my life that modeled parental rights on my behalf was my father, Israel, born in Puerto Rico. He modeled with respect and with truth, foundational truth. I hear a lot of words and that describe feelings, and I don't come or approach this place with a heart of judgment, but I do approach this place with ears to hear and have a heart of discernment. And because my father modeled for me what a parent and how a parent should walk, I too walk that for my kids. My eldest will soon be 23. To this day, she calls me and says, "Mom, do you remember that time when this happened to me in school? And Mom, do you remember how they said this? Mom, you were so right." I'm not perfect, but I do stand on behalf of my God-given right as a parent, because I've been given children, and that's a blessing, and I take it with the utmost respect and fervent reverence. And I trust that this committee would please support this bill. It matters to me, and it matters to the other parents who have had this similar experience. And to those who have suffered, I get it. I've walked the streets of Boston and Methadone Mile with my husband, who right now serves ministry to the homeless and the drug addicted and those that are outside of the city gates. Our hearts are for them so that they can be restored. Let's keep that in the back of our minds. when we enter in the school system. It's a heart of restoration and respect and honor, first to the parents and then to those. We've all been students. Your experience may be different than mine, and I just leave you with this. Honor the place in which God has given you the right. You will be voting your conscience, and you will first be before Him. Thank you. Respectfully, Rosa Kucher.
Thank you. Jama Wilder.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your taking the time to listen to me. My name is Jama Wilder. I am the mother of 5 children, and last year I removed my 2 oldest children from the Hollisbrook Lions School District. I attempted to voice my concerns at the town meeting in March about the curriculum and the programs they have been implementing. We were voting on the school budget, and it was very relevant for people to make an informed decision. The moderator shut off my microphone because extremists at the meeting were yelling that I wasn't speaking to the article, which was an outright lie. I wasn't out of time, but I was silenced because I contradicted the narrative of the radicals. Parents and families are the foundation of this society, and this bill protects God-given rights that should not have to be defined. I was completely shut out of my child's education. I was refused curriculum. I was told I could not meet with teachers without an administrator present, denied access to my children's classroom and the library. I blame the administrators, not the teachers, for this. Parents that love their children and have concerns are being actively pushed out of having a say in what is happening in their children's education. In many cases, parents don't even see books or assignments because of the way technology is used today. If a child is sent to school, the parent is entrusting the teachers to educate their children, not to indoctrinate them. I am shocked that so many people would be in opposition of this bill. Children are impressionable and can be easily swayed into believing things that are not true. It is our job as loving parents to guide them and raise them in the way they should go. I personally think it's disturbing to be having conversations with children as young as 6 years old about gender. They are planting seeds and causing children to question things they should not even be considering. It is every parent's right to know if statements are made by their child at school or anywhere that they would question anything regarding concerns or life changes they want to make. If this bill is not passed, I will begin a campaign to pull children out of schools and have parents start homeschooling. There's a lot of us out here that are already doing it, and there's going to be a lot more if you don't give parents rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Holloway Testerman.
Hi, that's me, Holloway Testerman. I'm here to speak in opposition to the bill. And I just want to say I really hear the last couple people that have spoken because I was actually raised in a very conservative religious community. I was homeschooled K through 12. I went to a private Christian college. So really, you know, for people who support this bill, my parents were involved in every facet of my education. I mean, I will say I do love and respect them deeply. And, you know, they also impose their religious and moral values, including the idea that queerness is a sin, over my entire academic and social life. And yet I'm still bisexual, and this is actually the first time that I've come out in public. Parental involvement did nothing to make my queerness go away. It only served to make me repress my identity. And it created complex PTSD from being in a consistently homophobic environment that I've been in treatment for years. I'm now blessed to work with trans and queer kids every day. I'm a mental health professional in a school, For all the parents here, I will say that I'm a mandated reporter. If your kid is in imminent danger or has experienced abuse or is about to hurt themselves or other people, you will know about it, and you can request your child's entire treatment record. That's your right. You can do that. I've never had anyone do that, though. But what brings me joy is that these kids that I work with, they have information and power about who they are and who they want to come out to. I didn't know if it was possible to like both men and women and non-binary people until I was in my early 20s. Like, I didn't even know who I was, and they know who they are and what the options are early on, and that just brings me so much joy. But I will say, you know, we don't have mental health issues because we're queer and trans. We have mental health issues because we have to experience trauma from living in a transphobic and a homophobic society. And I would just really urge you to oppose this bill. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Kate Cook?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and committee members. I'm Kate Cook, and I'm a city councilor from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm here in my personal capacity today as a mom to a non-binary teenager. My husband and I have worked hard to have a very open and loving home where it is okay to be who you are, whomever that may be. My child has identified as LGBTQIA+ since their early teen years, and is an active participant in the Gender and Sexuality Alliance at school. While I knew all of this, because my child is very comfortable sharing most everything at home with us, I did not know that my child identified as non-binary and used they, them pronouns at school until this year. Why didn't I know that? Especially if my child is so comfortable and feels safe in my home. Because my child was nervous about telling me, not because I wouldn't accept them as non-binary, but because they did not want me to know that they were not going by they were going by a name other than the one that I gave them. They knew that it was important to me that I had named them after my beloved grandmother. And they did not want to upset me that they were not using that name and they were using a different name at school. I was actually stunned to find this out. But we're a very loving and caring, we have a very loving and caring home where we are completely accepting of all people. We have long had family and friends who are transgender. So again, my child was not afraid of letting me know that they were gender nonconforming. They were afraid that I would be upset that they weren't using my grandmother's name. And to find something out like that was upsetting for me, but what it told me was that my child felt safe at school, felt safe being themselves in the school setting, and that made me feel good about my child, that my child was happy and well-adjusted in school. That's the most important thing to me as a parent, that my child is a happy person and has a happy life. Not what I know or don't know about my child. We can't ever know everything about our teenagers. If my child was nervous about sharing with me, imagine a gender nonconforming child with parents who did not accept their gender identity or sexual orientation. It would be impossible for that child to trust any adult at school with their identity for fear of disclosure of their identity to their parents, who would reject them, or worse, abuse them emotionally or physically for not conforming to heterosexual gender norms. This bill will drive gender nonconforming students back into the closet because they will fear they will have to be outed for whatever reason. If your goal is to make young people feel unsafe in schools—
Your time is up.
All right, to feel they have no one they can trust, then you'll succeed if you pass this bill. If you care about all of our children, then you'll oppose it.
Thank you. Lisa Matthews?
Thank you for hearing us today. I wanted to bring to your attention something very disturbing that was posted on social media. It reads, "As a third grade teacher, I keep a cross on my wall. It often provokes questions from the children. Most are excited to hear about my faith. They point to the cross on the wall, and I tell them about the resurrection. You need to understand, I'm not indoctrinating these children. They come to me, and I follow their questions back to its source. Some have even gotten baptized in the sink. As long as they don't tell their parents, it's our secret. I tell them, guys, it's important that we keep this a secret. These kids feel something is not right inside them, and I help them to understand that possibly Jesus is what they're missing. Another teacher writes, during summer school, I have a holy closet where my curious students can get religious books and dress-up clothes. Yasmin's parents are Muslims, but she's always felt more like a Catholic and is afraid to tell them. Here, she is free to read the Bible and be Sister Yasmin all summer long. How incensed are we that a teacher would use their position to indoctrinate the children they are paid to educate and then add insult to injury by teaching them to keep it a secret from their parents? Here's the most important part of this story. Those posts weren't real. They were satire. Those teachers aren't really doing those things. They were pointing out hypocrisy. Thinking it was real, many people responded with outrage. Overall, the thing that made people the most angry was children being told to keep secrets from parents. Many of them equated secrets to grooming, and yes, they actually used that word when they thought it was being used against a Christian. What if teachers decided their pronouns were child of God, daughter of the king, and students had to use them? You know it would lead to discussions about Christianity from children. People were outraged when it came to parents not knowing what their children are being taught, outraged about a teacher discussing their personal beliefs and lifestyles to their children, outraged about being left in the dark about a philosophy or lifestyle being discussed behind their back. How did you feel when you thought a teacher was actually baptizing children or displaying symbols of Christianity in his classroom, knowing it would lead to conversations? If that made you angry and yet you oppose this bill, then ask yourself if you, in fact, are a hypocrite. Children should never be taught to keep secrets from their parents. In fact, they should be taught that anyone who tells them to keep secrets from their parents is dangerous. Please support this bill. There's a couple of things that I'd like to address.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Roger Blow, BLEAU.
I'm very much opposed to this bill. I just want to tell you all, I think I'm a very good dad. And when my daughter turned 20, after having been out in college for a couple of years, she realized that she was a lesbian. Her dad was homophobic at the time. She was afraid to tell me. The rest of my immediate family knew, but I didn't know. So when she came out to me, she says, Dad, I want you to love me for who I am, not for who you think I am. So I don't know what adults she confided in, who she needed to have support for all that time, but I'm glad they were there for her because I think it does take a village. I just want to say another time I was coaching Little League, and another coach and I decided to go see the parents of this kid because he was a nice kid, but he missed a lot of practices, and we really emphasized that. So we went to the kid's house together. When the father opened the door, our sense was this guy was unsafe for this kid. So we kept it secret from him that his son was missing practices because that was too dangerous. I believe in teachers so much. They give so much. I had an aunt that was never married. I said, gee, you feel bad you didn't have any kids? She said, I had thousands of kids. She loved all those kids. She did everything they could. They have all these IEPs for teacher. They have to teach one kid one way. They have to teach another kid another way. There's different races, religions, genders. They have so much, and they love these kids. They try their hardest to do this. And I want a kid to be able to go to a trusted teacher or guidance counselor to keep their secrets to help them until they're ready. My daughter waited till she was 20 to come out to me. How about these kids? What are they going? If they're confused, they want to know. And I really think that this is kind of a cultural war. You know, I think the the legislature is getting in the way of teachers, is getting in the way of medical things. We don't want to teach CRT, we don't want to teach LGBTQ, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's good if kids know all about their world. When I was in Vietnam, I had R&R in Australia. When we got to Australia, we had the chaplain talk to all of us. And he said, in this country, if you're caught with drugs, you're going to jail. They taught us about the culture that we had to go into. Well, our cultures are all over the place in the United States. But that doesn't mean one family loves their people more than the others. So I think this bill will hurt kids. And I have LGBTQ family, and I don't want them hurt, and I don't want them being ratted on. Like another kid says, oh, you know what? Tell the teacher that this person might be gay. Or, oh, let's get this person. You know what I mean? It's gonna be all that kind of stuff. It reminds me of when I read about Hitler having children ratting on different people. You know, I really think that's bad. So I just want to say thank you for listening, and please vote against this bill. Protect people. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Kohlhofer?
Thank you for calling me. I thought I was going to miss work. So, I only have a couple of minutes, so I'm going to get to the chase. I'm a Christian. I worked in human services for 45 years. I also was chair of the school board and on the school board in Fremont, as well as the budget committee. And my last job, well, before I retired, I'm working temporarily now, I was a liaison with correctional facilities. And if you want to hear about abuse, people suffered, I could make your blood curl. But that never was an excuse for the crime that they committed. I held them responsible. And the reason is because as a Christian, I believe that there is a right and wrong. We have a moral responsibility before God and before each other. And parents, the Bible tells parents to train up a child the way they should go, and he will not depart from it. It's a parent's responsibility to impart the right morals, the morals that kids need, that we need to work and abide by to remain a free society. What we have here is two competing philosophies. We have the philosophies of classical liberalism, which says we live in a universe guided by both physical and moral rules. And we have the philosophy of the philosophers of the French Revolution, who taught that civilization is bad. The civilization was a problem of all humanity, because it prevented them from living and experiencing and living the life they wanted to live. Rousseau thought marriage was a waste of time, because it prevented him from having fun. And he loved the French orphanages because it was a place he could put his children that he had out of wedlock. The philosophers yearned for a philosopher king. Right now, they yearn for an all-knowing bureaucracy that knows everything. It can take care of us. It can make decisions for us. And yet God did not imbue a bureaucracy with the responsibility of bringing up our kids. He imbued parents. Think about that. Joshua, when he about to die, confronted Israel. He said, choose you this day. I think it's up for our elected representatives too. I offer that same challenge to you. Choose you this day. Which kind of society do you want? A society based on physical and moral rules, or one that's based on nothing at all?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Martland?
Okay, let's see if I can. How's that?
Sounds
That good? For the record, I'm Nancy Martland. I live in Sugar Hill, the lovely mountain town.
I have a PhD in child development, and I've spent my entire working life working with children and families. And I have to say, SB 272 is fascinating. It enumerates a long list of parental rights, most of which are already enacted into New Hampshire statute, as we've heard repeatedly today. So, what problem exactly are we trying to fix with this bill? I have an opinion. There's been a lot of talk about honesty in this room today. And I think that the honest truth is that the Parental Bill of Rights is a deceitful attempt to give cover to harassment of transgender kids by including it in an otherwise benign list of legally existing rights that schools already observe and everyone agrees with. The only specific behaviors named in SB 272 relate to transgender youngsters. If the legislature is so concerned that parents be informed of their kids' behaviors, why is gender identity the only one mentioned? Sexual activity, sexual assault, bullying, risky behavior, depression. SB 272 is silent on these matters. Surely, if the state's interest were kids' welfare, these areas of concern would be included as things parents should know about. If transgender kids choose not to inform their parents of their gender identity, there is a reason. We have heard that fully explored all day. Parents who cannot accept a child's identity can reject them, abuse them, harm them physically and emotionally. And I have to say, in my experience, when a child comes to a teacher with an issue, one of the first things that a teacher will try to do is encourage that child to speak to their parents about it. That's just standard practice. I don't know where people are getting this idea that that's not what goes on. Forcing school personnel to betray the trust of these kids by outing them to their parents is cruel and infringes on the privacy of the minor child. For vulnerable youngsters, the presence in their lives of a trusted non-family adult can make a monumental difference. This is supported in study after study in the psychological literature. SB 272 removes trusted teachers, coaches, and counselors from this role.
Your time is up.
Can I conclude with one last thing? I can only assume that the sponsors of this bill have never had a beloved grandchild come to them, terror and hope in their soft young eyes, and say, "Nanny, I am non-binary." Because if they had, there would be only one course for them to take, and that would be to protect
time is up.
that grandchild by voting against this bill.
Thank you. Nancy Biederman?
Good afternoon. We made it. Okay. I am a mother and a former teacher of 15 years, and I have a question for all of you. Have you ever wondered where the line is? I'm speaking of the line in society that we never crossed with children. When adults were talking, the children were told to leave the room because some topics were not for young ears. Topics such as religion, politics, and sex were not discussed at school. Teachers never discussed their viewpoints on any topic, and we never knew anything about their lives. In fact, some of my students thought I lived at school. Slowly, over the past 10 years, that line has been blurred and even erased. Some teachers have decided to become students' friends and confidants. With that comes power and influence over what a child thinks and feels. While I've been sitting here, I have seen 2 news articles of recent arrests and convictions of school personnel and teachers and of sexual assault on children. Please, teachers are human beings. They should not be put up on pedestals. And all I've heard today is a lot of attacks on parents, but we do still have a problem in the schools. And no, a background check is not going to secure that a school personnel is safe because they have not been convicted. As a former teacher of grades K to 8 with a master's degree, I can speak freely today. Many teachers out there would like to stand up and support parent rights, but fear for their jobs and repercussions against their own children if they do speak up. School personnel do not want to insert themselves into a role as a parental proxy and hide important facts from a child's parents. They only want to teach the academic skills that they were hired to do. There have been many times where I've had to call parents about what their child has confided to me. I did this because it's the right thing to do. Many times a student would rather I not call, but that's not the role of the teacher to come between a parent and their child. No school employee has the right or the privilege to keep any information a child shares with them from a parent except under rare circumstances. School employees who only know a child for a blink of an eye versus a parent who has known their child for years are not a child's friend or parent. That line should never be crossed. You may be wondering how that line was blurred or even erased. In New Hampshire, the New Hampshire School Board Association sends out suggested policy for member school boards to adopt. And in 2015, the School Board Association proposed a policy called JBAB-R, which proposed that schools were to lie to parents about their child's activities and discussions with school personnel. The School Board Association is a nonprofit organization that is supported by your tax money through annual dues that your school board pays. This organization has over $2.5 million in assets, that's your tax dollars, to spend on lobbying not for your children, but to protect school administrations. Some would say parents have these rights listed in SB
Your time is
272
up.
already, and that current law protects these rights. So far, that is not true, as parental rights are being denied by multiple school boards across New Hampshire. Please pass SB 72 for parents. Thank you.
Chris Rivet.
Hello, my name is Chris Ribbett, and I'd like to testify in support of 272. I am a parent of an elementary child in New Hampshire. I am also a high school science teacher at a public school. I will read part of an activity that our local school conducts without notifying parents. And I would like you to imagine that I am speaking to your child or you at age 5. This is the Care for Kids program that is done in our schools. Now that we have talked about our bodies and our public and private parts, we are going to do an activity. We are going to trace our bodies, and then you can draw your body just as it looks when you come out of the bathtub or shower. Our school is asking our 5-year-old children to draw themselves naked. That's this curriculum. It then goes on the second page to say, if a child is hesitant about drawing, you can gently suggest adding more parts. Can you add your elbows? How about your fingernails? A penis? Another useful approach is to offer to draw for them. Where would you like me to put the nipples? When my wife and I brought up our concerns that not notifying parents about this activity in advance is in violation of state law 186-9, section 9. The guidance counselor, acting principal, and superintendent dismissed them and assured us that this program was age appropriate, not sexual education, and no notice was necessary. We brought up our concerns to the Department of Education, and they recommended we resolve our issues locally. The school said that they would notify parents about this, and they never did. There was no accountability. One of the problems with this bill is that proponents and opponents disagree on the definition of abuse. Would you consider an adult asking a minor to draw themselves naked abuse? I do. I would be horrified to participate in that activity today, but at age 5, I would not even be able to decline participating, no matter how uncomfortable I was. Isn't it abusive to foster a relationship with a minor and encourage them to keep secrets from their parents? There are many examples of abusers doing just that. In the same way that we should encourage students to not keep secrets about what goes on at home to prevent hiding abuse, we should not keep secrets at school. I'll read how this curriculum defines grooming. There are 5 main categories. The grooming process may include building trust, testing boundaries, desensitization, manipulation, and confusion. And I ask you, does this curriculum do those things? Is it grooming?
Thank you. David Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your staying and listening to all of us. The essential question here today really is, should a child be the one who gets to decide when they're going to tell their parents about their identity? If you think that should be the child's decision, then you'd be opposed to this bill. I'll offer you two arguments that might just to help out. First is children's rights. The argument was made way back earlier in the day. I think it was Speaker Packard who said parents should be 100% involved in their children's life. I don't think you can hold that to be true throughout a child's life. When they're a baby, yes. By the time they're 17, they have a life of their own. There's a balance there. Our courts and our laws recognize this. All of the Supreme Court cases that were read to you don't deny the fact that children have rights. For example, a minor of sound mind and sufficient maturity can get a prescription for birth control without a parent's permission, if so deemed by the healthcare provider. Anyone 14 or over can get tested for STDs or HIV. If you're 12, you can voluntarily admit yourself for treatment for drug dependency. That's RSA 318b12. The age of consent is 16. There are many exceptions in New Hampshire law where children have rights to operate without their parents' consent. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has repeatedly said that children become mature. Look at all of the divorce cases from the 1980s. Provençal said by 14 the child's preference is crucial. Buttrick versus Buttrick, Chief Judge King said common sense tells us that a child, though still a minor, will often be sufficiently mature to play a large part. In 2005, Chief Judge Duggan, in a case where one of the parents wanted to look at a child's mental health record, said minors have rights which they can assert themselves in their own best interest without the involvement of their parents. This could be today, in other words, the point is there are many examples in New Hampshire that parents don't have 100% control of their children right up until the day they turn 18. A better solution would be to table this bill and for the 20 of you to sit down and come up with a bill called the Children's and Parents' Bill of Rights, where you balance everything. This bill says parents 100%, children 0%. That just doesn't make sense with anybody's experience growing up or being a parent. The other problem I have with this bill is specifically with the compelling straight interest section, because those are where the exceptions exist. You've heard many people today say, oh, well, if there's a problem at home, we have this section to protect the kids. That only works if it works under the RSA 169C, which is the abuse and neglect standard. That does not include two very common situations. Number one is homelessness, and number two is potential threat of suicide. If a school counselor knows that a child is either going to be homeless or might commit suicide...
David, your time is up.
Okay, can I finish? That's not sufficient grounds for the school to act in that case. That section of the bill is not sufficient. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Kenneth Tassi?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the committee. My name is Kenneth Tassi, Jr., a resident of Manchester, New Hampshire. I sit on the board of Manchester's Board of School Committee, but I'm giving testimony today on my own behalf. And I'm standing here strongly in support of SB 272. Not too long ago, this bill would have been unthinkable, not really even a thought. Parental rights are really common sense. This bill arises out of a necessity because there's an emergence of a new reality where up is down and right is left, and there's a confusion, I think, in our society about what direction we need to go in. Case in point, I received an email yesterday from an advocacy group called New Futures encouraging me to vote against this bill for the reason that, quote, SB 272 would prioritize parents' rights above children's, which could prevent youth from establishing support networks outside of their family. And I think the operating phrase here is would prioritize parents' rights above children's. And this statement tells me that this organization, and probably many similar to it, who are with good intention trying to advocate on behalf of children, believe that children's rights are paramount to their parents' right, simply by those words. Prioritize parents' rights above those of their children. On the contrary, pardon me, SB 272 does not put a parent's right above the child's right. It puts the familial relationship between parents and children above the relationship between the student and government employees. So I disagree that this is 100% for parents and 0 for children. This is 100% for family. And this is not to diminish the precious and important relationship between teachers and students. I have a personal belief that teachers and nurses are two of the greatest members of our community, and they're all underpaid and should be highly respected. I'd also like to be clear that this policy or this bill is not a bill that is anti-trans or anti-LGBTQ.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I encourage all of you to please vote yes for SB 272. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Young? Cynthia here? Okay.
Just putting my timer on. Thank you for being here. My name is Cynthia Young. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Exeter, New Hampshire, and I teach in a New Hampshire public school. I'm a cisgender, straight, white female who teaches Western Civ. Couched as a parental rights bill, my kids and I understand full well that SB 272 serves as an attack on my family. Specifically on my non-binary transgender child. When my kid came out to the family, we also learned that they'd come out to friends 6 months earlier. Teens do this. They express things with friends and eventually let parents know, I trust my kid. I had a lot of questions when they came out. I started with how much I love them, just the way they are. If my kid had been outed to me before they felt ready, it could have done so much damage. They deserve this time to think. SB 272 also presents an attack on my profession as a teacher. Without a child's express permission, I will not out that child to anyone. Their story is not mine to tell. Forcing teachers to out our children will send a chilling message. It represents a gag order on children, especially those who don't feel safe at home. LGBTQ kids end up homeless at an alarming rate. You've heard a lot about that today. I don't want children to end up in an unsafe living situation and possibly dropping out of school, which will happen if this bill becomes law. Transgender youths commit suicide at a much higher rate than the general population, but that rate is lower if they have just one trusted adult in their lives. Children need to be heard by people they can trust. Children will die if this becomes law. My oldest kid, who's now in college, called me the other night and asked if we could go on a road trip together for a few days this summer. I said I'd love to. As we talked, my kid let me know of a list of states that we can't travel to since they wouldn't be safe to go to the bathroom or feel safe to even exist. Feel safe to even exist. Please do not start down the slippery slope that other states have been going to. Not in New Hampshire. I have enjoyed living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie, Linda?
My name is Bonnie Linda Velk. You can explain who I am. I was 25 years ago. I've been an educator for 25 years. I've been in 25 school districts, and my children are 25 years old or more. I, as an educator, am retired now, but I could not tell the truth to parents. I'm a parent. I did everything I could to communicate with parents. I had newsletters. I showed up early at school. I showed up late at school. If parents wanted to communicate, I communicated. My hottest day that I ever taught was the day I had to go in after a third grader shot his sister by accident. I've been through trauma, but we need to forgive and go and move and do the best we can to love those children and to support parents. We've got a lot of great parents out there. We need help for some parents. I'm not saying no, but we have a lot of great parents that really want to be a part of the school. My son, because I advocated for him, graduated from Bentley. He got 4 years of education at New Hampton School because the regular school couldn't do it. And that's okay. He just had a different learning style. But we got a lot of great parents, and a lot of great parents aren't here. Please listen that parents need to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to, Michelle Clancy? Welcome.
Thank you, finally. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Michelle Clancy. I'm a mother, I'm a Dover School Board member, and I'm a ward chair for the Dover Democratic Committee. But I'm representing only myself today in voicing my strong opposition to SB 272. While much of SB 272 makes sense, parts of Section 189 overlook basic safety concerns and specifically target trans and gender nonconforming students. Specifically, in Section U, what is the definition of a reasonable person? Whose definition is that? Because my definition of a reasonable person is someone who accepts people for who they are, allows people to exist as they are, regardless of how it makes me feel. I know without a doubt that that is not the bill's definition of a reasonable person. This bill forces teachers, counselors, and other school officials to interfere in the family dynamic, instead of allowing young adults who know their family dynamics better than any school staff member to decide when to, or not to, share their feelings with their parents or guardians. If a student is uncomfortable discussing a personal topic or issue with a parent, the answer is not to use the government to force teachers and counselors to report that student to that parent. The answer is to have mechanisms of support in place to enable better communication between the student and their family. The answer is not to take away a child's choice or their privacy. I'm asking you to look out for the children who aren't comfortable sharing personal thoughts and feelings with their parents, for the children who are afraid to be open with their parents. Please don't take away the one safe place that these children have. Please don't presume to understand their home lives better than they themselves do. It is vital to have safe places in our communities where adolescents can turn for answers and support when they are too afraid or embarrassed to talk to their parents. Please don't leave these children unprotected and alone. Please allow public schools to continue their mission of educating, serving, and protecting our youth. SB 272 is a bad idea that will make it more difficult for teachers, parents, and students to trust each other and will only serve to further divide our already beleaguered communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Palmer. Nancy here? Richard Anthony? Armstrong? Anthony? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Anthony, Plastown, New Hampshire. I want to speak in support of SB 272 in principle on the idea of transparency in government and also parental rights, in the sense that as a parent, I have a vested interest and am the primary shareholder, shall we say, in my child's well-being and all considerations about that. I understand that there are peripheral or even maybe concurrent arguments that have been brought up here today, but I look at it as a function of government that anyone that's basically even saying not to be truthful, not to be forthcoming, not to be transparent, these are all words that are incompatible with the fact that it's the government, it's our money, our children, the most precious things to us. It's incompatible. All right. In my own limited way, I've become involved in local government, at least on a planning level, on a budget committee, and my credo has been one of transparency and advocacy for the people that I represent. All right. And what I basically see here, if there's anyone that's saying things like dissembling, obfuscating, or using or weaponizing the process to make it difficult for someone to get answers, I find that very problematic. I understand that there are various regulations, RSAs and such that are probably already in place, and we're at the point now where it needs to be reiterated that these RSAs are here, and we as parents, if we have questions, if we want to be involved, if we want to know what the curricula is, we should be able to readily have access to it, readily have it provided to us in a meaningful, intelligible fashion, and not have to fight for it. We shouldn't have to sue somebody. We shouldn't have to expend time, money, and effort to go through a process that's basically weaponized, because most people won't pursue the process. They will just be worn out. They'll say that they did what they did, or they'll accept the answer that they have. And maybe they don't have the discretionary money to go to court, all right, to go through the 3-4 months to turn around and spend some money to compel a bureaucrat that might have a differing opinion about saying, this is what the curriculum is, all right? And it's not a hardship to say that providing the curriculum, or you're going to be expending a lot of money to do that. You were able to turn around and say, this is the curriculum on demand, and I shouldn't have to sue for it. Transparency is what it's all about.
Thank you very much. Susan Wiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our Education Committee people who still have ears and can still hear. Thank you, thank you. And thinking about the 400 people that sat in this room this morning, what an education that has been for them, the folks that stayed all day. I have served in New Hampshire schools for very many years. I was a certified guidance person for K through 12. I worked in 3 different school districts. I did run a family service organization, and I did at one time sit in the state legislature. I know what a tough job you have at this point trying to figure out who knows what they're talking about. I never, in all my days in school, I never heard an employee of the school district say to a student, "Don't tell your parents this." I never heard that. I heard kids say it to kids, "Don't tell your parents this," but I've never heard it from an employee of the school district. I want to say, too, that as we talk about this, professional staff have the obligation to report any abuse or neglect, the suspicion of abuse or neglect. And that's where I would fight with your bottom line that says there's no expense to this bill. There's an incredible expense to this bill. If I hear something from a student that is any kind of a serious, I'm going to run away, I'm going to burn the house down, I'm going to do da-da-da-da, and I don't report that to Child Protection, I'm in big trouble. And if that youngster, something happens to that youngster, here we are facing lawsuits and lawsuits and lawsuits. And malpractice insurance, talk to the Social Workers Association. Talk to the guidance people. How much does it cost for malpractice insurance? Because certainly all school employees are at risk. What I heard today, many things were talked about that just were violations of ethics. Where is our school board? Where is our school principals association? Where is our school administration? Why are we not talking to the people who can make a difference, who can change things? Why are we sitting here talking about it in this room when we should be talking about it with the officials who know what they can do? I'll end by just saying, I want you to visualize what it's like if you or someone you know, a child, does not know how to swim and they get pushed in the water and they can't get out. What happens? Where is the personal flotation device that's going to save that adult or that child? That personal flotation device for many people happens to be school employees. The work that's done in Head Start, the work that's done in parent teachers. Thank you. And let me just say, we can't legislate love, we can't legislate caring, but if we all did our part, we would live in a different kind of world. Thank you.
Anita Anthony?
My legs are asleep. I imagine yours is too. It's been a long day. I appreciate you all sitting here and enduring and listening to everyone's testimony. I learned a lot. I learned that there is sadness. I learned that there is success. My husband was a teacher for 38 years, my grandmother, and I homeschool my youngest grandson. There is a great division because when my children went to school, I was a parent volunteer within the school system. I worked along teachers, and I got to keep an eye on my kids and learn what's going on. The great divide that was just spoken is the divide now that has become a wedge between parents. This is not a trans issue. If indeed there are some trans issues within the bill, maybe you guys can hammer it out. I found out today that there is a law to protect these vulnerable people against abusive behavior. Very good. There's also services to protect youngsters from being abused and taken from households. It may not be tremendously efficient, but every now and then you have to tweak it. What I'm talking about is like my Bill of Rights, my rights as a parent or as a grandparent, that if I go before the schools and I ask, that I'm told. I'm told, and I can work within that framework. Not all parents are bad parents. Not all teachers are bad teachers. Work within our school board and get truthful answers from our school boards. We need protection too. I thank you for your diligence, and I appreciate it. I support the bill, if it needs a little tweaking, but I support the bill.
Thank you. James Reardon?
Good afternoon. My name is James Reardon. Last time I was here was nearly 20 years ago. I was invited by Senator Jack Barnes and Representative Frank Bishop, and I was presented this by the General Court, this joint declaration for service as a U.S. Marine in Operation Enduring Freedom. Never thought I'd be back, and certainly not for something like this. Lots of people said a lot of nice things on both sides, but that's all been said, and I'm going to be more direct. I've gone through the school system here personally, and during a time when several teachers from the Raymond School District were sentenced to state prison for pedophilia, one of which is still serving out the remainder of his sentence today. Are those the people that are the safe spaces? Are they the lifeboats the kids have to have access to? One can't help but wonder what punishment he would have received today in 2023. Makes me sad to think that, given where we're at as a country, some might consider him ahead of the curve. A Presidential Medal of Freedom from the current administration doesn't seem out of the question. It doesn't get any sadder than that. Here I have with me is a communication via email with the Raymond Elementary School nurse regarding our child in the first grade. At the bottom, she found it necessary and appropriate to list her pronouns on the signature line of her official school email. Many of us know what that means, don't we? It's a dog whistle signaling she's into radical gender ideology, which begs the question, what conversations does she have with 6-year-old children in private? What types of questions does she ask? A month ago, I promised I'd find out. I made my concerns known on a local town page via social media. Someone decided to report me to the police. The police contacted me asking for clarification on my intentions, and I was happy to tell them. That's how I came to be here with you today. I support this bill, and it's unfortunate to say I find it necessary in today's sick political climate to ensure the protection of children against radical gender ideologues who are hell-bent on the sexualization and grooming of children. Parents should be aware of everything going on with their kids in school and be the final decider of what is and is not okay. Anyone who disagrees is a supporter of pedophilia and will be judged accordingly. I will not rest until I'm sure that these degenerates are hamstringed from doing any further harm to our children. And with this law, they can be identified, held accountable, should they violate it.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I support the bill, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Mary Wilkie.
Thank you for taking my testimony. I'm Mary Wilkie. I'm a resident of Concord. I'm a former retired public school teacher. And I don't want to repeat what other people have said, so I oppose the bill. I oppose parts T, U, V, and W of the bill. Those are the parts I'm addressing. Those have to do with those are the ones that target trans and LGBTQ people. I haven't really studied the other parts, but all the other parts seem to be rights that parents already have. So I'm particularly focused on those. I'm concerned as a human being and as a former teacher and as a parent and grandparent. I'm concerned about a bill that seems to me to be dangerous to young people who are very vulnerable already in our communities. But I want to just mention something that hasn't gotten as much attention. There's been a lot said about public school teachers here today, and some of it's been positive. A lot has been pretty negative. I taught in 4 different schools. My kids went through 3 different public schools. The teachers I knew were kind and caring people who had nothing but the best interests of their students at heart. They were not radicalized. They were not indoctrinating anybody. They did not lie to parents. They did not tell children to lie to their parents. No administrator ever told me to lie to a parent, and I never in a million years would have lied to a parent. And I have to say, as a person who dedicated a good part of my life to public school teaching, it's very painful to hear allegations like that. And in my own experience, I see nothing like that. Yes, I have heard of teachers being arrested. I've heard of hundreds of teachers who get honored by their students years later to say, you made such a difference, a good, positive difference in my life. I just want to point that out too, because we haven't heard a lot about that. I just would like to say that when you become a teacher, you go through training that emphasizes how important it is to work with parents, and that the best, you'll be more likely to succeed with students. They were more likely to succeed if the parent and teacher are teams, work as teams, and that's the teachers I worked with, that's how they saw it. Another thing, most teachers are parents. Teachers also, the ones I know, believe that parents do have the fundamental right to raise their children. Most teachers I know are respectful of that. But parents' rights are not absolute, and children do have some rights. And even the Educator Code of Ethics that Commissioner Edelblue oversaw when it was signed requires that educators ensure that every child is treated with dignity and respect. And if a child comes to a teacher and confides something, and then the teacher says, let me back up. If a child had come to me and said something in confidence about their gender, my first response would have been, have you talked about this with your parents, if they were looking for advice or help? If they said, no, I haven't, and if I do, I'll be kicked out of the house, I'm in a quandary. That is not clear and convincing evidence that will protect me if I don't tell the parent, which is what the law requires. The law says, I'd be fine not telling the parent if it's clear and convincing evidence. Well, we know kids sometimes exaggerate, but sometimes they don't. We heard somebody today from...
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you. I'm totally opposed to that portion of the bill, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. I'd like to call forward Nancy Palmer. Is she here? Sue LaPointe. Liz Gabbard. Okay. Michael Thornton.
Chair, committee, thank you very much. Mike Thornton, District 43, Milford. Today I'm going to use two Latin phrases. One, e pluribus unum. I think we all know what that means. Where are we with e pluribus unum today? Where's our unity? I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 272. If I offer a minor to a school system and I expect two things. I expect them to be in loco parentis when they're not there in my home. The school is in place of the parent temporarily. I'm unconcerned with anyone's sexual choices right now. I want to know, why isn't there family counseling if there's a problem that's perceived with a child? Why the parents aren't involved? How's any child served by teaching them that their parents can't be trusted and that they don't have to tell the truth? I was going to say Semper Fi to the Marine who left. I was also a Marine, was also an Air Force officer. We were taught honor. You did not distort the truth, you told the truth. We send our children to school for one reason: education. In our schools, we're lucky to get English proficiency up to 70%. Math proficiency is sub 40%. Parents love these children. They gave them life. Parents have 100% of the duty to shelter, clothe, feed, and guide our children. Our children. Education, 185 days a year, about 6 hours a day, 1,110 hours. Parents, 8,760 hours a year. The schools have our children 12.5%. Who knows these children's medical records, fears, pains, aspirations better than a parent?
Your time is up.
Please support 272. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Duty and an honor. Thank you for the paychecks.
Emma Savigny, or, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. Today, New Futures is here in opposition to Senate Bill 272 because it prevents students from establishing support networks outside of their families, which has been shown to be a mitigating factor for adverse childhood experiences. Adverse childhood experiences affect approximately 61% of our population. 61% of adults have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience in their life. Even if you have great parents, life circumstances may just happen to shake out that you have an adverse childhood experience. It can be something like a divorce, a parent entering the prison system, severely domestic violence, or just severe mental illness in your family. These ACEs can accumulate and lead to severely negative mental, physical, and behavioral health outcomes. Notably, back pain can be caused by ACEs. So these are really things that are pervasive in our lives, but the good news is they can be mitigated by having just one adult in our lives that we can trust and talk to outside of our families. The Granite State has done an excellent job emphasizing this with their One Trusted Adult program. Our fear is that with this bill, that One Trusted Adult program will be unable to continue, and that children will be discouraged from forming these relationships that can help mitigate these problematic events in their childhood. As such, we would strongly urge this committee to vote Senate Bill 272 ITL, and you should have all my testimony. I passed it in up at the front. Thank you.
Next speaker would be Rebecca Nonn, N-O-N-N.
Hi, my name is Jen, and I'm speaking on behalf of Rebecca Rebecca Rose, who's not able to be here today. Their testimony: I'm a global racial and social inequality lab research intern, a UNH student studying sociology, and a parent. I've held membership in numerous LGBTQ clubs and support groups, both on and off school campuses, and as both a minor and an adult. In these groups, there is an essential agreement that all participants make to preserve confidentiality. This is because most LGBTQ+ people understand that safety is one of the most important issues for a community during a time of nationwide anti-LGBTQ+ legislative efforts and epidemic levels of anti-LGBTQ hate crimes. When I was in 8th grade at Runlet Middle School, I gave to my school counselor a t-shirt covered in blood, my blood, and an undeveloped roll of film containing photos of my beat-up face and asked for help. DCYF was contacted, and soon I was interviewed by a social worker at my school. I told her every detail about the abuse I faced at home. Later that weekend, she came to my home and interviewed me again in front of my abuser, my mother. I was terrified of what would happen to me. So when she asked me the same questions, this time with my abuser staring into my eyes, I panicked and I lied. The case was dropped and the abuse continued. The following summer, I was arrested for defending myself against my abuser. I was put on probation and bounced around group homes for years. When I told my probation officer I was being abused, she said nothing and changed the subject. When my court-ordered psychologist reported that she suspected I was being abused, my mother simply changed the mental health provider and nothing came of the reports. Child abuse is a serious social problem that multiplies exponentially for LGBTQ children. The systems put in place to protect children from abuse at home are inadequate and deeply flawed. SB 272 does not protect LGBTQ children, but increases the likelihood that they would be abused at home. This bill opens up LGBTQ children to unnecessary trauma. I am speaking to you not only as an LGBTQ survivor of child abuse inflicted by a parent, but as the mother of a New Hampshire student. LGBTQ students who choose not to come out to their parents do so for many reasons, and all too often that reason is related to fear for their own emotional and physical safety. I implore you, please do not pass SB 272.
Lee Smith.
Hello, I'm Lee, and I oppose this bill as a trans man who transitioned in New Hampshire, and I was fortunate to have a relatively positive experience, and a lot of that was due to coming out on my own terms, like 6 or so years after the fact, after I started socially transitioning. And the wording of this bill directly targets kids in vulnerable situations, trans kids, kids who may, I don't know, cut their hair short, and suddenly their teacher is having to report on all of these little details that it's frankly none of their business. That's not a great example, I'll admit that. I have no notes because I wasn't expecting to be here. This is supposed to be a bill about parental rights, bolstering support systems within the school, and that's not what this is. There's no compensation for outing these vulnerable children already at risk. There's nothing to compensate for that. And we've seen today supporters of this bill are relying on just like unfounded graphic claims, stories, which multiple are true in some cases. It doesn't really matter because they're relying on accusing people of being groomers and pedophiles and being cult members, things like that. And it's just unnecessary when this should just be a matter of, again, bolstering a student's support systems. And this is kind of the line in the sand where you have to decide whether you are going to support a person's right to defend the right for self-determination, defend the right for self-expression, and this bill would interfere with that, and again, could put a lot of kids in danger. So I would just highlight that from my perspective as a citizen of New Hampshire, being accused of all these things when I just want kids in my community to be safe, and this bill directly is in opposition to that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Drew Wilbur.
Hey there. Pretty late to the party here. Pretty much everything I wanted to say has been said by someone, probably much more articulate than myself, so shout outs to them. Thank you for everyone who shared a personal story. People here who are very brave to express themselves. I know it's very difficult to come up here and tell a very personal story about yourself. But one of the things I just want to say is that teachers serve a very valuable function to society, you know? Like, it can generally, like, go into the realm of, like, public health, you know? I never lived through it, but I know I can see a lot of people here would have lived through, like, the AIDS pandemic in the 80s and the 90s, and that's an issue that could have been solved. Like, tens of thousands of people didn't need to die just for, like, teachers being able to say, like, hey, you gotta wrap it up, bud. Like, you gotta do something about that. Like, I think that with the constant undermining of teachers and culture, and just the fact that, like, I know so many teachers, just personally, I'll see them just like they work, you know, the high school, and then I see them waiting tables. It's like, what the hell's with that? Like, shouldn't they not need another job? Speaking mostly to you guys right here, maybe that's something you can look into. But yeah, no, I think it's kind of just disgusting, and I think that for the few of you who are still in support of this bill, you have people in your life that you can talk to and be like, hey, you probably had someone in your life who wasn't completely cool with you. How'd that go for you? How did that feel to talk to someone like that? Like, to have someone that you care about, someone you love, who not completely okay with that. And how would it feel if that person, before they were okay to meet you on your own terms, just was told, was by a teacher? Like, that suck. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Dan Weeks? Not here. Catherine Orell? Morgan Brown?
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Morgan, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm from Dover. I'm here to represent myself today and testify in opposition to SB 272. In addition to the many threats to student safety and privacy that you have heard from others opposing this bill today, I want you to also think about kids like me. I've been in the New Hampshire school system since I started pre-K, and once I got to elementary school, I remember one of my parents asked me why I didn't like to dress pretty like the other girls. Why did I wear running sneakers instead of the cute pink sandals like all my friends? Why did I choose shorts instead of flower-printed dresses and skirts? You know what my answer was? I like to play at recess. I don't like the wood chips in my shoes, and I don't like when my skirt flies up when I'm on the swing. This was a pretty common occurrence for me through elementary, middle, and high school. Yes, even after recess ended, I still preferred my sneakers and shorts. I wrestled with that for many, many years. I asked myself, why don't I want to have cute outfits like my friends? Why don't I have the same interests as them? Am I non-binary? Have I been lying to myself? I pushed myself to wear clothes I didn't feel comfortable in so that the questions would stop. Traded my running shoes in for ballet flats and my shorts and pants in for dresses. I stared in the mirror every morning, forced myself to smile, knew that I would be told that I looked pretty today, and I fit in with my friends a little bit better. But I was so uncomfortable. I express myself a little bit differently than the traditional feminine standards, but I've always been what everyone is so worried about, the straight kids. I've always been the straight kid. I've always known that. That's always been in me. So what makes it any different for our LGBTQ plus peers? They know themselves better than we do. The only reason I ever began to question myself was because the people that I trusted began pushing their perception of what was considered right onto me and my personal preferences. So my question for you is, would you perceive me dressing in athletic shorts and running shoes at 8 years old as being gay versus the rest of my peers? Would your perception of me mean my parents needed a phone call to let them know that I might be trans, because this bill does include teachers reporting students that they perceive to be trans. Perception. This bill, SB 272, cannot be implemented without discrimination. There is no way around that. You would not be treating every student in that school the same. That is discrimination. There is a very clear line there, and the youth in New Hampshire deserve a legislature that protects their rights, not infringes on them. I urge you to vote ITL on SB 272. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alex Frazier?
Hi, my name is Alex Frazier, and I'm a student at MVMS. I'm currently about to finish my 7th grade year. I'm a daughter, a sister, and an aunt. When I decided to come to this hearing, I did not plan to speak. But after sitting here for hours listening to everybody's testimony, I finally decided that I would put my opinion in on this matter. My age group and those older than me and younger than me are being affected by this. One thing I'd like to emphasize is honesty. Honesty is something that simply can't be argued. I'm sure everyone here can agree that honesty is very important. This bill promotes honesty between the public education system and parents, as well as honesty between parents and children. This has been turned into a battle between oppression and the LGBTQ plus community, but that is not what this should be about. This is about the safety of children in public schools and parents knowing what they need to know about kids. Children like me are vulnerable, as well as our minds are developing and are at a mental health risk. On this topic, every child wants to fit in with others or be cool. With all respect to all LGBTQ plus community members, most kids transition to be cool or popular. Teachers don't always understand this, and socially transition children confusing children more. More than 45% of the transgender people commit suicide after being affirmed in their new identity. Most kids go through this around my age when we are all uncomfortable with the changes in our bodies. Children think this is a way to fix that uncomfortable feeling. In addition, there is a school counselor who anyone can go to and say, "Hey, I smoked pot this weekend with my best friend over in the fields across the school," and she is not allowed to tell the parents this. Right now is the most crucial time for honesty and not having secrets between kids and parents, and having the people teaching your children lying to you, the one raising that child, isn't a good way to teach honesty, is it? And for the record, I'm okay with having the lower percent of control as a minor child still developing. Please vote yes on this bill for the children of New Hampshire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deb Kozel? Okay. Stephen Scare? S-C-A-E-R?
Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. I'm Stephen Scare from Nashua, New Hampshire, and I'm here to urge you to support this bill. We've heard a lot about transgender children, but I have no idea what one is. Is it someone whose sex was misassigned at birth? Someone who somehow was born in the wrong body and has a gendered soul or a gendered identity? Or is it someone who's just non-conforming? Traditionally, and why it's in the DSM, is that it's a mental health disorder that we need to treat. Most people I talk to assume that when physicians and therapists treat childhood gender dysphoria, they go through a really regimented process for years, evidence-based treatment, and work with the family. But our school policies show us otherwise, that a school can be socially transitioned before receiving any psychotherapy for underlying issues, and that makes a diagnosis of gender dysphoria inevitable. And that's why parents need this law, and that's why they need your help. In New Hampshire, a 14-year-old girl with autism and PTSD can identify as a boy. The school will facilitate her social transition with clothes and pronouns and hide her new identity from her parents. When she's 18, she can get testosterone on her first trip to the clinic without ever having had a psychological evaluation. New Hampshire's gender affirmation model has been abandoned by England, Norway, Finland, and Sweden as dangerous and ineffective. Gender affirmation lets kids diagnose themselves and choose the course of treatments. Any coexisting mental health problems that might be at the root of the gender dysphoria are dismissed as being part of the minority stress of gender dysphoria. That's concerning because over 97% of trans-identifying youth are diagnosed with related problems, and a third have moderate to severe autism, according to data from England's largest gender clinic. Social transitioning isn't a neutral intervention because it pushes kids towards irreversible medical transitions that can result in cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, infertility, sexual dysfunction, increased cancer risk, and thrombosis. If we give children the love and support they need and allow them to go through natural puberty, most boys and girls will outgrow their gender dysphoria, no chemicals or scalpels needed. And please don't be blackmailed by the astronomical suicide figures from the Trevor Project. These figures are solicited from online self-report surveys, solicited on social media. The best figures that we have is a suicide rate of 0.03%. As the number of detransitioners rises and the medical scandals unfold, we'll eventually ban medical transitions for children. In the meantime, please help parents protect their children from an ideology that teaches they might have been born in the wrong body, and there's a right way and a wrong way to be a boy or a girl. Thank you.
Thank you. Louise Spencer?
I gave testimony for someone else earlier.
Okay. Attorney Ian Hewitt?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, Ian Hewitt appearing for Cornerstone. Some of you might have heard just within the past week about a lawsuit filed by Amber Levine, a mother in Maine. When Miss Levine's young daughter began to identify as male, the school not only concealed this from Amber, but gave the daughter, who had just turned 13, a chest binder. When the mother found out about this and withdrew her daughter from the school, she was immediately reported to and investigated by Maine's equivalent of DCYF for alleged low-severity emotional abuse, i.e. disagreeing with the government secretly giving her daughter a chest binder. This is important to us because the policy that this Maine school district used to do this to Amber Levine's daughter is based on a model created by a national organization called GLSEN, that's Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Educators Network, and that same model is also the template for the so-called policy JBAB, J-B-A-B, that's been enacted by dozens of school districts all over New Hampshire. Now, as you heard quoted in Senator Carson's testimony, these policies in New Hampshire will typically just come right out and say explicitly that a school should not only conceal social transitioning from parents, but should affirmatively lie to parents to prevent them from finding out about this. And these school districts will also lie to parents by falsely claiming that these policies are somehow required by state or federal non-discrimination law, even though there's been no cases holding this anywhere. Of course, the drumbeat that you'll usually hear against this bill is that if parents are allowed to learn that their child is transgender, then they will abuse their children. But in every other context, parents are presumed innocent and retain their parental rights unless there's at least some small quantum of evidence of specific wrongdoing. It's only in this context that we presumptively declare all parents guilty, take their rights away by default, and at the same time assume that government employees are somehow inherently trustworthy and good. The last thing I'll say about this is that Cornerstone much preferred 1146H, which was the amendment to HB 10 introduced by Chief Justice Lynn. Relative to that amendment, this bill does actually provide fairly wide latitude for courts to allow secret transitioning under a broader definition of abuse. Nonetheless, this bill would be a tremendous improvement over the status quo, where parents all around New Hampshire are discovering they have no rights against schools secretly transitioning their children and lying to them about it. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Courtney, ACLU.
Thank you so much for taking the time today. It's been a long day to hear testimony. I'm with the ACLU of New Hampshire to echo opposition to this bill because, as we've heard through all of these statements, SB 272 isn't about parental rights. It's about singling out a specific historically marginalized group of people, our LGBTQ community, and in particular, trans students. This singling out is in the plain text of the bill, and it's in the intentions of the proposed legislation, because in order for educators or for any school staff to comply with the text or else potentially face litigation, they're going to have to surveil their teens' behaviors and preferences that are linked to gender expression and gender identity. And we've heard from testimony from the Office of the Child Advocate and child welfare service providers that this can open LGBTQ teens to hostility, rejection, and even violence from their parents if this information is shared before they're ready. These are not just merely conversations that are uncomfortable. There's a real risk of harm, and we've heard that from advocates time and time again about this legislation. We know that SB 272 also undermines existing state and federal protections for Granite Staters. It violates constitutional and statutory protections for transgender individuals to be free from discrimination on the basis of sex and gender identity. And there have been numerous federal and state court rulings nationwide that set precedent that individuals of gender identities should be free from discrimination. I urge legislators to respect that students have free expression rights when they're at school, and that this targeted surveillance and reporting will only make transgender students feel as that they can't be their full selves. I'd also like to underscore that the disclosure requirement or the right to know regarding extracurricular activities can also leave LGBTQ students without access to safe or affirming environments, and that this disclosure could result in LGBTQ students in particular who attend GSAs and other clubs to no longer view those as safe places to get the support that they need. And this is really unfortunate because students with access to GSAs are, through research, less likely to hear negative remarks about gender expression or being transgender, to feel unsafe about their identity, or to miss school because of safety concerns. And students with access to GSAs often experience lower levels of victimization related to their identity and report a greater sense of belonging to their school and community. It's important that we maintain...
Your time is up.
Thank you so much. I encourage you to ITL this bill.
Thank you. Is Debbie May here still? No, I think she went. Deborah House, AFT.
Well,
Welcome.
good afternoon. My name is Deb Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here to speak in opposition to SB 272, particularly because of those portions that would affect our public schools and how they deal with LGBTQ students. AFT stands for Public Schools that are safe and welcoming and inclusive for all students, and that includes our LGBTQ plus students. This so-called Parental Bill of Rights, SB 272, has very little to do with actually helping our students learn and thrive in school. Instead, it would force schools to divert their limited resources from teaching and supporting kids into spying, reporting on, and in some cases actually outing and endangering children who are just trying to be themselves and live their lives. It would force students to act as surveillance agents, but only on certain students, particularly students that are perceived to be or engaging in behaviors that might mark them as members of the LGBTQ community. And because of that, it's discriminatory. So you'll be asking teachers and school staff to discriminate against some of their own students. And much earlier today, I heard someone speculating on why teachers are leaving the profession. Ask us to discriminate against our students, you'll drive us out. I mean, you add that on top of the low pay and everything else. Ask us to discriminate against our students. Ask us to violate the code of conduct and the code of ethics. You'll drive us out. So, SB 272 would impose chilling, McCarthyistic, broad, and vague restraints that will hinder schools from providing the safe, welcoming learning environment that promotes learning and success for all kids and welcomes all children and families. This bill tells teachers and school staff they must put aside any obligation to the student. It outlaws the human courtesy and kindness that can be as simple as treating students with respect. And that's what we always strive to do, to help run our classrooms in a manner that functions well so our students can learn. It puts pages stuck together because I've been sitting here way too long. It puts educators in a no-win bind when they try and teach any district-approved curriculum that conflicts with the bill's requirement. And as our social worker colleagues have pointed out, in some cases, this bill will put some students in danger at home, in cases where parents are unsupportive or actually abusive to a child who is LGBTQ+.
Deborah, time is up.
Okay, so I would just urge you to ITL this bill.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. John DeJour, National Association of Social Workers. Holly Stevens, NAMI, New Hampshire.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 272. Over the past decade, already high suicide rates have been rising in the United States and in New Hampshire. Today in the Granite State, suicide is the second leading cause of death for 10 to 24-year-olds. And we know 15,000 youth ages 12 to 17 have depression in our state. Recent results from the 2021 YRBS survey show that 24.7% of New Hampshire high school students seriously considered suicide. That's 1/4. That's not of trans kids, that's of all kids. 19.3% made a plan for suicide, and 9.8% attempted suicide in the 12 months preceding the survey. This is a significant increase over the 2019 numbers. According to the CDC, LGBTQ youth represent a significant high-risk subgroup as evidenced by higher rates of suicide attempts and more lethal attempts. We know that for transgender individuals, lack of school belonging, internalized stigma, and emotional family neglect significantly contribute to suicidality. Senate Bill 272 only serves to create a less welcoming and affirming environment for these kids in their schools and may potentially expose them to dangerous family rejection. NAMI New Hampshire actively works with schools on suicide prevention through the NAMI New Hampshire Connect program. By way of background, NAMI New Hampshire's Connect program has been designated as a national best practice in suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention, and has trained in over 40 states and 35 tribal nations. As a part of the Connect program, youth are encouraged to connect with a trusted adult if they are feeling sadness, hopelessness, or having thoughts of suicide. The language contained on page 4, lines 17 through 25, could create a chilling effect for all students in approaching school personnel when they or a friend are in crisis. It may also disconnect educators from their system of support and paralyze them when questioning what steps need to be taken to ensure a student's safety. In a time when youth suicide rates are very high, New Hampshire needs to take any and all measures to prevent suicide deaths and suicide attempts. Senate Bill 272 legislatively creates an atmosphere in schools that discourages youth from seeking the assistance of a trusted adult, causes confusion for school personnel about what steps to take if a student comes to them in crisis, and is counter to the suicide prevention work that is being done in our state. In a time when creating accepting and affirming spaces is paramount.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Simply put, certain provisions of this bill would be damaging to students, and we encourage the committee to ITL the bill.
Thank you. Sebastian Fuentes, the Rights and Democracy, is going to be read by Representative. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sebastian asked if I would read his testimony. He is also a father of 4 and had to go home and take on daddy duty. So he asked me to read the following. It is the responsibility of schools, educators, and every person in this room to take proactive steps to protect all students, including LGBTQ students, from discrimination, harassment, bullying, and to create a supportive and affirming space for them to learn and grow. Schools should be a place where they find safety and a nurturing hand. Creating this space means implementing policies and practices that address bias and promote acceptance and understanding, providing resources and support for LGBTQ students and their families, and fostering a culture of respect and inclusivity throughout the school community. Let me, on his behalf, share a radical idea. Instead of advocating for this false premise of, quote, parental rights that actually harms LGBTQ students, we should be advocating for a student's Bill of Rights. This would include the right to an inclusive and honest education, the right to no-cost school meals for all students, the right for protections for educators who offer students a safe, inclusive, and honest environment. It would also include the right to a great education and proper funding regardless of zip code, and most urgently, the right to protections from this tragic epidemic of gun violence. That should be a priority. Improving family-school relationships should start with an ask for all parents to put down their weapons and show up to the discussion with schools ready to engage constructively. There could not be a more urgent time to promote learning environments where students feel safe, supported, and ready to learn. We're at a critical moment for families and schools to work together to develop strong partnerships to support student success academically, socially, and emotionally. I'm here on Sebastian's behalf to ask you to oppose SB 272 because this bill will cause direct harm to our children and our educators. And it is harmful to us parents who care deeply about all children, not just the ones we raise. It's time to do what is right to save lives. Thank you. Please ITL this bill.
Thank you. Alan Raff, New Hampshire AFL-CIO. Is he here? Sean McDonough, Seacoast Outright.
My name is Sean McDonough. I'm a student attorney from the Harvard Law School LGBTQ Advocacy Clinic, here representing Seacoast Outright. I would like to focus specifically on this bill's invasive requirement that schools design and implement a tracking system to surveil and report to parents on what extracurricular clubs students attend, and how this provision threatens school gender sexuality alliances, or GSAs. GSAs are incredibly beneficial to the well-being of LGBTQ youth. These student-led groups provide a safe, accepting place, away from parents, for students to come together outside of class hours and consider their identities. As you just heard, LGBTQ students in schools with GSAs feel safer, are more likely to come to class, and feel a greater sense of belonging in their school communities. But these benefits aren't just for members. Even students who aren't members benefit, as studies show that schools with LGBTQ inclusive environments, including GSAs, have safer overall school climates with less harassment and violence for all students. GSAs can be particularly effective in preparing students to talk to their parents about their gender or sexual orientation. They also provide a comforting place for students who aren't accepted at home, and that support from peers can be crucial to those young people's mental health. To effectively perform these essential functions, GSAs cannot be forced to track and report to parents on student participation. A GSA that is subject to surveillance cannot be a truly safe space. This GSA surveillance requirement also conflicts with the Federal Equal Access Act. In the 1990s in New York, a group of Christian students formed a Bible club and wanted a club rule that only Christians could be officers. The school objected, saying that their non-discrimination policy was inconsistent with that and wouldn't permit the Bible club to only have Christian leaders. The students sued, and in the resulting court decision, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the Bible club. The court found that because Christian leadership was essential to the Bible club, the district couldn't prevent it, even though the non-discrimination policy was neutrally applied. The court provided a helpful analogy to elaborate. A rule requiring students to wear appropriate footwear at all times might effectively ban after-school meetings of the yoga club. Similarly, it is an essential function of GSAs to prepare and support LGBTQ youth to talk to their families about their gender or sexual orientation when the student is ready and not sooner. GSAs would not be the critical safe spaces we need them to be if they were forced to surveil and report on their members. Accordingly, SB 272 is in direct conflict with the Federal Equal Access Act. For this reason, along with many others, I ask you to stand with LGBTQ youth once again and vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Hayden Smith, New Hampshire Youth Movement. Is he here? Lynn's Jackhouse, 603 Equality.
Hi there, I am a queer non-binary person and I represent 603 Equality, an emerging statewide LGBTQ advocacy group. I oppose this bill because it directly attacks LGBTQ, especially trans young people at school. The writers of this bill could have chosen not to written LGBTQ people into this bill. We're not making anything up by pointing it out. A small but loud group of people committed to misunderstanding us do not speak for all parents. We won't be fooled by them saying this is about parental rights. Parents can and do have many rights, and educators will tell you that they are regularly notified of them. Every LGBTQ person should be able to come out on their own timeline in spaces that feel safe to them. We know ourselves best. No one made us queer or trans. In fact, the world tries very hard to make us fit in straight and cis boxes where we don't fit. Believe us when we talk about our own experiences and when we tell you that it is not safe for others to know that we are LGBTQ, including family members, and even when we are younger than 18. Many of us have experienced harm from being outed to parents or other family members before we were ready, whether that's conversion therapy or other abuse. My father emotionally abused me when he found out that I was queer in high school before I felt safe to tell him. And my relationships with supportive friends and teachers at school kept me alive through that daily abuse. He regularly told me that I was disgusting, immoral, and going to hell unless I changed who I was on a regular basis. If he had been notified that I was a member of a GSA, he would have made it his mission to go to the club, pull me out, and keep me from attending. Like many of the speakers here today, he told me that he didn't judge me. He was simply informing me of God's judgment. Do not be fooled by detransitioners. Transition is not for everyone. The vast majority of trans people will tell you that about the long maze of hoops we have to jump through to access basic health care. Detransitioners can have complex feelings about their bodies, just like any of us. The problem comes from when they try to deny trans and non-binary people the same bodily autonomy that allowed them to say, actually, this isn't for me. This bill is not based in reality. It claims to have loopholes for situations of abuse and neglect, but writes a higher legal standard into the law past the existing legal standard for abuse and neglect that is based on assumptions of information and training that teachers simply do not have. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Urchel, GLAD organization, out of Boston, Mass.
Hi, everyone. You have my written testimony submitted by my colleague. We submitted it jointly. 500 bills. That's how many bills targeting LGBTQ people have been introduced in state legislatures across the country this year in 2023. 500 bills. And more than 30 of them have been passed into law already. Senate Bill 272 could add to the list. I want to mention this partly to create a context to understand the emotional energy in this room, to understand people's passion, fear, confusion, and anger that's been permeating this discussion today. I also want to mention it to highlight, to underscore that it belies what's actually motivating this piece of legislation. Make no mistake that parental bills of rights are being introduced across the country, and they're all doing the same thing, which is targeting transgender youth especially, for a special level of surveillance, for a special level of reporting back to parents, and this bill does not exist in a vacuum. I've heard a lot of misinformation today, including crazy things like blockers are being distributed at schools, which is absolutely false. But one of the biggest falsehoods that has been repeated multiple times today, I really want to draw attention to. Policy JBAB. I really encourage you to look up Nashua's policy, Manchester's policy, the policy in Milford, the policy in Guilford. They're all basically the same thing. The hallmark in each one of those policies is flexibility. The policy lays out at the beginning guidelines. These are guidelines that are meant to meet the individual needs of individual students and applied in an individualized fashion. These policies are not bright line rules in any sense. Beyond that, there is no directive you can find in these policies that tells schools anything about how they have to give misinformation to parents. That is false, or how they have to conceal information from parents. That is a false reading. You have to do mental gymnastics to get there. Out of respect for parents and in deference to them, unless instructed otherwise, school staff should use the student's enrollment name when talking to the student's family. That's it. That's just basic respect. It's not a directive to lie to parents. School policies like JBAB are adopted democratically by democratically elected school boards with public input at public meetings. They're not this directive that comes down from an autocratic school board the way that it's been portrayed here in this room. If people have problems with the policies that are being enacted by their school boards, they ought to, and they do, participate in that process, and that's how we get policies that reflect the values of a community in the school district. This bill ties the hands of school policymakers, and it ties the hands of educators. It makes it so that trusted adults in schools can't help facilitate, encourage, and promote conversation with families. It puts them in a box where they have no choice but to surveil and report or otherwise not take information. I'm going to stop now, but there was a question about the fiscal note asked earlier, and I'm happy to answer it because I believe I can pretty thoroughly give a better explanation than what you might have heard earlier.
Thank you very much. No questions, so thank you.
No question? Okay.
It was the last pink card we have up here. Is there anybody out there that believes they submitted a pink card? And if not seeing any, I'm going to close this hearing on 272. Thank you for coming today. Oof.